Blackstone Audiobooks presents Dead I Well May Be by Adrian McKinty. And if you come when all the flowers are dying, and I am dead, as dead I well may be. F. E. Weatherly, Danny Boy, 1910. Adapted from the London Derriere, traditional. Prologue. Belfast confetti. No one was dead. For once they'd given a good, long warning, and there'd been no fatalities. We arrived after it was all over, and when the forensics officers were done, the policemen raised the yellow tape to let us through. We carried the glass from vans, a sheet at a time, to foremen and builders' mates who forklifted it up to carpenters on cranes and cherry pickers. We climbed the stairs, put on our gloves, unloaded the pallets. We caught our breaths and took in the view. The grey certainty of a December sky, cold fathoms of paralysed loch, sea rain and peat smoke drifting over the shipyards and the town. We walked back to the huge spindle-sided vehicles and carried more sheets, all of them pre-cut and lying there in sailcloth and plastic, well wrapped, and seemingly long ready for an event such as this. Sore fingers, aching backs. We worked hard and drank water and smoked, and a man brought beer and chicken salad sandwiches from Marks and Spencer. Someone had bombed the Europa Hotel again. No casualties, but every window within half a mile was out. It was the stuff of glaziers' dreams, and the cops were on overtime, and the army on foot patrol, and the journalists chasing copy for the morning papers. TV crews, radio reporters, still photographers, the gloaming dark, the broken glass like diamond on the leaden streets. We laboured, talked. A fog had oozed down from Cave Hill and Black Mountain, bringing cold and damp to the tangle of runaway alleys off Sandy Row. We were underdressed, and a foreman gave us knit caps and hard hats, and that helped a little. All of us had met only a few hours ago outside the bookies, when a man said he was looking for fit guys to move pallets of glass into and out of vans. The pay was £50 the day, and a bonus for a clean job. And everyone, including those on disability, had of course said yes. Unemployment was at 35%, and the man could have offered half the wages, and still we all would have come. In any case, the market rate was unimportant, since the Europa's insurers were footing the bill. And the insurers were indemnified by the British government. And ultimately, if you traced it back, the burden was falling on the taxpayers of Surrey and Suffolk and Kent. And really, if you lived in one of those places, your worries were small and undisordered, and you could well afford it. The fog encouraged levity, and more than once we put our hands to our throats and pretended we'd been dragged off by Jack the Ripper. The real tragedy, of course, wasn't the modern Europa Hotel, but the Crown Bar opposite, whose stained glass windows and gaslight had been fixtures since the 1840s. The bar was a gem, owned and operated by the National Trust, its crystal sea patterns and ship anchors and Celtic terns utterly destroyed and in pieces on the pavement. The Europa, the most bombed hotel in Europe, had been redesigned with crumple zones to absorb the impact of explosions. And now it had done well on its first field test, the whole building intact, except for the windows on the lower floors where the hijacked car had erupted with most effect. But the Belfast glaziers couldn't complain about that, for with Christmas coming, the payday from surrounding buildings would be enough to keep their own in Islay whiskey and Belgian chocolate and Italian shoes. And we didn't care. It was a job, there was money at the end, and it was heavy lifting, which is a tricky thing if you don't look out. We laid down a long sheet for a lobby door, and an AP man snapped our pick and said it was a good one and walked back with us behind the police lines. We chatted, and he said he was from Jacksonville, Florida, and couldn't believe how dark it was so soon. And I explained, having taken geography, that Belfast was on the same latitude as Moscow and the panhandle of Alaska, and the nights were long in summer, and in winter you paid the price. The AP man jogged down to the offices of the Belfast Telegraph. The army boys got in their Land Rovers and drove to base. The coppers yawned and changed shifts, and the crowd, such as it was drifting away now, and back to other occupations. We laughed when our photograph appeared on the front page of the Evening Telegraph. There we were, rebuilding the proud city, the indomitable faces of Belfast. "Their spirit will not be broken," a headline proclaimed. "Aye, just our bloody backs," a man called Spider said. But we walked with swagger as the vans unloaded the last of the big plates and the side windows and the boards for the pub. We worked. The rain eased, the wind changed, and papers, fragments, bits of the hijacked car, and pulverised brick and glass coated us as we moved. The dismal stuff of explosion so familiar now in many cities. A confusion of words and particles that the poet Kieran Carson calls Belfast confetti. Putting in the windows would take weeks, but that was the purview of professionals. At the end of the day, our work was done, the glass unloaded, and we were paid off, with a wee bonus for no breakages and no thefts. A few of us saved the dough for Christmas presents, but most went to the Mermaid Tavern for a pint or two. We drank and bought rounds of the black stuff, and ate pickled eggs and Irish stew. I left to do some shopping before the late-night closing. I got myself a couple of books and the new Nirvana record. I bought Nan a winter coat. She's been a chocolate addict since wartime rationing, so I couldn't resist a giant bar of Toblerone. On the bus back I met Tommy Little, whom I'd known in the army. Tommy staying in and making sergeant, and me getting kicked out and ending up in the brig in, of all places, St. Helena, a nasty wind-swept shithole whose other famous military prisoner, Napoleon, died mysteriously. So you could say I got off lightly. We laughed, and Tommy said that I was a wild man, and I said he was on his way to General. Another bus, the road, the long walk up the hill, the ever-present conspiracy of fog and rain. Nan was watching Coronation Street. No problem to smuggle in a hidden coat. We had a late dinner of Ulster fry, potato bread and bacon, soda bread and egg. She only ever watched the soaps, so she hadn't even heard about the morning bombing. I didn't enlighten her. She would have been upset. I produced the Toblerone, and Nan practically laughed with delight. "Oh, you shouldn't have," she said. "I picked up a wee bit of work today," I explained, and she made the tea and we ate the chocolate, and I helped her get the last clues in her crossword book. The darkness filled. The fires went out. I showered and retired to bed. The late-night noises of the house and the street began around me. The pipes in the attic water tank, the dogs communing across the town. Mrs. Clausen yelling with only half a heart, "Were ye on the dander again, you drunken scut?" Below me, the creaking of boards and beams as the chimney took away the last heat from the fire and the house chilled, and the floor timbers shrank and cooled. And I was gone, off in a deep, hard work sleep. Late next morning, a man from the dole office was waiting for me. A big man with glasses, tweed jacket, blue shirt, red tie and a clipboard, but who otherwise, in different circumstances entirely, could possibly have been an okay sort of bloke. He should really have been a skinny wee fella with greasy hair, but this was a tough part of town and he was here on business. He was sipping Nan's tea and eating the last piece of Toblerone. I sat down, and the man had news. It turned out that my picture in the Belfast Telegraph had been enough to convince the Department of Health and Social Security that I was not unemployed at all, but was in fact engaged in active work while claiming unemployment benefit. And it was impossibly unlucky that my first bit of doing the double in months had been exposed in Northern Ireland's most widely circulated newspaper, on page 1 too. But still, the boys in the DHSS are not that smart, and I had the feeling that they would never have found it but for some sleek-it nosy neighbour tipping them off. "What if I deny that's me?" I suggested. "Are you denying it's you?" "I don't know." "Well then," the man said, adjusting his glasses. Nan offered us more tea. I said no, but the man took a dish, as well as some of her drop scones. "How old are you again, Mr. Forsythe?" he asked after a while. 19. "No longer a juvenile. Dear, oh dear," he said ominously. "Look, what exactly are you saying I did wrong?" "You were claiming unemployment benefit while working on a building site. I'm afraid, Mr. Forsythe, you'll have to go to court." "Yeah, but what for?" "For benefit fraud, mate," the man scoffed. But I didn't go to court. I pleaded guilty the next week and signed off benefit forever. I was unemployed, had been so for over a year, and now I was never going to get any more money. I moped for another week. Nan couldn't support me on her pension, so there was no choice but to do what my cousin Leslie said I should have done 12 months earlier, which was to work for her brother-in-law who worked for Darkey White in America. Darkey would pay for my ticket, and I'd pay him back in time served. I didn't want to go to America. I didn't want to work for Darkey White. I had my reasons. But I went. 1. White boy in Harlem. I opened my eyes. The train tracks, the river, a wall of heat. Unbearable white sunlight smacking off the railings, the street and the god-awfulness of the buildings. Steam from the permanent Con Ed hole at the corner. Gum and graffiti tags on the sidewalk. People on the platform. Jesus Christ, were they really in sweaters and wool hats? Garbage everywhere, newspapers, bits of food, clothes, soda cans, beer cans. The traffic slow and angry. Diesel fumes from tubercular bus engines. Heat and poison from the exhausts on massive bruised gypsy cabs. I'm smoking. I'm standing here on the elevated subway platform looking down at all this enormous nightmare, and I'm smoking. My skin can barely breathe. I'm panting. The back of my t-shirt is thick with sweat. 100 degrees, 90% relative humidity. I'm complaining about the pollution you can see in the sky above New Jersey, and I'm smoking Camels. What an idiot. Details. Dominican guys on the west side of Broadway, black guys on the east. The Dominicans are in long cotton pants, sneakers, string t-shirts, gold chains. The black guys are in neat blue or yellow or red t-shirts with baggy denim shorts and better sneakers. The black guys are more comfortable. It's their turf for now. The Dominicans are newcomers. It's like West Side Bloody Story. In the deep pocket of my baggy shorts, I start playing absently with the safety on my pistol. A very stupid thing to do. I stop myself. Besides, these guys aren't the enemy. No, the enemy, like the Lord, is subtle, and in our own image. Some kids playing basketball without a hoop, women shopping, heavy bags weighing them down, the older women pushing carts, the younger wearing hardly anything at all. Beautiful girls with long, dark legs and dreamy voices that are here the only sounds of heaven. Harlem has changed, of course. I mean, I'm not talking about the 125th Street of today or even of 5 years ago. There's a Starbucks there now, multiplexes, HMV, an ex-president. This is before Giuliani saved the city, twice. This is 1992. There are well over 2,000 murders a year in New York. Gang wars, crack killings. The New York Times publishes a murder map of Manhattan with a dot for every violent death. Once you get above Central Park, the dots get thicker, and east and north of Columbia University it becomes one big smudge. A killing took place yesterday at this very corner. A boy on a bicycle shot a woman in the chest when she didn't give up her pocketbook. Those guys down there are packing heat. Shit, we're all packing heat. The cops don't care. Besides, what cops? Whoever sees a peeler around here except in Floridita? Anyway, it's 1992. Bush the First is president, Dinkins is mayor, Major is PM, John Paul is the Pope. According to the New York Daily News, it was 55 degrees yesterday and raining in Belfast, which is par for the course in the summer there. With a handkerchief, I wipe away the sweat from the little Buddha fat gathering on my belly. The train is never coming. Never! I wipe under my arms too. I stamp out the fag and resist the temptation to light another. Are people giving me looks? I'm the only white person at the station, and I'm going north up to Washington Heights, which when you think about it is just plain silly. The guys wearing the wool hats are West Africans. I've seen them before. They sit there, serene and composed, chittering about this and that and sometimes scratching out a game of dominoes. They're going downtown. On that side there's no shade. It's boiling on them, and they're as mellow as you please. They sell watches from suitcases to Marks on Fifth Avenue and Herald Square. I know their crew chief. He's only been in North America 4 months and he has a 12-man unit. I like him. He's suave, and he's an operator, and he never flies off the handle. I'd work for him, but he only employs other boys from the Gambia. If you've ever checked, it's a funny-looking country, and I mentioned that to him one time, and he told me all about the Brits, colonialism, structural exploitation, the Frankfurt School and all that shite, and we got on fine and laughed, and he took a camel, but still wouldn't give me a job selling knock-off watches from a briefcase. And it's not like they're kin to him either. It's just a question of trust. He won't even hire Ghanaians. I can understand it. Do the same myself, more than likely. Today, no dominoes. They're just talking. English, actually, but you can't follow it. Nope. I put the hanky away and try and breathe for a while. Look around. Breathe. The cars, the city, the river again. Vulgar, stinking, vast, and in this haze, it and Harlem dissolving and despairing together. There are no swimmers, of course. Even the foolish aren't that foolish. I look away from the water. In this direction you wouldn't believe how many empty lots there are, how many buildings are shells, how many roofs are burnt away, and it gets worse as you go east towards the Apollo. You can see it all since there's a fine view from up here where the IRT becomes elevated for a while. 126th Street, for example, is behind the state's massive Adam Clayton Powell Jr. building, where I got my driver's license and you get social security cards and stuff. And you'd think that that would be prime real estate, but it isn't. Nearly every building is derelict for about 3 whole blocks. And 123rd, where I live, well, we'll get to that. Yawn, stand on tiptoes, roll my head, lazy stretch. Aye. Sooner or later, minutes, hours, the train is going to come and it's going to take me to 173rd Street, and I'm going to meet Scotchy coming down from the Bronx, and Scotchy is going to be late and he'll spin me lies about some girl he has going, and then Scotchy and I will impose our collective will on a barkeep up there, and after that, just maybe, the tight-wee bastard will spring for a cab to get us down to the other bar on 163rd, where we have a bit more serious work to do with a young man called Dermot Finucane. Because walking those 10 blocks would just about kill me on a day like this. He won't, though. He'll make us walk. Nice wee dander for you, Bruce, he'll slabber. Yeah, that will be the way of it. Crap from Scotchy, crap from Dermot, down by myself, dinner at KFC and a 6-pack of beer from Seatown Supermarket for $4. Shit. A black girl is talking to the Dominican boys outside the bodega, and it's more Leonard Bernstein than ever as the hackles rise between the blacks and the Dominicans on this side of the street. Jesus, gunplay is all I need. Just make the train come, and when it comes, make the aircon work. But it doesn't, and I look away from the boys in case afterwards I'm asked to be a witness by the Peels. Lights appear in the tunnel at the City College stop. The downtown train comes and the Gambians and the other passengers get on, and it's just me now, and a few wee muckers at the far end spitting down the 60 feet to Broadway beneath us. A homeless man comes up the steps, having leapt the barrier. He's filthy and he smells, and he's going to ask me for a quarter. He's coughing, and then he says, "Sir, spare quarter." His hands are swollen to twice what they should be, and he could have anything from untreated winter frostbite to fucking leprosy. "Here," I say, and I don't want to touch him, so I put the quarter on the ground and then immediately repent of this. How unbelievably humiliating to make a 60-year-old man bend down and pick up a quarter. He does bend down, picks it up, thanks me, and wanders off. The payphone rings. Who knew the phone even worked? It rings and rings. The kids, spitting, look over at me, and eventually I go and pick it up. "Yes," I say. "Michael?" a voice says. "Yes," I say, trying not to sound amazed. "It's Sunshine," he says. "Sunshine? Sunshine, how in the name of bloody Jehovah do you know this payphone number?" I ask, giving up any attempt to play it cool. "I'm paid to know these things," he says mysteriously. "Yeah, but listen, Michael, it's all off for today. Darkey's going to see the boss, and he's taking myself and Big Bob with him. The rest of you have the day off. Scotchy'll call you tomorrow." "All right," I say. And I'm going to ask him about money, but he rings off. The prick. Sunshine is Darkey's right-hand man, and if ever there was a more weaselly-looking man-behind-the-man type of character, it's Sunshine. Thin, thinner than Scotchy even, with one of those skinny moustaches, and a bald head with a ridiculous comb-over that makes him look a bit like Hitler. I had him pegged for a child molester the minute I saw him, but apparently that's not the case. Scotchy says not, and Scotchy hates him. I don't. After you meet him a bit, he's okay. Actually, I think he's a nice bloke, on the whole. I hang up the phone and look foolishly at it for a second, and one of the kids comes up and asks if it was for me. He's about 10, braver than the others, or more bored. Big hands that are restless behind him, neat clothes, newish shoes. I nod. "And who the fuck are you?" he asks, squinting up at me and into the sunlight. I'm the bogeyman," I say, and grin. "You ain't no boogeyman," he says, his American pronunciation half accusing, half scared. After all, I can look intimidating on occasion. "You always do what your mother tells you?" I ask. "Sometimes," he says, thrown by the question. "Well, listen, next time you don't be surprised if I'm under your bed or in your cupboard or out there on your fire escape, waiting." He turns and wanders off slowly, trying to appear unimpressed. Perhaps he is. Not easy alarming little kids around here. Christ, most of their goddamn grandmas scare the hell out of me. Okay, home. No point lingering. I suppose it's impossible to get my token back since I didn't ride the train. I scope the clerk, and she's a big, tough lassie whose fucking shadow could kick my ass. She gives me the evil eye while I'm considering the options, so in the end I don't even bother. And then it's step, step, step down the broken escalator, which since I've been here has been unrepaired. Slime on the bottom step. I turn and walk along 125th, past the live chicken store and the discount liquor, and the horrible donut shop, and the thinly disguised all things Catholic but really all things Santeria store. Cross the street. A man in a makeshift stall is selling bananas, oranges, and some green fruit I don't know the name of. It's all well presented, but with all this pollution and crap around here, you wouldn't eat anything he's vending. You'd have to be fucking crazy. People are, of course, and there is a queue. At the junction, you stop and you take a long look. You have to. For it's all there. The traffic, the pedestrians, bairns and dogs and men with limps outside under the overhang, the slick off the Jackie Robinson, Public Enemy blaring from the speakers, Chuck D and Flavor Flav out snapping each other, the hotness and the sizzle and the crack, dealers and buyers and everyone in between. It's rich and it's overwhelming, but really in Harlem all is sweetness. No one bothers me. They take me in. It's a scene. It's like the beach. The moisture, the temperature, the people on the dunes of sidewalk, and the great, hulking, seething city is, in this analogy, the dirty, grey Atlantic Ocean. Up the hill. It's only 2 blocks, but by some freak of geography it's really the equivalent of about 5. I reach in my shorts for my keys and turn on 123rd. Vinny the vet is ahead of me going in the building, having a full, angry conversation with no one at all. His shopping bag clinks. Danny the drunk is on the corner in the sun, propping himself up. That purple face is leaning down over his walking stick, dry retching. And me, as the third representative of the Caucasian race on the street, what am I like? Aye, what indeed? Keys, pistol, keys. Nerves are bad. Keys. But the lock is screwed up and I have to jiggle it. Must tell Ratko. Not that he'll fix anything. But guilt-ridden by his laziness, he will invite me down for some foul Polish vodka and Serbian delicacies prepared last year or so by the missus. But at least in my warped brain it'll be home cooking. Sounds like a plan. It's 1992, and Serbs are beginning to get a bit of a bad reputation. But it's not so terrible yet. Ratko will pour me a full tumbler of something clear and awful, and we'll toast Gavrilo Princip or Tito or the memory of the bloody Knights of Kosovo, and I'll have a cold sausage and lard sandwich and another glass, and when the drink is sweating me close to a bloody heart attack, I'll slink away and stumble up the 3 floors to the apartment. Second thought, no. Inside, Freddie's there doing the mail. Freddie, I say, and we talk for a minute about sports. Freddie can see I'm beat, though, and lets me go. Nice chap, Freddie. Go up the stairs, the door, keys again, inside. Hotter here than the street. I put on the telly for company. Free cable, somehow. I look for something familiar and settle on Phil Spector and John Lennon and some irritated long-haired session musicians being lectured by Yoko Ono on chord progression. Run the bath. Water comes out brown. Sit on the tub edge and have a brief premonition of the phone ringing and me picking it up and its sunshine, come over all ominous, saying that Darkey wants to see me. I shiver, get up and take the phone off the hook. Disrobe, climb into the bath, light a fag. Convince myself that this phone call will never happen. Get out of the bath and actually disconnect the phone from the wall. Think for a moment. Lock the door, get my gun, check the mechanism, leave it where I can grab it. Climb into the bath again. Sink into nothingness. Sink. Murmurs, hymnals, and in the vestry quiet, whole colonies of insects give me kisses, and I'm too buggered to do anything about it. Vodka spills from my mouth. I'm sleeping, and on the shores of some immense creature's back, a giant bovine eye and blue nerves and a labyrinth of tentacles. Jesus! I get up out of the water, which is by now cold, and grab a towel. Later, the phone, the TV, the heat. Fag after fag until the ashtray is full. The fridge works and brings me vodka with ice. Small mercies, but mercies nonetheless. I lean back on the sofa and contemplate my surroundings. And let me describe the beautiful haven Scotchy and Darkey have picked out for me. Not that I'm ungrateful. Took me in, gave me a place. But it's not as if I haven't earned my keep. Only one with 2 brain cells to rub together. Anyway, they, of course, live in the nice part of the Bronx at the end of the one line. But it was full up there, see? Scotchy's claim, anyway. More fool me to believe him. This place apparently is $500 a month, which comes out of my pay. As did the furniture, which Scotchy admitted later he got for Sweet F.A. in the street. It's a 1-bedroom. A toilet whose stink greets you when you come in. Next to it, a bath on little feet, and under the bath there are more flora and fauna than David Attenborough could handle with the entire resources of the BBC behind him. Corridor and kitchen. Forget about swinging a cat. A cat couldn't swing a mouse in here. Gas stove whose pilot light is perpetually going out. Years, perhaps decades of grease everywhere. Holes in the walls and skirting. Living room. TV, free cable. A big, woolly, yellow, disgusting sofa. Bedroom. Futon on the floor. Cupboard. Table. Chair. There is no natural light anywhere. The living room's grey windows overlook a tiny courtyard. The bedroom peers onto the backs of the buildings on 122nd. If you go out onto the fire escape, which I often do, and you set up a chair and look up, now and again through the skunk trees you can see a plane or a bit of sky. The fire escape is rusted and rickety and will kill us all when the fire comes, but even so, it's the nicest place in the apartment. The roaches are the big problem. I've been here since last December and I've been fighting a guerrilla war with them ever since. I haven't grown used to their existence. I haven't reached Zen-like tranquility that allows me and them to share the same territorial and metaphysical space. In Ireland, there are no roaches, no creatures of any kind like this. Occasionally a field mouse would come in the house, or perhaps a bee or some benign beetle or ladybug. No, nothing like these things. I respect them now, though. I hate them, but I respect them. I have beheaded them, poisoned them, scalded them, burned them, poisoned them again, and somehow they seem to survive. I dropped a litre bottle of Coke once on one big water bug and it lived. I poured a half-pound of boric acid on another and put a pot on it that I covered with a brick. I left it there for a week while we all went to Florida for a wake and a funeral for Mr. Duffy's brother. Got back, removed the brick. Bastard cleans its antennae and crawls off into the wall. This was about kill 200, and I had to go and scratch out the table and make it 1 kill less. The lesson was chastening. Like the RAF pilots in the Battle of Britain, you only report your kill when you see the plane hit the ground. Anyway, they're everywhere. They crawl on you at night. You hear them in walls. You feed them in the traps. Occasionally they fly. You tell Ratko and he laughs and he shows you his place in the basement, which if anything is worse. Still, the fire escape. Another fag. Sirens, dogs barking, people yelling, smoke. Sit there and draw it in and hold it. Hold it. Let it go. Let it all go. I live on 123rd in Amsterdam. A block away is the edge of the Columbia University security zone, and there they call the neighbourhood Morningside Heights, so that concerned parents don't freak out, which they would if they had to send mail to bloody Harlem. But this is Harlem. There are projects, 1 block to the north, not particularly bad projects, but projects nonetheless, and to the east is the real nightmare. The buildings are derelict and most of them seem to be inhabited by crack cocaine addicts. Morningside Park is pretty airy after dark, and all the way up to 125th Street is no picnic. I stick out, too. I have learned some Spanish and have told myself that thus equipped I can pass as a Dominican. However, my paper-white mixed skin is not entirely convincing. I have no air conditioning, and the fan only moves hot air around the room. I toss the fag and climb back in through the window. I go to the kitchen and get a beer. Milwaukee Great Gold. It's the worst beer I've ever had. They brew it with corn, if you can believe it. But it's cheap, and if you put the fridge up enough and it gets freezing cold, you don't really taste it anyway. I go back out on the fire escape and watch a few squirrels, and way up in the blue the odd ascending vapour trail. The beer goes down, and it's almost nice now. The day seems to be getting a little cooler. The phone rings. I hardly remember reconnecting it, but I must have. Duty, responsibility, that's me. I let it bleat. It goes on, and it wears me down. I finished the last of my drink and hurled the can off the side of the rail trying to hit Ratco's pit bull, but I don't, and the dog looks up at me and starts barking. I climb in through the fire escape window and tramp across the bedroom and into the hall. I turn off Nevermind on the cassette player. I pick up the phone. It's Scotchy. I can tell by that nasally intake of breath before he speaks. He's excited. "Hey, Bruce, something's come up." "Name's not Bruce," I say wearily. Scotchy's perpetual little joke. "Bruce, gotta get uptown. Andy got a hiding. You know Darkey's away, right?" I don't answer him. "Bruce, are you there?" "Must have the wrong number, mate. No Bruce here. No Bruce, no spider, no cave, no salvation for bonny Scotland." "Stop fucking around, Bruce, you dickless wonder. This is serious." I choose again the path of silent resistance. There is a good 15 seconds of dead air on the phone. Scotchy starts mumbling, and then, in a bit of an exponential panic, he says, "Hello? Hello? Hello? Oh, Jesus, Mike, are you still there?" "I'm here," I say, with just enough lassitude to irritate the hell out of him. "Well, what the fuck? Christ, Jesus, man, I'm holding the fucking ship, you know. Look, Andy got a hiding, and Sunshine and Darkey are out of the picture, so I'm the boss, right?" "You're the boss?" I say, hoping to convey as sceptical a tone as if he's just told me that he is in fact Anastasia, lost daughter of Tsar Nicholas II. "Aye," he says, my clever intonation going over his head. "Is that how the chain of command goes?" I ask in a more neutral voice. "Aye, it does." "Fergal's been with Darkey a wee bit longer than you, hasn't he?" I ask mischievously. "Fergal's an idiot," Scotchy says. "Pot calling the kettle black?" I suggest. "Bruce, I swear to God, I'll fucking come down there," he says, right on the verge. "Line of succession bumps you up, is what you're claiming," I say. "Yes, de facto. I'm in charge," he says, a bit hesitant with the Latin. "De facto, surely, Scotchy," I say condescendingly to really take the piss. He's angry now. "Look, I'm in charge and I'm giving the fucking orders, so get the fuck up here, you bastard," he says. "Keep going, Scotchy. I have to admit you've almost convinced me with your earthy machismo." "Jesus Christ, were you put on this fucking planet to give me a stroke? Fuck me. Will you stop acting the fucking Egypt, stop wanking off down there and get up here?" Scotchy barks out in frustration. "Is he all right? Is he in the hospital?" I ask, with belated concern for our Andy. "No, he isn't. He's over here. Bridget's looking after him. We're maybe taking him to the hospital. He'll be okay, though. Shovel, you know. That lame-brained Fergal thought it was the fucking mopes, but it was fucking Shovel. I know it. I mean, big Andy. Shovel must have been half tore. Andy was unconscious in the street, Bruce. Hasn't come round yet. I mean, I'm not listening, because I don't care. I don't care what Shovel has done, or what has happened to Andy, or what Scotchy is going to do about it. I don't give a flying fuck, but of course he tells me everything anyway. The boss has gone, and he, Scotchy, is going to take the initiative. Lesser men than me could foresee trouble in the tea leaves. Scotchy's always been an ill-starred, unlucky lout, And chances are we'll go over to Shovel's house, me and him, and then Shovel or Shovel's girlfriend will end up throwing hot fat on us or shooting us or calling the bloody peelers or sticking our fingers in the toaster or something worse. That would be typical of Scotchy. Of course, whatever happened, he would live, and in the incident I'd be blinded in one eye or lamed or scarred for life. That would just be the way of it. Suddenly a thought occurs to me. If he hasn't spoken, how do you know it was Shovel? I ask. Stands to reason, doesn't it? He was over at Shovel's asking for cash. Shovel had already told me he wasn't paying nothing. Bastard must have got Andy in the street, from behind. Oh, yeah, stands to reason, Sherlock. Clearly that's the only fucking explanation, I mutter sarcastically. Fuck's sake, Bruce, you fucker. Fucking fucker. Listen to me, you insubordinate wanker. Just get the fuck up here, Scotchy yells furiously. Oh, Scotchy, keep your hair on. Look, I'm on my way, okay? I say, with just a hint of deference now. Scotchy hangs up. I take the phone and kill a water bug on the wall with it. I hang up and go back into the bedroom and close the window. I'm going to have to take the train after all. This also is typical, and it'll cost me another token. I sigh and splash water on my face. I get my jacket, and in case it's going to be an all-nighter, I put cigs, reading material, matches, and cash in the pockets. I pull on my Doc Martens, brush my hair, shove in extra ammo, the wee 22, and go out. I know at least 5 Scotchies. Scotchy Dunlow, who beat the shit out of me every Friday night at Boys Brigade for 7 years. Scotchy McGurk, who was a player, and whom I personally saw drop half a cinder block on some guy's chest for a tremendously minor reason, and who got shot in a typically botched robbery on a bookies. Scotchy McMaw, who lost a hand in a train dodge accident in Carrickfergus, and who was quite the weird one after that, but who ended up saving a boy's life when they were out fishing in a boat, swimming to shore with one arm, and later getting some bravery award from Princess Diana. Scotchy Colquhoun, who also was a bad lad and got himself nicked for racketeering and murder and went in the cache, though he must be out by now because of the peace process. Finally, of course, is our Scotchy, Scotchy Finn. None of them, needless to say, has or ever had any connection whatsoever with Scotland. How they all became Scotchy is a matter of mystery to me, and probably them as well. Scotchy Finn himself does not know. He grew up in Crossmaglen and then Dundalk, which, if you know Ireland at all, could only mean one thing. And sure enough, it turns out his da, ma, 3 brothers, 2 uncles and an aunt were all at one point in the lads. They started Scotchy early, and he did time at some kind of juvenile prison for something. He says it grew too hot for him across the Hugh, which is why he ended up first in Boston and then the Bronx. To be honest, I'm a bit sceptical about all these stories of ops and encounters with the Brits, the Proddies, the Intelligence Corps, the SAS and the cops. He says it was the Irish peelers, the Garda Síochána, that gave him his limp for petrol smuggling, a limp that only ever appears when he wants sympathy for something. But I heard from Sunshine he fell off the roof of a parked car after he'd had 11 pints at Revere Beach. This was before he started working for Darkey, and you can't really imagine Scotchy at the beach because his skin is as thin and pale as fag paper, and he looks like yon boy that gets beat up at the beginning of the Charles Atlas ads. Red hair, white skin, bad teeth, bad smell disguised by bad musk, and that's our Scotchy. I don't know how long he's been here. 10 years? 15? He still has a Mick accent. Funny one too. Touch of the Jas boys, Crossmaglen. But he has Yank clothes and Yank sensibility to money and girls. He doesn't whine on about the old country like some wanks you run into, which I suppose at least singles him out from your average paddy bastard. That's not to say he's likeable. Not at all. Sleeker wee shite you'd be hard-pressed to meet. But he's okay if you don't mind that kind of thing, which personally I sort of do. He's a bloody thief, too, and he robs me blind behind my back. And if I wasn't the new boy on the block, I'd say something. But I am, and I'm not going to. Our man, our fearless leader for one night only, thank God. Typical that it would be this night Scotchy was running the show. For of course I wasn't to know, but tonight was going to be a night that helped set off a whole wonderful series of violent and unpleasant events. Indeed, the only caveat you'll get is right now, when I say that if someone grows up in the Civil War of Belfast in the 70s and 80s, perhaps violence is his only form of meaningful expression. Perhaps. The train ride was uneventful. I brought a book with me about a Russian who never gets out of bed. Everyone was upset with him, but you could see his point of view. I got off at the end of the line and walked up the steps. It was this walk every day that was the only thing at all keeping me in shape. These steps that separated Riverdale from the rest of the Bronx. Hundreds of the buggers. When the Bronx rises up to kill us, at least we'll have the high ground, Darkey says. I was nearly up, hyperventilating, almost at the 4p, when one of the old stagers grabbed me. It was dark and he scared the shite out of me. Mr. Berenson was in his 70s, very frail, and was hard-pressed to frighten anyone, but I suppose I was feeling jumpy. I didn't really know Mr. Berenson and only found out his name later. Much later. When it had all started to go pear-shaped and I felt bad and he was topped, and I did some research and discovered he wasn't really called Berenson at all, but it was actually some East German geezer who'd changed his name because probably he worked for Himmler in Poland or something. Anyway, he's not at all important in the big picture, so I'll just say that he was stooped with one of those vague East European accents that you think only exists in the movies. His fingers were stained with nicotine. He was waving them in my face, and he was in a mood. "You work for Scotchy?" he said. "No, I work with him. I work for Mr. White," I said. "I tell him months ago, someone break in house, prowl around." "Someone broke in your house?" I said. "Yes, I'm telling you, I get up, I frighten him, he go." "When was this?" "December." "Maybe it was Santa Claus." He was a bit pissed off at that. "Now you listen to me, young man. Some nigger break in house, steal nothing, no come back. I think to myself, why? Why do this? Time passes, I forget. 2 nights ago, he comes back. I am out, but I know he has been." "He take anything?" "No." "What's your problem?" "He break in." "Go to the peelers." "What?" "Cops, go to the cops. Or get a locksmith." "Aye, get a locksmith." He wasn't too happy at what I considered to be a sensible solution. But I wasn't too happy either. You're a sort of social worker when you come up here, especially with the old-timers. There's never really anything wrong or anything they want. They just want to peg you down and chat away their loneliness for a while. Scotchy's better at deflecting them than me. I'm too new, look too understanding. I was going to say something comforting and bland, but just then Fergal saw me at the top of the steps and shouted down, "Hey, Michael, get your arse up here, pronto." I excused myself and went up the stairs. It's diverting to think that if Fergal hadn't picked that particular moment to see if I was off the train yet, I might have investigated Mr. Berenson's claim a little more carefully, and maybe he wouldn't have gotten killed by some character looking for a hidden stash a week or two later. But Fergal did so intervene, and I went up. The final burglar, incidentally, was one of Ramon's lieutenants, and if you think this is a coincidence, you don't know Ramon. For even back then, clearly, he was making stealthy incursions into Darkey's territory, testing its limits, finding its boundaries, plundering its goodies. "What's the crack, Fergal boy?" I asked him, using the Gaelic word for fun or happening, which is pronounced the same as crack, so you could see how it could lead to confusion in some circles. "The crack, Michael, is all bad," he said sadly. Fergal shook his big head at me. Fergal was tall and brown-haired, with a disastrous russet beard covering cadaverous cheeks. He wore tweed jackets in an attempt to appear sophisticated. It was a look that he just might have carried off at, say, a Swiss tuberculosis clinic circa 1912, but it was hardly appropriate for a hot summer in New York 8 decades later. I said it was a shame about young Andy, and Fergal nodded glumly, and we went across to the 4 provinces. Clearly he wasn't in the mood to speak tonight, which was good, because when he did, it only annoyed people. The 4P is such a prominent place in all our lives that it deserves description. Alas, though, if you've seen one faux Irish theme bar, you've seen them all. The original 4 provinces burned down in a mysterious fire a few years back, and the reconceived version lost the snugs and the back bar and sawdust floor, and instead took on an open-plan Cheers look, with vintage Bushmills whiskey posters, Guinness mirrors, pictures of aged Galway men on bicycles, a leprechaun in a jar next to the dartboard, and above the bar in a glass display case, a large stringed harp that undoubtedly was made in China. It was normally unobservant Andy who noticed that the shamrock carvings on the wood panelling had 4 leaves, which made them 4-leaved clovers and not shamrocks at all, St. Patrick having used the 3-leaved shamrock to explain the Trinity. The best you could say about the place was that at least Pat and Mrs. Callahan kept it clean. I nodded to Pat tending bar and followed Fergal up the stairs. Scotchy was there waiting for me, eating a bun, cream all over his nose. Andy was lying in the bed. He looked all right. Bridget was bathing his forehead with water, like I supposed she'd seen Florence Nightingale do in some picture. She looked at me, and I tried to make it seem as if it was just a casual look, which of course made everything much more suspicious. "There's cream all over your big nose," I said under my breath to Scotchy. He wiped it on his sleeve and looked at me, irritated. "How is he?" I asked Bridget kindly. "A little better," she said, and her breast heaved after she stopped speaking. She was wearing a tight T-shirt that said on it, a bit confusingly, "Cheerleader Leader 89. It was very distracting, and I would have asked her what the T-shirt meant to cover the fact that I was staring at her breasts. But in the circumstances of Andy being at death's door and all, it seemed inappropriate. "Fucking finally arrived. Right, we're going right now," Scotchy said. Here I should point out that every time you hear Scotchy speak, you must remember that each time I put in the word fuck, there are at least 3 or 4 that I've left out. You'll have to take my word for it that it would begin to get very tedious hearing Scotchy the way he actually speaks. For instance, a sentence such as the one above in reality was much like, "Fucking finally arrived, fuck's sake, right, we're fucking going right fucking now." "Shouldn't I pay my respects or something?" I asked. "Bugger can't hear you, can he?" Scotchy said, tense and tight all round the edges. He had that wee man syndrome, though he was only a couple of inches shorter than me, and I'm nearly 6 foot. "Shouldn't we get a doctor at least?" I suggested. "Fuck's sake, Michael, would you shut the fuck up and come on? We're taking care of it," Scotchy said. I looked at Bridget, but the wee girl was lost in the high drama of it all. She was clueless about anything medical. I knew that for a fact from when she tried to take a tiny wood skelf out of my finger with a hot knitting needle. I still have the fantastically large scar. Poor old Andy could have a goddamn hemorrhage or anything, she wouldn't know. Still, it was Scotchy's call. "OK," I said, and went downstairs with Fergal and Scotchy. Scotchy began, "So the plan is—" I interrupted him with a hand. "Scotchy, listen. Before we go and do anything stupid, shouldn't we talk to Darkey?" I asked gently. "Aye, Scotchy. Really we should talk to Darkey," Fergal said, for once erring on the side of sensible. Scotchy was angry. "Jesus Christ, yous boys would ask Darkey if it's OK to take a shite, and OK afterwards to wipe your fucking arse. Didn't you see Andy up there?" As a matter of fact, both Fergal and I probably would have asked permission to take a shite if Darkey were around. Darkey White didn't get to be Darkey White by putting up with kids thinking they could run the show when he was off the stage. Don't think of Darkey as Brando in The Godfather. Think of him as Brando slumming it as Jor-El in Superman, all full of himself, overacting, clever, pretentious, and clearly a bit fucking bonkers. But still a heavy presence, distorting the well of gravity around him. Even when, like now, he was off the screen. "Scotchy, look," I began. "I just don't want us to get in trouble. Sunshine told me everything was off for today and—" "Fucking Sunshine! Are you afeard of him too? Afraid of your own shadow, Bruce? Now come on!" Fergal looked at me and shrugged. I sighed and followed them outside. We piled into Scotchy's brand new brown Oldsmobile something shite, which was very uncomfortable and extremely uncool besides. The window wipers would come on every time you put on the left turn signal, but this was never a problem for Scotchy because he never used the turn signals. We drove for about 10 minutes, up into some winding streets in Riverdale, into not a bad area, but not a great one either. None of us said anything, except for Scotchy, who was busy muttering to himself. We were nearly there. Like I say, if it were me, I wouldn't have done anything until I'd talked to Darkey, or at least Sunshine. But Scotchy wasn't built that way. He wanted to show that he could handle things. He couldn't, but he wanted to show that he could. That's why we were the lowest members of the totem pole. That was how we ended up with the rubbish jobs and Bob's crew ended up with the money jobs. We stopped outside Shovel's apartment building. This was the point for me to make a final plea for a quick wee phone call to Darkey. A minute, that's all it would take. One of us had to be the grown-up, and if it meant me, the youngest, taking on that role, then so be it. I was going to do it too. But Scotchy got out of the car too fast, and by the time I'd caught up to him, the moment was gone, and I'd lost my nerve. "Got your pieces?" Scotchy asked us. I nodded. "Ach, shite, I left it at home," Fergal said. "Dumbass fucker," Scotchy said, furious. "See if there's one in the glove compartment." We all went back to the car. Fergal looked in the glove compartment, but there wasn't anything useful there. "Hey, your lights are on," I said to Scotchy, but he made as if he didn't hear me. "Your lights are on," I said again. "They're on purpose," he said angrily. "Oh yeah? What purpose is that?" I persisted. "Jesus, Bruce, look, it's just a fucking purpose, okay? I don't have to fill you in on every fucking detail, do I?" Scotchy said, really boiling. "No, you don't have to fill me in on every fucking detail. But you would inspire my confidence better, and Fergal's too, no doubt, if you admitted that you made a mistake by leaving the fucking lights on, rather than trying to bullshit me with some line about having them on fucking purpose. A good leader, Scotchy, admits his bloody mistakes." "All right, I fucking left them on by fucking accident, okay? Fucking you fucking bastard. I'm not fucking Alexander the fucking Great, but I would like you to do what I fucking tell you for once in your miserable fucking life." Scotchy screamed all this at me, pretty near apoplexy. Well, there goes the bloody element of surprise, I thought, but didn't mention. "Okay, fine, Scotchy, fine," I said. Scotchy composed himself and looked daggers at me. "Do your deep breathing," Fergal suggested. "Shut up, Fergal," Scotchy said. "Aye, shut up, Fergal. You don't know the burdens of command like Rommel over here," I said. Scotchy untucked his black rayon shirt, seethed, scratched his arse, and said nothing. I grinned at Fergal. "Okay, Michael," Scotchy said, pulling me close. "Let's just get on with this. You and me first. Fergal behind us." Fergal shook his head. "I don't want to go if you two are fighting," he said. "Jesus, we're not fighting, Fergal," I said. Scotchy was rolling his eyes, but even he saw that he had to placate him. "It's all over, Fergal, okay," he said. Fergal was unconvinced. I put my arm around Scotchy. "Look, Fergal, we're mates, me and Scotch," I said. Fergal nodded. I nodded. "What if he has a dog?" Fergal asked me. Fergal, I remembered, had a phobia about dogs. He probably got bitten as a kid or something. "Fergal, relax. Shovel doesn't have a dog," I said. He smiled, contented, and walked ahead of us into the building. "You think we can rely on Fergal? Seems a bit off," Scotchy whispered to me. "Ach, he's okay," I whispered back. The building door was locked, so Scotchy pressed several apartment buttons until someone buzzed us in. "Third floor," Scotchy said. He was tense. He was giving off a ton of sweat and a stink of fear. I was feeling fine. I had a 22, Scotchy had a 38, and lanky Fergal was not, despite appearances, a complete idiot. We'd be okay. Probably. We went up the stairs and stopped outside the apartment, number 34. "Ring the bell or break it down?" Fergal asked. Scotchy was thinking. "Make a lot of noise breaking it down," I said. "Aye, you're right there, Bruce," Scotchy said, fumbling for his pack of tarratin. We all waited while he lit one. "OK, you rig it, Fergal. We'll keep out of sight," Scotchy said finally. Fergal rang the bell. "Who is it?" a woman's voice asked. "Fergal Dory," Fergal said. "What was that?" "Friend of Shovel's." "He's not here. He went out," the woman said. Fergal hesitated and looked back at us. "You've got one of those new microwaves for him," Scotchy whispered. "Aye, I have this microwave for him," Fergal said. "His microwave?" the woman asked. "Yes." There was a long pause and we could hear footsteps down the hall. There was a pause and footsteps coming back. The door opened and Shovel was standing there grinning. "Fergal, you bastard, you've finally brought—" Shovel started to say. But Scotchy was yelling at Fergal now. "Grab the fucker! Grab him!" Fergal charged through the doorway and rugby tackled Shovel to the ground. I bundled in behind Scotchy and closed the door. Later that evening, on the ride back on the IRT, when I thought, wrongly, that the night was all over and done with, I replayed everything that happened. The whole house of horrors. Bridget cleaning the blood out of my shirt, the food stop, the car ride, and most of all, the feathers over Shovel. I wasn't a sadist. I wasn't enjoying it. But I wanted to remember. It was a lot to take in at once, and I wanted to be sure I had it all. I needed to know that I was certain of what I was doing. I wasn't just being carried away by youth and emotion. Things were happening, and I was part of them. But also, occasionally, I was stopping, analysing events, and saying to myself that it was all okay by me. And it was okay, too. Why? I don't know. That's another question entirely. Mrs. Shovel, or whatever her real name was, had appeared in the hall. All four of us stood in the apartment's corridor. It was wallpapered in flowers, narrow. It was hard to move. She had to be in her early 30s, tough-looking, sun-tanned, surprisingly pretty. She had a black wig on, flip-flops, a nightie. She was yelling. Scotchy smacked her across the face with his gun. She went down like a doll, thumping into a picture frame, breaking it. Shovel screamed and tried to get up, but I had the 22 in his face. "One move, big guy, and I'll have to shoot you," I said, trying to bring an air of calm to the proceedings. Scotchy had the opposite agenda. He bent down and started beating Shovel with the butt of his pistol. He was roaring. It wasn't entirely coherent, spitting the words out. "Fucker! Why did you do it? Why, you fucking idiot? Are you stupid? Did you think we wouldn't know? Did you think we were such fucking pussies that we wouldn't do nothing? Huh? Is that what you thought?" Blood was pouring from Shovel's face. He was protesting. He was innocent. He had no idea what Scotchy was talking about. Fergal was still sitting on him. Scotchy took the pistol butt and smashed it into Shovel's mouth. He started to struggle wildly. I sat down on his legs and Fergal wedged himself on the torso. Scotchy stood up and started kicking him in the back and head. He exhausted himself after a few seconds. Blood was everywhere now. It was on our clothes and pooling, dark and awful on the wood floor. Shovel had lost consciousness. "Get a pillow! Get two!" Scotchy barked at Fergal. Fergal went off to find the bedroom. "Are you going to shoot him?" I asked dispassionately. "Aye, I'm going to shoot him," Scotchy said. I felt myself go a bit weak. This I hadn't signed on for. The teen rackets seldom came to this in the Cool or Green Island or Carricktown. A chill went through me. I'd never seen a real murder before, and I didn't want to now. Fortunately, I was not to break my duck that night, for even Scotchy was not that big of an Egypt. "Belfast six-pack," he said after a pause. "Harsh," I said. "With fucking Andy dying on us, probably brain damaged for life," Scotchy yelled in my face, spittle landing on my cheeks. I said nothing. He glared at me. Fergal came back with the pillows. "Fergal, turn the TV on loud," Scotchy said. Fergal went off again. I looked at Scotchy and then at Shovel. "I'll do it," I said. "Better the 22 for the noise." Scotchy nodded. I was thinking more of Shovel than the noise. Me with a 22 was going to be a lot easier to get over than Scotchy with the 38. I put one pillow over his ankle and pushed the gun in deep. I waited till the TV got loud. I pulled the trigger. Feathers, blood. I did the other ankle. Same again. Cordite, the pillow caught fire. I put it out. I did the left knee, and Shovel convulsed and woke and vomited. Scotchy knocked him out with a surprisingly deft kick to the temple. I did the other knee and gave the gun to Fergal to do the elbows. I couldn't hack it any more. I stood and took a breath. Scotchy thought I was just giving Fergal the weapon because he was in a better position. He didn't realise I was on the verge of fainting or puking. Fergal shot him in an elbow, messily. I should have done it myself. Not that I was any expert, but I'd more sense than him. I took a breath and grabbed the gun back. "More like this, Fergal," I said, and shot him in the other elbow, aiming for the fleshy parts. His body convulsed, and there was just the bleeding and the feathers and a low moan from the wife. I remembered to breathe again. It was a terrible thing. It had been ugly. Kicking someone, punching them is one thing, but shooting an unconscious man 6 times is something else. A mate, too. All 3 of us got up. We stood there, stunned. 6 shots? Belfast six-pack? Scotchy said in a whisper, and a gurgle that apparently was laughter came into his mouth. Fergal nodded and broke into a smile. "Always wondered what that meant. Is that really how they do it, Michael?" he asked, quietly awed. "That, Fergal, is how they do it," I said clinically, as if it was all second nature to me now, as if I'd maybe seen it dozens of times. Perhaps it was even a little tedious. Of course, I'd never done it, seen it once, and had been sick for a week. Fergal looked at me in a new light. I was quite the cold motherfucker. He would spread it around, too. Even Scotchy, I could see, was a bit appalled by what we had accomplished. Last time in the 4P, Shovel had bought us all around. Their discomfort was an opportunity, and I took it. "Let's go," I said, and opened the door. The others followed. Scotchy was going to kick him on the way out, but he felt bad now and didn't. We were spattered with blood, but it was night and the car was just outside. Scotchy was shaking and trying not to show it. He handed me the keys. "You drive," he said. I wasn't used to driving on the right, but I took the keys and started her up. I headed back. There was a McDonald's drive-through and I saw this as another opportunity. I turned the wheel. "You boys want anything?" I asked. "I'm narving." Scotchy was pale in the front seat, Fergal dry heaving now in the back. Both shook their heads. I pulled in and ordered a Big Mac meal and ate it as I drove. Fergal would spread this around too. It would reach Sunshine. It would reach Darkey. It might even reach Mr. Duffy. We stopped outside the 4 Provinces and went in to get cleaned up. Bridget took my clothes. Andy was no better. "I seriously think you should take him to the hospital," I said. Scotchy was in no mood to argue now, and Mrs. Callaghan dialed the number. I showered and waited until the paramedics came. When we were alone, I found Bridget and kissed her. "I absolutely have to see you," I said. She didn't say anything. "Tomorrow," I said. "I don't know, Michael," she said. "For God's sake, Bridget, we've both been through the mill. Tomorrow, please. Come on, we'll do something fun." She nodded her head ambiguously and went downstairs. I stood there for a moment. Was she tiring of me? Would she come? Who knew? I shook my head wearily and followed her down. I had a free pint off Pat and drank it, and chatted about the upcoming English football season, ate some Tayto crisps, and went down the steps and caught the train. All over. Done. You got through. You got through. Ugly, but it was Scotchy's fault, not yours. No. You looked for that paperback about the Russian guy, but it's gone. You sit in the subway car and you think. Not your fault, not your fault. The train rattles and it nearly rocks you off to sleep. It stops at the stop and doesn't move again. After a while a man comes with information. There's a problem on the line and you have to get off at 137th. You get out and they give you a useless transfer. It's dark now in Harlem. You walk down the hill from City College and St. Nicholas Park. The streets are empty. No junkies, no hookers, no undercover cops, no delivery boys, no workers, no nothing. Bodegas are shut and barricaded. The moon, the deserted avenue, the tremendous sleeping buildings and the rusted octopi of fire escapes. It is still warm and Harlem is all around and comforting. It's straight here, simple. You know how things stand. You know who you are and who they are. You know your place. You know how things will be. You know everything. You can exist here without pressure, without history. You can be anonymous. It's a pleasant walk down Amsterdam. A gypsy cab comes by and honks. You look at it and nod. It stops. You get in. $3 to 123rd in Amsterdam, you say. The man nods, smiles. "Someday, huh?" he says. You don't reply. But in the silence you agree and look out of the window. 2. Downtown. That should have been it. The night should have ended there, but it didn't. Instead, it got dragged out into a jazz of drink and crack and bars and cars. I was asleep and abed only about 40 minutes when they came calling in their transport. A big yellow van that they must have borrowed. A guy called Marley driving, whom I'd never previously encountered, and after that evening did not meet again until the night several months later in real time, and an epoch in psychological time, when I put a screwdriver through his throat and he went down into the embrace of the soft Westchester snow without even a whimper. Even though I was knackered, it was deemed necessary that I be got up and forced to join in the jollity, for Darkey, when he was on a bender or even a mild celebration, was like a jack ashore. Everyone possible was to be brought within the compass of his merriment. And I, after all, was the star of the evening, or so they all kept saying. Sunshine, Big Bob and Darkey had arrived at the 4 Provinces after their important chinwag, not too long after I'd buggered off home following our own little escapade. Darkey and Big Bob had been drinking, so Sunshine was driving them back, though Marley was doing the actual driving. They'd all ended up in the lounge bar of the 4P, intercepting Scotchy and Fergal just as they were belting one for the road. They were both the worse for drink, but somehow Sunshine got the story out of them. And with indignation, Darkey had asked how they could have let me go back home on the subway when clearly I was the hero of the hour for my coolness in dealing with Shovel. Darkey is, if anything, a man of the whim, and he decided that all of them were going to the hospital right that minute to see poor Andy. And then, that done, they were all going to go down to Harlem and call on and subsequently fate me. Jesus, poor me. Like I say, I was only asleep 40 minutes, but I was away, already reasonably untroubled by conscience or anything else. Yeah, I was off somewhere. But resistance was useless. They didn't get in to see Andy, but they came on down to 123rd Street anyway. They rang my buzzer, but I had the fan on and cotton wool stuffed in my ears to keep out the racket from east of here. "Come on, you fucking lazy wee whore spawn bastard. It's us. We're fucking doing a petulia." Scotchy was no doubt screaming through the intercom. They buzzed for about 10 seconds, and then Darkey's patience must have got the better of him, for he told Big Bob to jemmy the lock, which Big Bob did. They probably would have broken my door down had I not finally heard their cackling and yelling and banging. For some reason, I thought it was a bunch of drunk Serbians up from Ratko's pad to raise hell, and I went to the door with a metal baseball bat in my hand and a revolver in my boxer shorts. They laughed when I opened up the door. Boxers, Zozo t-shirt, gun, baseball bat, hair askew, snarl on face. Darkey leaned forward and punched me on the arm. "Well done, you wee fucker," he said. Darkey, who had never been to Ireland in his life, but who took on a bit of the accent and manner when he was around Scotchy and myself. It was terrifying. They dressed me in jeans and boots and leather jacket and hauled me out into the night, dragging me downstairs violently. For just a second or two, I thought that perhaps all this bonhomie was a cover, and really they were going to drive me down to the Hudson and shoot me in the back of the neck. No, worse. First, Darkey kicks my face in, and then when it's a bloody mess and I'm blinded and brains are coming out my ears, Scotchy says, "I'm very disappointed in you, son." And then he fucking tops me. But instead of turning left at Amsterdam, we turned right, and it seemed that we really were going downtown after all. The boys didn't see, but my heart stopped beating like a steam engine, and the tension eased out of me. It'll be a bad night. Drink, smoke, and some terrible restaurant at the break of dawn. But at least I'm going to live, which is something. Darkey poured a half-pint of some single malt down my throat and fell asleep in the back seat. With him practically out of it, Big Bob and Scotchy got to arguing about where we were going to go. And of course, with Scotchy and Big Bob trying to get things done, it all ended farcically with us being pulled over by a cop. It was left to Sunshine in the front seat to deal with the peeler and take us to the first Den of Eye, which was a strip joint in the vicinity of Madison Square Garden. Darkey was revived and let us in. He was well received. The place was standard fare, dark booths, a gangway, stripper poles, main act, side acts, filthy glasses, spaced out clientele. I found a quiet corner to try and kip, and I really must have nodded off, for Fergal's droning voice woke me with talk about a red-headed girl he'd fallen in love with. Fergal was maybe traumatised by the whole shovel business, or maybe he was just being Fergal. He was a gangly bloke, and always a bit of a high-strung character. He'd been a thief back in the OC. Fingers, he tried to get everyone to call him, but no one did. He had a good 5 years on me, but I was the older brother. "There she is. Tell me, Michael. Tell me, isn't she amazing? Jesus, look at her, Michael. Come on, look." I took a look, and I thought he was pulling my leg, but he was serious. Aside from the fact that she was a working girl and coked out of her mind, she was 4 inches taller than him, and with the heels it was nearly a foot. She was dancing at a side booth, not even the main show, and added to that she was skin and bones. She hadn't eaten or seen sunlight in a good few moons, and the hair was a wig. Fergal is 6'2", so there was at least a possibility that the girl was in fact an emaciated, coked-out bloke. "I see what you're saying, Fergal. She might be the one for you, right enough. Fair skin, red hair. Man, you're made. And you, a big-time player and all. You really think so? Really, Mike? Mike, I'm dead serious. I just looked at her, and I had this feeling come over me. No, not what you think. It's like this feeling of love or something, you know. Love at first sight. I mean, you can't help it. It just happens. Jesus, out of the blue. You could be riding a bus and see somebody and they'd be gone forever. Could be anybody. During this neat dissection of love, which wasn't exactly Ovid, I was scanning the ill-lit club for a sign of the others. I didn't see any of them, and assumed that they'd either left us or retired to a private room somewhere. Either way, it was a sly move to leave me with love-drunk Fergal, and I thought I was supposed to be the man of the hour. Bastards. What? Not you, Fergal. I was wondering where the others were. I don't know, Mike. Have you been listening to what I've been saying? Of course, Fergal. Your words are pearls. Well, look, what do you think I should do? I have this warm feeling in my stomach. I have that too. Darkey's so-called single malt, I think. Michael, for fuck's sake, be serious. What do you think I should do? I mean, she's a dancer. Maybe even a... He lowered his voice. Whore or something. Jesus, that would be bad. And anyway, I mean, do you think it would be right if I went over? And if I did go over, what would I say? I beckoned him close. Listen, Fergal, she seems like a perfectly charming girl. She might, for all you know, be a divinity student who dances to pay off her school fees. You simply go over to her and say politely, Madam, I wonder if it might be possible to see you sometime when you finish working in this establishment, not for any untoward purpose, but rather merely to have a coffee or something similar, a meeting of minds, ideas and cultures that would, I believe, be mutually rewarding. You think that would work? Undoubtedly, Fergal, my son of the sod. With your native wit and good looks, she'll be bowled over. Fergal finished his Dutch and did go over. I slapped him on the back and watched him begin his little speech. He didn't get terribly far into it before she said something to him. He immediately clammed up and came back broken and reasonably distraught. You wouldn't have thought he was the same boy shooting people earlier. She says she can't go out with customers. It's a rule. I took Fergal by the scruff of the neck and pulled him over beside me. Fergal, do you love this woman? Do you want her? Do you? He nodded. Then tell her that you are a Celt of noble race and you care nothing for rules. That if she will be yours, you will remove her from this place and give her a pad of her own and pay her divinity school fees and library fines. And you will work tooth and nail 20 hours a day if necessary to keep her in the lap of luxury. Anything to see her happy. Now go. Say as I have told you, and do not come back until victory lights your drunken paddy cheeks. I shoved him and he went over, and I closed my eyes again and leaned back in the chair. Sleep came like a welcome assassin and kept me away from all the crap for a while. I was back in the gorse and heather for a brief but delightful moment. Slemish at my left, and it was all fields and white flowers, bog grass, and the lochs over the water to the low hills on Galloway. All of the highlands before me, blue and mysterious. And it must have been dawn or dusk or some other part of the golden hour, because I could see lighthouses and counted 6 of them before being summoned back to the more prosaic world. The next time it was Scotchy who woke me, kicking the chair leg from under me and laughing as I sprawled onto the dubiously stained floor. Darkey, Big Bob and Marley were all laughing too. Everyone, in fact, except Sunshine, who nearly always contained his emotions splendidly. Ah, you idle wee fucker, missed out, so you did. Lap dances for all of us, Scotchy was saying. Aye, there was this Thai girl. Gorgeous she was, and I says, "Where are you from?" And she says, "I'm Thai." And I says, "I'll tie you with this, love," Big Bob declared. I could see that he was attempting to be funny, But not feeling particularly generous at this moment, I said that I doubted that she would find anything but fat in the ample area of Bob's lap. Bob was too drunk to get it, but he knew it was an insult and called me a wet-back bastard. I was about to get into a long thing about his ancestry, but Scotchy shook his head at me. "Where's Fergal?" Sunshine asked. And true enough, Fergal had vanished. "He went off with some ginger tart," I said. "For a quickie or the night?" Darkey asked. "I think the night," I said. "Well, in that case, we've lost a man, because we, my friend, are moving on to pastures new," Darkey said, and helped pull me up off the floor. "You should have seen your face," Scotchy said, as we walked back out to the car. "Aye, you're lucky you can still see yours, Scotchy," I said. "Is that supposed to be a threat?" Scotchy mocked. "It is a threat," I said, getting angry now. "Aye, you talk the talk, big man, but I don't see you doing anything about it," Scotchy said with a toty wee bit more than his usual sneer. I stopped. I measured the distance from his head. I clenched my right fist and socked him one in the face. It was a good one, too, an uppercut catching him square on the nose and staggering him back into a streetlight. "You wee fuck!" Scotchy spat and came at me like a box of wildcats, clawing, biting, and spitting so furiously that I had to drop-kick him. And even then, when both of us were on the ground, he was on me, pulling out my hair in big chunks and sinking his skanky teeth into my hand. "You vile bastard!" I screamed, and attempted to nut him in the face. But before further damage could be done, we were separated by the others. Both of us were bleeding, and I was furious. Darkey was yelling at the pair of us, but I couldn't hear him, and even when my ears stopped ringing, I couldn't make head nor tail of it. Sunshine was holding out my hand, and Darkey was holding out Scotch's, and I could see that we were supposed to shake. I shook my head and backed away. "That wee shite can keep his handshake, Sunshine. He's an old good wee turd from a skitter family full of them, and he's the fucking runt," I said. "I heard that, Bruce, you bastard," Scotchy yelled at me. "Aye, there's more where that came from," I shouted. "Aye, well, bring it on, cunt-face," Scotchy screamed, almost hoarse now. "That's enough, the pair of you," Darkey said. Darkey was holding back Scotchy. Big Bob was holding me. All this somewhere near to Madison Square Garden, though not on a game night, so not too many prying eyes or peelers. Sunshine grabbed me by the shoulders. "Listen, Michael, you will shake Scotchy's hand. You'll be sorry about all this tomorrow, and you'll call me up and apologise and say that you couldn't believe that anyone could have acted in such an infantile manner, and if anyone could take a joke, it was you. Everyone knew it." "Not touching him," I muttered. Pride rather than the booze backing me up. Sunshine, though, knew he had to end it right here if he wasn't to start losing face. He smiled and spoke calmly, but loud enough for all to hear. "If I have to put a gun to your head, Michael, you will shake his hand," Sunshine said. I looked at him. Sunshine, 5'8", skinny, that insane comb-over hairdo and moustache, almost no eyebrows. Really, he looked a bit like an egghead from a 1950s science fiction movie. You could very easily see him explaining to Steve McQueen that the blob was coming. The thought of this made me lighten up. I grinned at him. "Is that an order?" I asked. He nodded, and his eyes tightened in what for him wasn't a cold expression, but rather one of empathy. I relaxed. Sunshine had given me a way out. It was usual for him. You could trust him. Sunshine looked out for us, and lived not in the moment, but in the tomorrow, and in the next week, too. I went over to Scotchy and stuck out my hand. To my surprise, Scotchy pulled me in and hugged me. "You really are a fucking cunt," he whispered in my ear, his voice cracking with emotion. I thought he was going to cry, actually, so I grinned at him and pushed him off. "Jesus, now he wants to fuck me," I said to the audience, and Scotchy took a swipe at and managed to connect with the top of my head. But we were old pals now, and inseparable, until 2 bottles of Dewars later, Scotchy collapsed in the outside bog of the Mat Bar, an old speakeasy in the West Village that still had sawdust on the floor and pictures of famous pre-war writers and several bar dogs to slurp your beer. Leaving Scotchy off was now a priority, so we had to make a long detour up to the Bronx, and as we were going past 123rd, I mentioned that it was getting late and might I also be excused, but Darkey was having none of it. We stopped outside Scotchy's place, and Bob and myself lugged the wee shite up the stairs. We threw him on his bed, and while Bob helped himself to stuff from the fridge, I adjusted Scotchy into the recovery position so he wouldn't choke on his own vomit. We left him and drove back to the village, this time the East Village, where Darkey knew a good place for a stout. The bar, unfortunately, was closed as it was late, and so we made do with somewhere close in Alphabet City, a trendy place that was loud and full of pretty girls going to NYU. On my shout, I met at the bar an amazingly cute Israeli girl, with the cropped black hair, beautiful dark eyes, and large, gravity-defying breasts, wonderfully typical of the type. I'm not a bad-looking chap myself, and I figured the gloominess of the surroundings would no doubt conceal the sleep rings around my eyes and any residual trace of the earlier murderous violence in my countenance. I told her she looked Irish, and asked if there was any Irish in her, and when she said no, I said, all ironic and postmodern, "Well, would you like some?" What worked for Bono worked for me, and she said, "The chutzpah of you," and I said, "Bless you." I spun her some yarn about being an exchange student from Queen's University, Belfast, up at Columbia for a year. I was studying tensile loss in large mechanical apparati, which I guessed was the plural of apparatus. It turned out to be an unfortunate choice of major, because she apparently was a sapper in the Israeli Defence Forces and knew quite a bit about such things. She said she was a lieutenant, and I was disinclined to believe her and told her so, but she convinced me by her officer-like offer to get me a drink. I sent back my round to the lads via the barkeep and retired to a shady corner with Lieutenant Rachel Narkis. I was not keen to mention my own undistinguished army career, which had lasted less than a year and ended up ignominiously in the brig on St. Helena. Lieutenant Narkis had grown up on a kibbutz near the Lebanon and had a wry old time of it up there dodging Katyushas and running through the mountains of northern Galilee. She was studying history at NYU, and aside from Hebrew, she spoke English, Arabic, Yiddish and French, and a smattering of other tongues. She was clever and she was funny, and for some reason my drunken paddy chatter wasn't wearing thin. We talked about the pictures and travel, and she pretended to be absurdly fascinated by a holiday I'd taken in Spain once. A riot had started between British and German football hooligans on the Canary Island of Tenerife. I'd been kept out of it by older friends, but in this new version of the story, I got swept up in the trouble, and it ended with me saving the life of a lost shepherd boy and getting a minor bravery award from the Spanish government. She bought not a word of it, but she was curious about the landscape, being a photography buff, wondering if it was at all similar to the Negev. I said I'd no idea, although I did mention that The Good, the Bad and the Ugly was filmed around there, so all she had to do was rent the flick. So you see, the bank at El Paso wasn't really at El Paso, I added helpfully. She said that the bank at El Paso was in a different film completely. For a few dollars more, she thought. That killed that subject. But there were many more, and we talked about Belfast and Jerusalem and the kibbutz where she had worked in the machine shop. Of course, we also drew parallels between the situation in Israel and Northern Ireland, and by dint of common sense and hasty maps drawn on the back of a drip mat, we solved both problems to the satisfaction of all parties. She wasn't a name-dropper, but she did let slip that her brother worked for Rabin. I wasn't a name-dropper either, and most of the names I could drop, although famous in Ireland, were a little less savoury. Johnny Mad Dog McDuff, Chopper Clonfert, Bloody Boy Halrahan. I sensibly chose to leave them undropped, and instead waxed eloquent on the delights of university life. She asked me about the Columbia core curriculum, and I had no idea what it was, but said that I wondered about its relevance in these changing times, which seemed to work well. We chatted for a long time, and finally she asked if I'd like to come back to her room at NYU. It wasn't a dorm, so we wouldn't have to sneak in, but apart from that, it would still be quite fun. She had just bought a brand new device for making tea. It was a little wire mesh ball into which the tea leaves were put, mesh small enough to keep the leaves in but big enough to allow water to pass through, hence allowing for improved infusion. I'd stopped listening to the tea explanation and was lost completely in her eyes, which, as I previously said, were dark and bewitching. "Do you have a picture of yourself in your army fatigues?" I thought, but realised to my horror had also said. She said that she did not. Oh, wait. She had a small one on her ID. She laughed and brought it out, and this clinched the whole deal. I would go back to her place and experience with her the miracle of the tea infusion ball. It was then that I did something extremely stupid. Something so stupid that it would ultimately lead to the death of our poor driver David Marley, with a screwdriver in the throat on that snowy Westchester Christmas Eve. It would also unfortunately mean the end of everyone else sitting at Marley's table. What I did was this. I said to her, I'd just better go tell Sunshine that I'm away. If I hadn't done that, things sure would have turned out differently. I would have spent the night with her. What happened the next morning wouldn't have happened. There would have been no Mexico. There would have been no death. There would have been just me and this beautiful girl, and a different narrative. A better one. "Okay," she said, not knowing that she'd sealed my fate. I went over to Sunshine. "Listen, mate, met this girl. Have to go, if you know what I mean." "You can't," Sunshine said. "Darkey wants to take you to this restaurant in Brooklyn. Treat you. A big meal. We're going when he gets back from the bathroom. You know, because we're impressed with you. Vendetta. You did well teaching Shovel a lesson. It's easy doing your enemies, but it's hard doing your friends. You showed real moral courage. Listen, Sunshine, if it's all the same to you, I've met this girl, and Jesus, she is absolutely the cat's pajamas. I kid you not, my old China. She is the business, and..." "End of conversation, Michael. We're going to Brooklyn. Darkey's wish. Wants to treat you, and he will," Sunshine said firmly. "Christ, it must be near 4 a.m. Will it even be open at..." "Michael, come on. I won't tell you again. Get the girl's number and call her tomorrow." I could see that there was to be no discussion, so shamefaced I went back to her. "Listen, what's your first name again? It is burned in my heart, but temporarily my memory is failing to reach my pulmonary system." "Rachel?" "Listen, Rachel, my boss, my supervisor, university supervisor is over there, and he's taken it into his head to take us out to dinner, and I have to go. But please, please, give me your number and I'll call you tomorrow, okay?" She looked disappointed, but she gave me the number. She bit her lip. It was too much. I leaned over and kissed her. She kissed me back, wet and delicious, for half a minute. "You really can't come tonight?" she asked. "It's agonizing, but I really can't." "Well, I'm going to Miami for 10 days the day after tomorrow, so you will have to call soon," she said. "Are you kidding me? I'll definitely call." "No, really." "I will. Listen, I'm really awfully sorry about the tea. I will call, I promise." I kissed her on the cheek and put the number in my jacket pocket. "Are you okay for getting home?" I asked. "Yes, it's just across the street." She went off, leaving me tealess and heartbroken. Needless to say, I didn't call the next day. The next day, a different girl came back into my life, and the next day, Rachel was gone. though I did phone up to check, just in case. And when she came back, I wasn't in the country anymore. And then when I came back, finally, I didn't want her to see what had become of me. The restaurant in Brooklyn turned out to be some awful Italian shithole with a night view over stinking mudflats and an abandoned container dock. I don't know Brooklyn well, but it was in the neighbourhood of Williamsburg and the L train. The food was bad, but at least I didn't get the fate of Big Bob, who ordered lobster in some kind of white sauce and for his many sins was puking most of the next day. But that was in the rosy future, for now he was sitting next to me, bullshitting his way through a biography that even Scotchy wouldn't have had the cheek to make up. I was in a foul temper, mainly over the girl, but I suppose also a combination of factors. It hadn't been the most successful of days for my self-image as a lovable, artful dodger type. First, I had to shoot poor old Shovel. Then they woke me up after no sleep and dragged me downtown. Then Scotchy and I went at it hell's bells. And then they deprived me of Lieutenant Narcus, a woman deadly out of, and I'm sure, in, the sack. We were alone in the place, and there was only one waiter, and the cook and the manager, a man called Quinn. None of the three looked or sounded very Italian. I closed my eyes and drifted for a time. Bob was lecturing Sunshine on the benefits of central air conditioning. Marley was smoking. Darkey was standing at the window. And then, to my absolute horror, Darkey called me over. He had a cigar. He was half toasted. I hoped more than me. "Michael, my boy, come here," he said. I came. "We haven't really talked, have we, Michael?" I shook my head. "Sunshine does all of that," Darkey said sadly. "Yes." "It's a pity, though. I like to get to know people. I like to know who's working for me. But the higher you go, the less you can stay involved in the nitty-gritty. You have to let go, Michael. You have to trust your subordinates. More like Reagan, less like Carter. You get me?" I didn't at all, but I nodded. Darkey put his head on my shoulders. He was smaller than me, and I'd already slumped over into an uncomfortable stoop to be eye-level with him. His hand felt heavy. "Listen to me. You did a fine job, and don't think there won't be something extra in your pay packet. Shovel disrespecting me like that. Who does he think he is? Man's a lunatic, a fucking lunatic. What price loyalty? Look at you. You came from Ireland, from Belfast. I gave you a job, and you've done a good job. Sometimes it's lifting people, sometimes it's lifting furniture. You have to start at the bottom. Earn our trust. Sunshine gives me reports." "I see," I said. "But you see, the thing is, I like you. You and Scotchy. Andy, I liked him. He went out with Bridget, you know, but he wasn't her type. Not at all. You. I see you, Michael. You are the lad, the original wild colonial. But listen, I know you're good. Scotchy tells me, Sunshine tells me. Listen, Michael, I know you. You're young, and young is as young does. That's just the way of it. But I won't have any trouble. I think I'm a fair man. I think I am. But I won't have trouble. I come down like the son of Solomon. My father chastised you with whips, and I will do it with scorpions. Iron fist, only way. Cut out the cancer, if it's there. Have you seen that film about John Wayne where he's the boxer? No, I don't think. Very good, very good. I've never been, but I will one day. Quiet life. You want to settle after a time. You want to settle. How I began is not important. It's how I'll finish that's the key. Construction brings in 3 times what Sunshine does. You understand? Not really, I admitted. His hand pushed down on my shoulder. It was actually hurting a little. How old are you, Michael? 19. I'll be 20 and... See, you boys might have the youth, but I have the persistence, Darkey said, and pointed his finger at me. I can outlast all of you. Mr. Duffy, me, we grew up with this. You realise that, don't you? You, Bob, Scotchy, even Sunshine, you don't know the half of it. You're too young. You see that? Intelligence is no substitute for wisdom. Live long enough to get wise, huh? Yes, I suppose so, I said, completely baffled, and now increasingly afraid. Was this all some kind of horrible joke? Was this the whole point of the evening? Get me to Brooklyn, to Darkey's place. Everyone feigns to be wasted, and then Darkey deals his hand. Bob comes over with a knuckle duster. Darkey starts to scream, "You think I'm a fucking moron? You think you, some potato-stuffing fucker just off the boat, can pull a fast one on me? Me, Darkey fucking White? You think you can fool me?" I was pale and sober now, trying not to shake. Oh, Christ. Was that why they ditched Scotchy? Because he might stick up for me? I turned round. Bob was walking over. I started to feel blind panic. Was there any way I could make a run for it at all? What the fuck was going on? "I have to make use of the facilities," Bob grunted. "I'll join you," Darkey said cheerfully. "And then I suppose it's time we should all head on. It's getting late." He gave me a grin and a wink. "Youth does have some advantages. I can't stay up all night no more," he said. "Me neither, I began. But Darkey interrupted me with a shout back to the table. "Hey, Marley, off your ass. We're heading. Go and get the van started." Marley heard and said, "OK." His only speech in this whole narrative, as it turns out. Darkey went off to the bathroom. I sat down at the table, panting, relieved. I could see now that nothing was going to happen. Paranoia, that's all. That's all. I took a drink of someone's wine. "You okay?" Sunshine asked. "Aye, Darkey's in a bit of a mood, though." Sunshine regarded me. "I haven't noticed anything," he said. Sunshine was not to be drawn into any criticisms of Darkey whatsoever. He was loyal, you could grant him that. He'd be the Goebbels, poisoning his veins for Darkey, you could see it. I'd be more of a von Stauffenberg character, I was thinking, but wisely I kept these observations to myself. "How did you get that payphone number, Sunshine?" I asked him for something to say. "It's not important," Sunshine said. He wanted to keep it secret. He was clever. I liked that. "You went to university, didn't you, Sunshine?" "Yes." "Where? What?" "NYU, French," Sunshine said. "Hey, I did French in school. Tu es un salope." I said that to the Haitian woman in Seatown. It was funny. She wouldn't give me a refund for... But I didn't finish. I could see Sunshine was not impressed. I went on a different tack. "Point is, Sunshine, you're smart. I mean, what exactly are you doing with us lot?" "Darkey and I go back," Sunshine said simply. "Like he saved your life or something? You were drowning in the YMCA pool. He dragged you out, forever loyal. Or better, you were the smart kid with the glasses. He protected you from the school bully." I was trying to be funny, but Sunshine was not amused. "What if I said it was something like that? Would you believe me?" Sunshine said. Yeah, I suppose I would," I said, a little embarrassed. "Let me give you a piece of advice, Michael. Never underestimate Darkey or me, OK?" "Jesus, Sunshine, don't get all heavy on me. I was just joking," I said. Sunshine smiled. "Me too," he said. To change the subject, we talked movies for a while, and I said I liked Orson Welles in The Third Man, and Sunshine said I should really rent The Lady from Shanghai. Darkey and Big Bob came back. Bob was looking peaky. Darkey came over and slapped me on the back. No harder than was strictly necessary, which was a relief after all his slabbering. He put me in a headlock and made me cry mercy. Again, there was no malice in it, and he didn't hurt me. But even so, I was still filled with a sudden and dangerous resentment against him. Darkey, all things considered, was a bit of a prick, and I wouldn't work with him for all the pay in hell, except that most of the time it was Sunshine, not Darkey, who had his steady hand on the tiller. I looked at Sunshine, and he looked at me, with what I took to be sympathy. Bob did the bongos on my head for a minute, and Darkey laughed. "He's a baldran, a human baldran," Bob said, until Darkey told him to quit it. He let me go. "It's pronounced boron, you ignorant shite," I said to Bob. Sunshine, always eager for a new word, asked me what that meant, and I told him with a nasty look at Bob that a boron was an Irish side drum, not a bongo drum. Darkey paid and left a miserly tip, and we were all about to leave when suddenly a joke occurred to him. Normally his jokes were of the practical kind, such as telling Scotchy to kick my chair from under me, but occasionally he came up with a good one. Darkey wasn't an unintelligent man, and often I think he tried to appear heartier and dumber than he actually was. "OK, lads, joke. Everybody sit." We sat. Darkey began. "Old monastery in the west of Ireland, Galway. 2 parrots in a cage, and all day long they pray and recite the rosary and twirl the rosary beads in their little claws. Visiting priest is amazed, sees the birds and tells the abbot that they have precisely the opposite situation at the nearby convent, where they rescued 2 female parrots from a brothel after the police closed it down. Unfortunately for the nuns, the parrots say all day long, 'Fuck me, please, I'm a filthy whore.' The abbot suggests that they move the parrots from the convent and put them in with the good-living parrots in the monastery. The priest thinks that this is an excellent idea. The foul-mouthed birds will learn by example. Anyway, the 2 monastery parrots are in their cage one day when the 2 female parrots are brought in beside them. Both female parrots immediately say, 'Fuck me, I'm a filthy whore,' whereupon one male parrot looks at the other and says, 'Seamus, you can put the beads away now. Our prayers have been answered.' We all laughed, Sunshine louder than most, and that, believe me, was a scary thing to behold. Again, Gobbles came to mind. They dropped me at 123rd. Darkey got out of the car and shook my hand. "I can count on you, can't I, Michael?" he said, his heavy-lidded eyes boring into me. Without blinking, I said, "Of course." I almost added, "Sir." Sunshine was also out of the car. I was bleary from drink, cigarette smoke, too much food, and exhaustion. But Sunshine wanted to tell me well done, too. I preempted him. "You know, Sunshine, Shovel didn't do a damn thing. Not one thing," I said. Sunshine nodded. I couldn't be sure that he could see what I meant, but I didn't want to go into it now. Maybe Sunshine knew all along. Maybe it didn't matter. I walked up the steps to the apartment building. I checked that Rachel's phone number was in my pocket. It was. I could smell dawn in the air. What a long, weird, awful night. I opened the jemmied door. The hall was full of steam from a broken radiator. Typical and insane that the steam heat would even be on in summer. Of course, in winter. I spat and ignored it and went upstairs. I hoped that I wouldn't be so hopped up and overtired that I wouldn't be able to sleep. I was to be disappointed. 3. The nice part of the Bronx. Shh. Shh. Listen. Blot out everything else. The dark whispering. Can you hear it? Can you hear? Singing truths like apples, in a language that is universal and easy to understand. It's singing for you, big man, player, dealer in bruises. Its breath condenses on the mirror, and its trace is visible, curling from the sewers and the gutters and the storm drains, and speaking with the voice of graveyard stone. I can hear it. I can feel its breath, rank and awful. It makes things up, lies, half-lies, stories. It's hushed, but the building's alert and attends and passes them on. Up the skunk trees, up the brick, through the window. You're a thief, you're a bully, you hurt people. You're nothing, a shadow. You're a fool, a nasty wee piece of work. Accusations from the world out there. Go away, please, please. But the world out there, it isn't quiet. It never is. My eyes fill, flutter, I wake. It is impossible to sleep. I generate white noise from a fan which on level 3 does its best to erase the sirens, the crying, the yelling, the music, the nightmares, and, melodramatic but nevertheless true, the gunshots. It's around dawn. I'd been in bed at most an hour. The clunk is the arrival of the Times. Jesus, bad dreams. Not what you'd think, but bad dreams nonetheless. I throw back the cotton sheet and yawn and go to the front door and bring the paper in. I throw the paper at a roach in the hall. I take a bagel from the freezer and put it in the microwave. Something about microwaves, I remember. Oh yes, Scotchy last night. Where did he come up with that? Wait a minute. Last night. Suddenly, I feel the need to sit down in the middle of the kitchen floor. I sit, exhausted and nauseated, alone. Relax, be calm, try to breathe. Breathe! I lean on the window and cough so hard my lungs hurt. It goes on for about a minute. I'm going to stop smoking, I say. The microwave dings. I get up and eat the bagel. You can get 6 for $1, so this one is 16 cents. And the paper is free for some reason, like the cable. It just keeps getting delivered. I tie my dressing gown, make some coffee, and retire to the fire escape. There's no news. I read the sports section. Things are not going well for the local baseball teams. The leader writer is explaining why the Yankees will never win another championship with George Steinbrenner as the owner. Sun is coming up. The day banishing the thoughts of yesterday. I stretch and go back inside and decide to shave and shower. I turn on the water for the pipes to get going and look in the mirror. I was in a fight, so it's worth doing an inspection. Really, is this the face of a monster? My hair is sandier than it's ever gotten in Ireland and my stubble is blonde too. I study myself. No bruises. Okay looking. Green eyes, good jaw. A wee bit more filled out than I used to be, which is good, because I was always too thin. Nice eyebrows. Reasonably symmetrical face. Bit of a broken nose, though, which fucks things up a bit, but still a decent, dependable-looking chap. Probably, but for the green card problem, I could get a real job in a real company for real money. I can do better. I'm not thick. I'm not thick, I say aloud. I sigh and take out a new safety razor. Shave. Stop. I cough and spit. I'm bloody famished. A bagel is just not going to cut it this morning. I take the headlines and quickly dress and turn off the water and open the door, go down the steps and head for Broadway and the McDonald's on 125th. It's definitely early. On the far side of the street there are still homeless men sleeping on filthy mattresses on the sidewalk. I wonder for a moment how they managed to get through a night without being stabbed or beaten. Shit, maybe they have been stabbed and beaten. The homeless camp from here all the way up to Riverside Park, and some sleep in the Amtrak tunnel beneath the park. Generally, only the hardiest ones sleep east of here on Amsterdam, and there are a few mad souls who make Morningside Park their home. If it were me, and I was cut off from Darkey and the boys, and I couldn't get home and I had to be on the streets, a recurring fantasy nightmare of mine, incidentally, my plan is to buy a hammock and attach it to a rope and throw it up over a tree limb, hoist myself up and sleep up there in the canopy. In the summer you could probably get away with it. In the winter you'd freeze to death. North Central Park is where I'd go, big and anonymous and reasonably safe. For some reason, every time I think of this plan, it gives me a great sense of comfort. If all else fails, I can live in the trees of Central Park. It's a bit silly, but that's the best I can come up with. Down to 125th. Past the bodega and the impressively armoured Chinky, with its steel walls and buzzer to get in and thicker-than-thick plexiglass counter and vandal-proof reinforced iron chairs. When Klaatu and the other aliens finally show up and nuke the world, Mr. Hans Chinky will, I'm sure, be the only thing left standing amidst the rubble. His food is probably nuke-proof too, for it leaves your body about 3 hours after it enters, virtually unchanged by digestive juices. I waved to Simon, who of course is up already, but out here in the early light and through that 5-inch glass he fails to recognise me. McDonald's is just opening, and there's me and a line of homeless guys. I order the pancake breakfast and a nasty cup of coffee and sit at the window. My hot cakes come, and they forget the syrup, and there's a whole to-do while they find it, and suddenly I'm the pushy white guy making a fuss. I'm not the only one, though. Danny the drunk is here, and he's already plastered. I don't know how he does it. The man has dedication. He's getting a milkshake for breakfast and paying in pennies and nickels. There's word in the building that there's more to Danny than meets the eye, but frankly I don't much care. I don't believe in the homeless sage who has attained wisdom by years of hard knocks and brutal experience. Danny has nothing to teach me. He's a hopeless, purple-faced alcoholic of which I've seen plenty in Ireland, and I'm really not bothered if he was the president of some company or one of the Apollo astronauts or a bigwig at MIT. He wasn't, in any case. He worked for the subways in a ticket booth, but that's a fact getting in the way of the myth, and Ratko in particular is always ready to emphasise the mysterious nature of his fall. Since we live in the same building, I suppose he feels a kinship. I can smell him getting closer, and then he comes and sits down opposite, the bastard. "Morning," he says, as if unsure of his bearings. "Aye," I say, head down, shoveling in pancakes with whipped butter and corn syrup. "Cold," he says. Whether this is about the air temperature, his milkshake, or my demeanour, I'm not sure, but I say again, "Aye." "They have that story about the body on 135th. "What?" "Your newspaper. Do they have that story?" Yes, they do," I mumbled reluctantly. It was the story I was reading. They found a body on the campus of City College. Black guy. He'd been shot. And maybe that would have gotten it onto page 23 or something because of the college connection. But for the fact that his heart had been removed and straw placed in the cavity where the heart had been. It would grip the city for about a day until the next grisly murder came along, which it would, tomorrow. The police spokesman in the Daily News said that in the Jamaican gangs this was what they did with a stool pigeon. It shows that the man had no heart, no loyalty, that he wasn't a real man at all, a dummy. "Stuffed him with straw," Danny said, and took a bit of his shake. I suppose liquids are the only thing he can stomach now. I suddenly felt a bit more charitable to the poor bastard, there but for the grace of God, etc. I'm surprised they don't call it the Wizard of Oz killing, you know, because the straw man wanted a heart, I said. "That was the Tin Man," Danny said. "Oh," I said. "More like the Emperor Valerian," Danny said. "Heard of him?" "Rings a bell," I said truthfully. "They stuffed him." "Who?" "The Persians." "Why?" "To mock Rome." "What?" "He was taken prisoner and they used him as a footstool and stuffed him when he died." I was annoyed. You see, this is the sort of thing that gets Danny a reputation for having sense. He really doesn't, but Ratko or someone else in the building will hear him come off with this sort of shite and think that he's onto something. It pissed me off. And I knew that I was going to be forced to tell Ratko this little story, and it was going to reinforce all his prejudices. "Have to head," I said, and got up. "You want the rest of your coffee?" Danny said. "No." I passed it over. Our eyes met for a second. "Did you go to university?" I asked him for some random reason. "I did. Rutgers." "Huh, well, look at you now," I wanted to say, but of course didn't. I dumped my plastic utensils and plate in the garbage and went out. I was dying for a fag now, but I tried unsuccessfully to kill the thought. Danny waved at me and grabbed the paper that I'd left. Outside it was getting a wee bit hotter, but it was still okay. From 125th you can see up to the City College campus, and I shook my head. It was all a bit awful, that killing. I thought about it while I looked in my pockets for my cigarettes before remembering I'd left them in the house. Shite. Later, when I'd come back from the Yucatan and was 30 pounds lighter and shell-shocked and was in a bar with Ramon Hernandez, I found out all about that murder, and believe me, it had nothing whatsoever to do with Jamaicans or stool pigeons. The cops couldn't have been more wrong, in fact, unless they'd been deliberately misleading the press. Ramon told me that it was all a Santeria thing. The heart gets burned, and the straw that would have been burned goes where the heart was. As long as the heart stays in your hearth or fireplace, no harm can come to your house. The bigger the villain whose organ it was, the more evil is warded off. Santeria is really crazy, but Ramon believes it, and a lot of other Dominicans do as well. It's what comes of sharing an island with Haitians, I suppose. But also you have to ask yourself, how many people in New York actually have a fireplace in their apartment? Not too many, I would imagine. Anyway, at this time I didn't know Ramon, and after about 5 minutes that killing went out of my head completely. I was too annoyed with Danny showing off to care about another dead black guy in the long, vague list of horrible violence which was engulfing Upper Manhattan this year. To walk off my urge for cigarettes, and perhaps for some other reasons, I decided to dander down to the river. It wasn't too far, and there wouldn't be anyone about to hassle me. Not the nicest walk in the city. Chop shops and tough little bodegas and empty lots. On the left-hand side of the street, the relocated Cotton Club, which seems a sad reflection of the original. Next, the West Side Highway, whose elevated steel girders form themselves into a beautiful series of diminishing arches. A Columbia building, parking spaces, another chop shop, a few guys fishing, but that's about it. To see people fishing in the Hudson always made me unhappy. They weren't just fishing for sport. They were eating those things or selling them. Little black ones and green ones, and big ones that in another universe entirely could perhaps be trout. "Morning," I said to the boys, and got some grunts back in reply. Didn't want to upset their casting, so I went up about half a block and sat down on some tires. I was sweating now, some kind of hypoglycemic reaction to all that sugar at breakfast, no doubt. Probably kill me. On the water, an enormous garbage barge going up to the 135th Street depot. Farther up, coming under the George Washington Bridge, there was a yacht with its sails tied up and motor on. I sat on the railing for a while, looking at the water, thinking about cigarettes. I decided to head home. Shower, disconnect the phone, go back to bed. I'll set the alarm for 12, so I don't destroy my sleep cycle too severely. Maybe call that girl later. I looked at my watch. It was around 7. I wasn't as tired as I should be. Riverside Park was relatively empty. A few dog walkers, a few joggers, homeless guys, and the Columbia University women's volleyball team, which cheered me up immensely. At the top of the many steps, I had to catch my breath for a moment or two. I went by the dreadful wreck of Grant's tomb and down 122nd past the music school. I got my keys and did that gun, keys, gun thing I'd been doing recently and went in the building. I made some more coffee. Showered, shaved again by mistake, brushed my teeth, put on the fan and climbed into bed. Only about another hour and the doorbell went, and it rang and I almost cried out in frustration. Dear God, will no one let me sleep in this world? I got up, and when I opened the door, Bridget came in without a word. Bridget. She is almost too beautiful. Ethereal, poised, elegant. Some days it's as if she's just stepped out of a poem by W.B. Yeats. Aye, you can imagine her haloed against a dewy wood, singing of Tir na Nog, summoning you to a barrow in the earth. You would know all this, and still you would bloody follow her. Yes. Bridget. Heart attack, red hair, a dancer's grace, but with curves and long, long legs, and a bum Rubens would have spilled a few pots of paint depicting. She dresses well, too. Today she's in jeans and a white t-shirt that has a daisy in the middle of it between her breasts. She's wearing Converse high tops, which make her look goofy, a counterbalance to the haircut that makes her look a little older. None of this, though, is important. She could be 200 pounds heavier and wearing a potato sack and it wouldn't make a difference. It's her face. The expressions that move across it like a storm on the loch. The thin nose that gives her an aristocratic bearing. The pale skin. And those eyes. I can't describe them. Lieutenant Narcus and all other women are put out of your head in a second. Blue and green on different days, but those are just the names of colours. When they flash dark, you want to crawl into a hole somewhere, and when they're lit up, you feel the universe is too small to contain your happiness. Bullshit, I know, but once you've seen her, you'll get it. She was going out with Andy for a while, but Andy has enormous, complex and ongoing problems with the INS, and apparently the buggers hassled the poor kid so much that he couldn't really give her the time that she deserved. He had to work, and he had to get down to the INS office at 4 a.m. They only let in the first 1,000 applicants every day, so Bridget eventually dumped him. Bridget was 17 then, and Andy, who was nearly 2 years older, was her first boyfriend, I think. It was a very tricky situation, and I, for one, suspected that Andy was relieved not to be going out with Bridget anymore. I'm not a huge conspiracy theorist, but if one was of a conspiratorial nature, one might have gotten the impression that Andy was somehow not really into Bridget at all, and in fact he was perhaps the stalking horse for another party entirely. Sure enough, Darkey started going out with her about a month later. Darkey is mid-40s, and her parents might have been more disturbed about the age gap had she not shown that she could handle men by dumping that inconsiderate Egypt Andy, who was always arranging to go places with her and then pulling out at the last minute because of his difficulties with the authorities. Though now, with Andy apparently skulking around death's door and in a coma, I'm sure all is forgiven. Anyway, the upshot of all this is that Bridget is Darkey's girl. Whether she's the only girl I don't know, but he plays it like she is. They've been going out over a year, and there is some old-fashioned talk from Mrs. Callahan of an engagement. Bridget is the youngest of 5, and the rest are scattered to the winds at university or in California or wherever. So it wouldn't be such a huge loss for cute wee Bridget to end up with less than cute Darkey White. She could do worse, in fact, for although twice divorced, Darkey is sitting pretty with his building business, his glass company, and his shares in Mr. Duffy's various coys. Both Pat and Mrs. Callahan like Darkey too, and it's not that they're afraid of him. They're not. They really like him. They're afraid of sunshine, and who isn't? But Darkey they like and trust. So poor Bridget, it's all mapped out, and the only alternative would be to fly the coop, but she isn't the type. Besides, the coop suits her fine, and if nothing dramatic happens, she will, I suppose, settle down and marry him. I doubt she's in love with him. It's possible that she's in love with me, but who can know their heart at that age? At my age? I am crazy about her, though, and it's not because she's a looker. I don't know what it is, actually, but it's more than that. Within a minute of coming into the apartment, the high tops were off, and the button-down blue jeans were being buttoned down. "This place is disgusting," is her opening line. I know. "I do clean it, Mouse," is my romantic response. Mouse is the cute pet name I've been attempting to impose on her, with some success. Her name for me was Rat, but I was never very keen on this, and it has petered out recently. "Fucking bugs everywhere," she says. Not literally everywhere. "There's a dead one beside the phone, on the wall. Disgusting." "I'm sorry, Mouse." "I mean to say, Michael, can't you get DDT or Raid or anything?" "I've tried boric acid." "What about the exterminator?" "Been and gone." So far it's hardly Abelard and Eloise, but she is naked, which is something. I pull off my jeans and t-shirt and carry her into the bedroom. "Have you got a beer?" she asks. It's hardly my place to lecture her about the hour, so I go get one from the fridge. I take one myself, and it hits the spot. On the bed, her back is arched and tense like a long bow. Her lips are red, and that's all it takes. She's so pale you could lose her in the sheets. I kiss her white belly, and she lies there and grins at me, that hair curling down onto her shoulder. Looking at her, I sometimes forget to breathe. It's all worth it. The risk, the fear. I mean, Jesus. I slip beside her and we make love, very slow and intricate for half an hour. And when we're done we take a drink and lie there, and then we do it all again. Fast this time, frantic. I climb on top of her, and she wraps those long legs around my back. She moans and digs her nails into my shoulder. She's intoxicating, heady. I close my eyes and drink in her smell and feel her touch. I kiss her breasts and her neck, and I lick under her arms, and she bites me on the shoulder. "More," she says. "More what?" "Shut up," she says. We screw like I've just been released from prison, and we come together and lie there panting in each other's sweat. When we're both recovered, we have another beer, stick on the radio, and I wander into the kitchen to make her breakfast. "I'm taking up riding again," she says from the living room. "Horses?" "No, pigs. What do you think?" "Darkey's getting it for me." "Nice of him." "He's a nice guy, you know." "Yeah, that's the rumour." It's when I've made scrambled eggs and tea and toasted a bagel that I remember to ask, "How's the big guy?" "Andy?" "Aye, Andy." "A little better. He's breathing well. Darkey phoned this morning with info, and he says he's good. He'll be okay. They moved him to some new place." "What sort of a place?" "Different part of the hospital. Not the morgue or anything." "Good." "It was terrible. What do you think about it?" I don't want to tell her what I think about it, so I just say, "That's good about Andy. How did you get down here anyway? The bar must have been crazy still with people." "No, no one's there. Just Mom and Dad and me." "Yeah, well anyway, shouldn't you be in bed? You were up with him half the night." "I was, and me and Mom actually went to visit him first thing this morning. We didn't get in again, of course. Mom says she was always very fond of Andy, which isn't true at all. Anyway, you're right. I am tired. Mouse is tired. I want to sleep here with you." I'm suddenly very thoughtful. I wouldn't put it past Darkey to have had her followed. Could be a goon outside right now. It's by no means impossible. Andy getting beaten up, and all Darkey's talk about Bridget being his and the young don't have his stamina or whatever. A chill goes through me. "No, seriously though, how did you get down here?" I ask. "I took the train. Where's my eggs?" "Eggs are coming. You know, Bridget, I think in the future we have to be a lot more careful about—" "Where are my eggs?" she screams, pretending to be a diva. We eat and go to bed, but I can't sleep. I find myself obsessed by the idea of Darkey tailing her. In my first week in America, Scotchy sold me a pair of binoculars he'd stolen from some guy's car. He said I'd need them all the time in this line of work, and of course I've never used them. While she snoozes by the fan, I pull on some clothes, grab the binocs, and take the stairs up to the roof. It's a hot day, and the light up here is blinding off the water tower on the roof, and it takes me a minute or two to adjust to it. I go over to the side of the building and look down. Most of the cars are familiar, but there are 4 I don't recognise. It's hard to tell if anyone's inside them. If you walk on this roof and over to the next building, you can get a better look at the plates and the make of vehicle. I stare through the binocs and memorise all 4 numbers to write down later. I wait for a long time for something to happen, but nothing does. I go back downstairs to Bridget. I meet Ratko outside the apartment and he's coming in to see me. He has a bottle and 3 glasses. 3? Christ, she must have been pretty damn loud and obvious. I open the door and shout through, "Mouse, make yourself decent, we've got company." I hear her wake groggily and go off to the bedroom to pull on some clothes. Her panties are in the hall, and I crack open the bedroom door and pass them through to her. "Your whips," I say. "My what?" "Underpants." "That's so Irish of you," she says, and kisses my hand. Ratko sees me smile and laughs his Santa laugh. He loves to see me and Bridget together. I sit next to him. She comes out in my jeans and my undertones t-shirt. Of course, she looks devastating. Ratko Jalovic pours us a drink from a clear bottle. When he's in a good mood, he pours me from the bottle that has the gold leaf in it. But it's hot and his wife has been on to him about the mice and the roaches, so today it's the rotgut. He tells us about his problems, which are all domestic, involving wife and child, and are not really problems at all. I solve them with platitudes and clichés, and he seems satisfied and genuinely grateful. We talk about the weather, and he asks Bridget about her life. She gives him answers that are neutral and non-committal, designed for my ears too. I ask Bridget if she wants to nap while we talk, but she doesn't. She likes the different company. She kisses me on the cheek as a thank you for my concern. "Handsome couple. You two should just go off together," Ratko says, maybe getting a little buzzed and weepy from the booze, but eerily echoing what I've been thinking for the last couple of hours. For my heart is suddenly filled with warm feelings towards Bridget. A little difficult she may be, but she's good and sweet-natured, and you'd be lucky ever to come across such a one again. "Strong childbearing hips," I say. Bridget laughs, and it pleases all of us. "No, you should go. Leave the city. Go to country," Ratko persists. "We'd go to California," she says, "or Hawaii or someplace where there's sun and a big ocean." "Sounds good to me," I say, and look at her, and she takes my hand. "What's Yugoslavia like?" she asks Ratko, knowing that he would love to tell her. "Beautiful country. Coast, mountains, rivers. My parents from close to Niš, where Constantine the Great is born." "We could go there," she says. "No, you could go Ireland," Ratko says firmly. He leans over, clinks my glass to emphasise his point. "Yeah, we could go to Ireland," she says, liking the idea. "I thought you wanted sun," I say. "It must be sunny sometimes," she says. I shake my head. She laughs again. "Sometimes?" she asks. "Not a time, especially not in summer, Mouse." "Hell no. Why do you think they're always killing each other over there? It's the bloody weather. Depressing." She's not listening. "I really would love to go to Ireland. It's my roots," she says. She wrinkles up her nose and looks wistful for a second or two. It makes her so unbearably beautiful that I get a little mad at her. "Get Darkey to take you, he can afford it," I say, with a hint of a sneer. She doesn't pick up on it, though. "Oh, he is, next year. We're going for 3 weeks. Darkey knows someone that owns a castle in Donegal. Maybe it doesn't rain so much there."
"Listen, in Yugoslavia," Ratko says,
and he's off on some story about the old country. This one involves Tito and the National Science Institute's attempt to control the weather for a crucial World Cup match in the middle 1970s. The whole story reeks of bullshit, but Ratko's fat face is choking with laughter, and whether it's true or not, all three of us are in stitches by the end of it. The snow comes, Ratko concludes, and Yugoslavia beats West Germany 2-0, and Marshal Tito promotes the colonel to general after game, and everybody in the whole country but Tito knows truth, but we like him, and no one wants to spoil it by telling. And poor Tito go to his grave thinking Yugoslavia leads world in controlling atmosphere. Ratko laughs, and his face goes pink, and he is barely able to contain himself. Tears are in my eyes too, and Bridget looks over at me and kisses me. And I'm thinking we should run away together. Ratko, of course, is right. We have another shout, and Ratko must have knocked a few back already this morning because he starts to sing a depressing little Serbian number about the field of blackbirds. Michael, you sing something, Bridget says. And it's not the time and it's not the place and I'm not in the mood. But how could you say no? Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling, from glen to glen and down the mountainside. The summer's gone. I give her the first couple of verses, but I can't finish the song. I'm all choked up and a little disappointed in her. Why doesn't she ever listen to me? I was serious about us going away together. I mean, really, what is there for us here? Bridget lies down on the couch with a grin on her face, but Ratko senses my mood, and a cloud of gloom passes over him, and I know I'm going to have to cheer him up now with the one topic that will please him. Listen, Ratko, you know the way you're always saying that Danny the drunk is some kind of genius? Well, this morning I'm in McDonald's, and he comes off with some remark about the Emperor Why is this place always so dirty? Bridget asked Ratko, sitting up, interrupting me. It annoys me, and my mood flips. Maybe we're not so bloody compatible. Ratko stands, sighs. I better go, my friend, he says, terribly slowly and tragically, like bloody Topol or some East European dissident being carted off to Siberia. I can see he really has to go, so I don't press him. Aye, well, see ya, mate, I say, closing the door after him. I turn to Bridget. Well, that was nice, wasn't it? I say. But she's been quiet, and now she lifts her head and stares at me. It's the look, I can tell. She's about to say something that will frighten the bejesus out of me. Please God, make her not be pregnant. Darkey would insist they get married, and then if it came out looking like me? Please make it not be that. Let's go away this weekend. Both of us together, she says. Where would we go? I ask, relieved. She shrugs, tugs at a knot in her hair. She looks like the mouse I always call her. What happened last night, Michael? She asks. I can't tell if she's avoiding the question or bored with the subject, or suddenly remembering that she likes to live only in the world of the possible, or maybe she's just now recalling the horror of less than a dozen hours ago. With Andy? No, afterwards. What did you do? She asks. What did I do, or what did we do? I ask. What did you all do afterwards? To get back for Andy? You had that blood on your shirt, and I heard something, she says, and does not finish. I look at her. This baby talk has irritated me more than it should irritate me, but it still has. OK, Bridget, if that's the game, let me ask you a question. What exactly is it that you think this nice guy Darkey does? He works. He has a business, she says nonchalantly. And what is it we do? Me and Andy and Scotchy and Big Bob and his boys. We have our union cards, but I'm no Bricky or Spark or anything like that. I wish I was. I'd get more. I know what you do. I think I do. Darkey pays Mr. Duffy, and Mr. Duffy gives Darkey building contracts, and Darkey employs you to make sure that all the regulations are right. She doesn't fool me. She's being coy. She knows it all the ugly little details, which makes me wonder even more what game it is exactly that she's playing. Does she want the details so it strengthens me over Darkey, or do the details strengthen him over me? Well, that's mostly it, I suppose, I say, confused. What happened last night? She asks again. No one died, if that's what you want to know, I say. Breath escapes from her body, and her face loses its rigidity. So that is what she wanted to know. That's the line. Murder is the line. As long as it stops at that. But that's okay. There are worse places to draw it than that. You should head up. You should head up home, and I'll come on a different train, I say after a moment. She looks at me. Her eyes are green, emerald in fact. Michael, what do you want to do with your life? What do you want to do with your life? I say straight back. You first, she says, twisting her hair with a finger. I don't know. You know, I read a lot of books on the train and stuff. I begin, embarrassed. You read books? Yes, Jesus, of course. Anyway, I might try to get to college or something. I don't have any O or A levels, but I don't think that matters over here. She yawns inadvertently. What does Darkey want to do with his life? I ask, sarcastically. She smiles in a dreamy way. Jesus, they've discussed it. Their future. And it's one she likes. Christ on a bike. He has all these silly romantic notions, she says. Darkey, romantic? The thought makes me sick, but I don't say anything. I stare at her, but she doesn't see. She's getting ready to go. I'll take a cab up, she says. Lucky for some, I say, but it doesn't touch her. She gets dressed and kisses me with real fondness. I walk her to the front door. She looks at me and kisses me again on the cheek. Say goodbye to me in Irish, she says. I don't know it, I say. Say goodbye, she insists. Slán lath, I mutter. Slán lath, she says. The person leaving says Slán agath, I say wearily. Slán agath, she says happily, kisses me, turns, goes down the stairs. When I hear the front door wheeze open, I run up the 3 floors to the roof and check to see if any of the cars I'd singled out earlier follow her. She's in the street and she's walking down to Amsterdam to get a cab. A blue Ford, which was one of my 4 plates, turns on its engine and does a U-turn and heads down to Amsterdam. Could be complete coincidence, I tell myself. A cab comes and she gets in, and the Ford accelerates past the cab, just making the light, which the taxi doesn't. And on balance, you have to think that this is a wee bit of a good sign. The train again. This time it was full of commuters and slightly more cosmopolitan. Harder getting a seat, but I managed in the corner. I got out my paperback. Rich People, Long Island, Days Gone By, a Death. The crowd thinned as we edged out of Manhattan. I put the bookshop bookmark in, and as I did so I noticed that a note had been written on the back of it. Too much reading, not enough fucking. Bridget's ornamental handwriting. It ticked me off. Bloody dangerous. What if someone in the 4P says, "What's that you're reading there, Mike?" Grabs the book, bookmark falls out, sees the scrawl, recognises it. Jesus. I ripped up the bookmark and dropped it on the floor. I got off at the last stop and went up the steps. Early, Pat said. Aye, train wasn't as bloody useless as it usually is, I said. Time for me to pour you a pint, Pat said. Cheers, I said. He poured me a pint of Guinness, but Pat, bless his heart, was second-generation Irish, and in any case, something happens to the black stuff when it leaves the pail. It takes a real professional, schooled in Leinster and within a stone's throw of the Liffey to pour a stout correctly. Pat hadn't got the gift or the patience, or indeed the right materials to work with. It wasn't a bad jar for the Bronx or indeed New York, but still. I thanked him anyway, and took a big gulp and ate some tato cheese and onion. The others arrived and I bought a round, and at 7 we went upstairs to the meeting. Darkey must have come in the back way because I didn't see him till we were up there. The room was full of cigarette smoke, which was particularly annoying since I was, as of this morning, trying to give up. Darkey was sitting in his usual spot at the head of the table, and Sunshine was to his immediate left. Darkey liked to run this side of his operations the way he ran the other aspects of his business. This was a meeting. He was the CEO. We were executives. We were in the function room above the front bar of the 4 provinces. The room was seldom used for anything else but Darkey's weekly meetings, which usually took less than an hour. Darkey had a lot on his plate, and this side of things he left to Sunshine. Under Darkey and Sunshine, there were 2 small crews. Me, Andy, Fergal and Scotchy in one, Big Bob, Mikey Price and Sean McKenna in the other. Various people floated in and out, David Marley being a good example. Of course, we were one short tonight because Andy was in Columbia Presbyterian down on 168th recovering from his pretty nasty hiding. When I say crew, it was less formal than that. We didn't really work all the time. Sunshine more or less took care of everything, and it was only in extreme cases that we had to be sent charging in. Pay was a bit erratic too, because Sunshine doled it out in terms of hours worked. If he could have made us punch in and out, I'm sure he would. We hardly ever saw Big Bob and his 2 boys, because it was the rare day that all 7 of us were needed for something. Most of the time, Big Bob, Sean and Mikey did the collections. These were monthly or fortnightly, and it was usually pretty easy work, and I think they got regular pay for it. Certainly they dressed nice. Bob wore suits, and they hardly ever had to do any of the seedier stuff. They were the ones too who got to go to the meetings at Mr. Duffy's in Nassau County, and this made Scotchy madder than anything, because that was supposed to be some place. I'd been once to Mr. Duffy's Tribeca pad, and it was spectacular enough. Under Scotchy, the 3 of us did all the shit jobs, anything that needed doing. Heavying, guarding, collecting. A lot of times, manual fucking labour. The arrangements couldn't have been more different from back in the old country, where there's a rigid command structure and a cell structure, and everything gets talked to death before anything gets done. Here it was laid back and informal, and looked a lot as if Darkey kind of made things up on the hoof. But Sunshine kept people in line. Basically, my job was as a bruiser. I'd been reluctant to come to America, because from the ages of 14 to 16, I'd been part of a gang running rackets in North Belfast. I'd seen some pretty unpleasant things, and when my cousin Les suggested I go to work for Darkey White in New York, I didn't really want to be part of it. I was sick of all that. At 16, I'd quit the life and run off and join the army, but that hadn't worked out either. And then I'd been on the dole forever, and when my cheque went up the old fiasco spout, I'd really had no choice. Les promised she could get me a job as a brickie like her brother-in-law, and we'd all done a bit of that when on the double. But Sunshine didn't need brickies. So it was the other side of the law. The operation wasn't as big as I'd been expecting, though. Darkey basically ran 2 rackets, Union and Protection, and with only mild intimidation, they pretty much ran themselves. There was some loan sharking too, but only to the very latest immigrant mix, and this business was not so important. In fact, I suppose that none of this was that important to Darkey, now that he had successfully diversified his portfolio into other areas. I was dreaming. Darkey was speaking. So it seems that Scotchy took the initiative and settled things in a way that made clear our position. Shovel is in the same hospital as poor Andy, but from what the doctors tell us, Andy will probably be up and around in a couple of days. Shovel will be lucky to be out before Christmas. A job well done, Scotchy." There were nods and murmurs of contentment. Darkey continued, "And if anyone thought about visiting young Andrew, I'm sure all of his friends would consider this as a nice gesture. I have been to see him already, and he's a brave one." Darkey smiled. He was a middle-aged man with lots of worries, but I had to admit he looked well. He was pudgy, but he worked out and dyed his hair, and he had a slightly corrupt state senator sort of cast about him. He had blue, almost black eyes. He was lightly tanned, and you couldn't tell him, but he didn't look Irish at all. Arabic, I would have guessed. Scotchy, extremely drunk, sells a story that Darkey's father was in fact some Portuguese boy, and not Darkey's father at all, which is just typical Scotchy talk, but you can see where he's coming from. The nickname was inevitable, since his last name was White. His real name is Terence, but everyone in his presence calls him either Darkey or Mr. White. For a minute, as I was sitting there, I wondered what Bridget called him at home. He was still speaking, loved the sound of his own voice. "But once again to that fucker who did him. Excellent job. I heard you in particular performed wonders, Michael. When you want the cream sunshine, you have to look where the pasture is greenest. And Michael, you and Scotchy are two of my very best," Darkey said warmly. I was, despite myself, glowing with pride, and Scotchy up at the other end of the table turned and winked at me. "Thank you very much, Mr. White," we both said. Sunshine gave us an appreciative nod too, and Big Bob muttered something like, "Well done." It was true that Scotchy, Fergal and myself were the only real Irish at the table, all of us from the north too. And despite our lowly positions in the hierarchy, being from Northern Ireland did give us a certain cachet. Scotchy typically played his up to the hilt, of course, talking about his teenage scrapes and how to make nail bombs, booby traps and other crap, but I liked to keep quiet about it, and I think that worked even more effectively. Darkey's spiel was done, and Sunshine took over, telling us about a few wee boring things. Darkey then began again with a bit of talk about some local union election, but I'd long since stopped paying attention. There was some further housekeeping after that, but Sunshine didn't like to burden us with details. The only thing that really stuck in my head was the meeting with Dermot we'd had to postpone from yesterday. Sunshine was saying that he would go with us in a few days to impress the serious nature of the situation on the young scallywag. There was nothing much left, and after a while Fergal, myself, Sean and Mikey Price were dismissed downstairs. Bob came with us to use the bathroom, gave us a pissed-off look and went back up. The bar was pretty full, and Pat had to find us a pokey table in the corner. It was Mikey's shout, but I went since Fergal was well into the story of the first part of last night's adventures. When I got back, carrying rather precariously 4 pints, Fergal was finishing up the story at McDonald's, except in this version we all got Big Mac meals to show what hard bastards we were. Mikey was lapping it up, but Sean McKenna had been to federal prison in Texas and had done 4 years upstate at Ossining or Attica or one of those places, and therefore wasn't that impressed by our little tale. You could tell he had something better on the back burner. In his narrative, someone was going to be beheaded by a jigsaw, or disemboweled with pliers, or crucified to a ceiling, or tortured with arc welding gear. I went to the bathroom before it got started. I chatted to Pat and Mrs. Callahan and asked around for Bridget, but apparently she was out with some girlfriends. When Scotchy came down, he said that Darkey and Sunshine wanted to see me. This is the moment when I really should run for the bloody door, I told myself, but I didn't have the bottle for it and went upstairs. Darkey, Sunshine and Big Bob looking at some papers. Wanted to see me?" I said. Darkey not looking up, Sunshine smiling. "Yes, Michael, come over here," Darkey said. I sat. Darkey turned and looked at me. Bob stood up. to free his weapon hand. "Michael, we talked last night, and Sunshine and I were discussing you earlier. I just want you to know that if you continue to be loyal and work hard, you will go far with us," Darkey said, and handed me an envelope containing 5 $20 bills. "Thank you, Darkey," I said. Sunshine grinned. "Now be off with you," he said. I tried not to appear like I was running out of there. "Try to see Andrew," Darkey said as I was just at the door. I'd had my regulation 4 rounds anyway, and so I said goodbye to the lads. It was a long ride back, and following Darkey's hint, despite my exhaustion, I wanted to stop at 168th to drop in and see how Andy was doing. Not to visit. Visiting hours were probably only daytime anyway. Just to look in and see how the big Wayne was. "Try to see Andy," he'd said. As an example of what might happen to those intimate with Bridget? The hospital was spread out all over the shop, and I had to ask 4 different security guards before finding the right place, and even then I walked into a huge homeless shelter by mistake. Course, no visiting in the ER, and once the nurse found out that I wasn't family, she sent me on my way with instructions to come back at a presumably more Presbyterian hour. I tried to exit after that, but instead found myself in a different part of the hospital entirely. I discovered a bog and went and relieved myself, and was just trying to figure out how in the hell I was supposed to get out of there, when who should I see but Mrs. fucking Shovel? She was standing there, staring straight at me with murder in her eyes and a shaking cup of coffee in her hands. I'm sure Scotchy would have turned and legged it. I should have bolted too. It would have been the sensible thing. But instead I went over to her and said, "Look, I'm not here because of Shovel. I was seeing someone else and I got lost and I'm just heading out. I didn't mean to upset you. Sorry." She stared at me for a long time, and I thought she was going to lash out or throw the coffee at me. But instead she started to cry. She was sobbing, and the coffee was spilling out over the sides of the cup, burning her fingers. I took it out of her hands and led her over to the plastic seats. She cried and pulled out a hanky and blew her nose and cried some more. After a while she stopped and looked at me again. It was unsettling, and I felt I had to say something. "How is he?" "He's awake. 4 hours of surgery. 4 hours under the knife, pumped full of anaesthetic and painkillers, and he's fucking awake. Typical of him." The nurses were impressed. "He's a tough guy," I said. "Not against 3, she said. "No." We sat there and didn't say anything for a while. I looked at her. "It doesn't help, but I hope he gets better," I said. "Why did Scotchy have to shoot him? He would have paid. He always pays," she said. She thought Scotchy had done the whole thing. That I was just help. Well, I didn't enlighten her. "Scotchy thinks he beat up Big Andy, cold-clocked him, really gave him a hiding," I said, letting Scotchy take the guilt. "He didn't do that," she said sadly. "Yeah, I know," I said. There was a bruise turning blue on the side of her face where Scotchy had pistol-whipped her. Her hair was short and blonde, and it suited her, and it made me wonder why she'd had the wig on yesterday. The wig didn't become her at all. The thought became word. "Are you Jewish?" I asked her. "No, why?" "You were wearing a wig." "His idea," she said, and jerked a finger behind her towards the ward. "Shovels?" I asked stupidly. She nodded, then shook her head. "I cut my hair short, and he hated it. And he said he would make me wear that thing until it grew," she explained. I wasn't sure if she was serious or not. It was certainly an odd occasion for levity. She was younger than Shovel by a good 10 years. She seemed to come from a more elevated social sphere. It made me wonder how they'd met, how they'd got together. It seemed an unlikely pairing now, big boozy Shovel and his demure, soft-spoken wife. But then again, love's a wild card. "Why a brunette wig?" I asked. She laughed. "Ask him," she said. "He went out and bought it?" I asked. "I don't know," she said, and laughed again. "Jesus, he's a bit of a bloody nutter, that shovel. You look so much better without it." "You think so?" "Without a doubt." She bit her lip and sighed. "I'm surprised at you and Fergal following that monster Scotchy. He's a mental case. You two must be born stupid." I hadn't thought that she knew us that well. Certainly I don't recall speaking to her before. But probably she'd seen us in the 4P or somewhere. I said nothing, and we sat there for a minute or two. "Let's get out of here," she said. "That's what I was trying to do. It's bloody impossible. I've been here since this morning, and I only came to get a prescription," I said. She gave me a thin smile. "Get me a cab," she said. She stood, and I got up with her. She led me to the exit. "So I hear he's not going to be out until Christmas?" I said. "Who said that?" "What I heard. Be out in a couple of weeks. He's a strong motherfucker." "Aye." We waited on the street for a while, and she pulled out a gold-covered pack of cigarettes. She offered me one. "I'm trying to quit," I said. "How long?" she asked conversationally. "Since last night," I muttered. "That's when I started," she said. I saw a cab and hailed it. She got in. "See me home?" she said. "I go downtown," I said. "See me home," she insisted. And that was that. We rode up together, and I paid the cabbie since I was flush. She walked me up the stairs of yesterday. You hear stories of female provosts who lure Brits into their houses where they or an active service unit kills them. Classic honey trap. And all that time, it wasn't completely out of the back of my mind that at some point a pistol was going to be shoved in my face, followed by furious yelling and recrimination, and then a muzzle flash, and that would be the end of it. Even as she took off my t-shirt and jeans and took off her blouse and pants and led me into a pink bedroom and a big bed, I wasn't entirely sure that everything was as I thought it was. "You're beautiful," she said. I asked her name, but she wouldn't tell me. She put her finger over my lips. She didn't want to say anything now. Words were dangerous. They were reminders and could ruin everything. I held her and touched her. Her breasts were small, and her body was thin and supple, and that hardness I'd seen in her yesterday was a reaction to us, and was not reflected in her kisses and her touch and her warmth. She was so pale, and where Bridget was passionate and businesslike and pretty, she was all need. That was everything about her, and it was almost overwhelming. She was hungry for a body. No, not just a body, I could see that. It was me. It was me. And it almost hurt to be with her. And this was me punishing Bridget for being with Darkey, punishing Darkey for loving Bridget. She could see that I was afraid that she was broken, fragile, but she showed me. She was tender and composed and urgent. She was all need. I kissed her bruises and her eyes and her mouth, and she kissed me, and we spent the night giving and being given unto, and sleeping into the new day. 4. Across 110th Street. Vignettes. Shopping in Seatown. Crazy men yelling in the $2 cinema. Drinks in the 4 provinces. Evening collections with Scotchy. Fergal dinging a gypsy cab and having a go at the cabbie. A black girl's body in Marcus Garvey Park. 2 lads going at it with a knife on 191st Street. Bridget leaning over and kissing me for the first time as we changed the kegs. An empty lot bursting with trees and life on MLK Boulevard. And opposite, a hurt guy on a bike splayed in front of the Manhattanville post office. Rows of fresh fruit in West Side Market. Flattened rats, pepper trees, whole plazas of urine. Me and the boys extorting some guy in Fordham into giving us a ton a week for doing precisely nothing. The bakery on Lennox, soul food at M&G, delivering a sofa set for Darkey to some cousin in Yonkers, up 2 flights and past a goddamn corner. The Nation of Islam screaming at me at the A train stop on 125th. The doe-eyed girl with her boyfriend in the hall. Sunday service all along the hot street in the morning. Christ's children in a merry wee conspiracy of happiness. Choirs. The tiny, forgotten synagogue on 126th. The Ethiopian lady wandering half naked in the lobby. Ratco's Santa laugh as another bottle opens. Rice and beans on 112th. KFC, McDonald's, rice and beans at Floridita. M&G again. The 4P. Bridget again. The whole summer's events compressed into a single point. 8 weeks in 1 second. The colours, smells, humidity, tastes, all of it condensed into a moment, folded and pushed together like an old-fashioned brass collapsing telescope. An instant. Held. So much brighter than Belfast. Faster and richer too, and not in the sense of money. Life flashed, and I was momentarily stunned. I got down. Hit the deck. Hit the deck. Yelled. Holy fuck. Noise. Breathed. Breathing. I was breathing hard, sweating. And then, to my horror, I realised that I'd been shot in the left hand. A ricochet. A chunk of flesh had been ripped away behind the knuckles, leaving an angry gash that was just figuring out that with this level of injury it really should be starting to bleed. They must have got me when I'd stuck my hands up over my face, and it had taken me in the hand some time to realise what was happening. What was happening, of course, was a cock-up of tremendous proportions. A cock-up perhaps just as big and scary as the multifarious and diverse 15-year-old boy cock-ups I'd gotten myself into in North Belfast and Rathcoole. It didn't, however, necessarily have to be a fatal cock-up, because we were all very close to the door, and Dermot had blown the gaff by not having a man cover behind us to cut off an exit. It was 5 days after the shovel incident, and I was in a shootout at the long-postponed meeting at Dermot's place. When I came on board, Scotchy had promised that there would be the occasional shootout. The way he said it was the way kids would tell you about a game of cowboys and Indians. Scotchy said he'd been in bandit country, and I'd been in North Belfast, so neither of us could be strangers to gunplay. But in America, there was a glamour that attached to things. He and Fergal could talk up a storm about some shindig they'd gotten into in Inwood Park a year or two back, bullets whizzing, Fergal taking one in the foot, 2 black guys running for the hills by the end of it. The details were vague and unconvincing, and informed seemingly by years of TV and the movies. But this, unfortunately, was the real deal. 8 months working for Darkey, and the worst I'd seen was Scotchy and Andy giving some boy a powerful coma-inducing hiding. No, be honest. The worst I'd seen was actually me and Shovel. I mean, I'd hit a couple of recalcitrant types myself, but mostly our actions could be implied with menaces. But now, in the space of a few days, I'd delivered old-world violence into a new-world setting, and now I was in a real honest-to-Jesus firefight, one that conceivably I might get killed in. It was some kind of apotheosis, some kind of tear in the fabric of things, and if I was of a suspicious nature, I might have been suspicious. I was behind the bar with Sunshine, and on the other side in a more exposed position were Fergal and Scotchy. Andy, of course, was out in the car, and if he'd any sense at all in that thick head of his, that's where he'd stay. Andy was only out of hospital that morning, and Scotchy, instead of letting him rest, had brought him down with us to a potentially hazardous assignment. I really should have known to stay in bed, because today already had been atypical. The trains had all come promptly, the weather had taken a cooler turn, and although not a big believer in omens, I'd won $20 on a scratch card in the fake bodega on 123rd. Unpleasantness was sure to follow. Our original plan was to have Andy's coming off the sick party all day today, but Sunshine had put flies in that ointment with his patience suddenly collapsing in the face of Dermot's singular insistence that he was "fucking quits with you, Sunshine. And if you and Darkey know what's good for you, you'll be keeping out of my fucking way." Now, Dermot's men were shooting at us with automatic weapons. Big ones, too. And they were carving up the bar above us and making a hell of a lot of noise. Enough noise to grab the attention of the neighbourhood and lure it away from the Yankees game. Sunshine was shaking like a jello moulded pudding that has somehow attained sentience and is being shot at with machine guns. He was staring at me in abject terror. I was breathing. "What the fuck are you doing?" Sunshine asked. I was in no mood to give him an answer. Sunshine's fabled brilliance with intelligence had let us all down here. There were at least 2 shooters, and Dermot himself and maybe a bloody barman, and Sunshine had failed to warn us about any of this. "I'm centering my chi," I said. "What?" "Centering my chi." "You're centering your fucking chi?" Sunshine asked, frightened. "Aye." "How long will that take?" "Not too long. My life was flashing before my eyes earlier," I said, a little less angry with him now and hoping to calm his nerves. "It was?" "Yeah." "And now you're centering your chi?" "Aye." The big Kalashnikovs, or whatever they were shooting at us from semi-darkness in the lounge bar a good 50 feet away from our position. What Dermot's plan had been was none too clear, because it didn't seem to be the ideal place at all for an ambush. More than likely, Dermot had told his boys to let us come completely into the pub and then open up on us from oblique angles. But the boys must have been inexperienced or jumpy or cracked up, because they'd started as soon as we'd walked in. Sunshine and I had dived for the bar. Fergal and Scotchy had ended up near the tables. About a minute and a half had gone by, and I'd spent all of it flashing my recent life before my eyes and lying on the floor with Sunshine trying to figure out what was going to happen next. It seemed to boil down to 3 possibilities. They'd get us, we'd get them, or maybe we'd all get nicked. I mean, although shooting was not uncommon after dark in this part of town, even if it was just guys firing off 9mm clips into the air, it would really be expecting too much for the average lazy, frightened copper to ignore this palaver. Although this was Washington Heights, it was mid-morning, and these were machine guns. The non-incarceration window of opportunity couldn't be more than about 5 to 10 minutes. Scotchy was signalling at me from across the room. The shooters almost had a sightline onto him and Fergal, and he was making some kind of gesture for me to stand up behind the bar and let them have it, to draw their fire, enabling the 2 of them to get in a better position, maybe scramble over to us. I had a .22 revolver, and there was no way I was standing up anywhere and firing at anyone with that. The .22 was there to intimidate a little bit, and wasn't really a gun you'd shoot. Not that I'd have a semi-automatic anyway, because the only time you'd ever need it, the thing would be sure to jam on you. Your revolver, your serious Yankee revolver, a .38, will shoot clean, dirty, waterlogged and arse-deep in a blanket. Sunshine had a .38, and I suppose it was conceivable that I could have carried out Scotchy's dubious plan with Sunshine's gun. But really, the smarter play was to pretend not to understand what Scotchy was talking about, and just to nod and do nothing. I did this, and Scotchy started miming again, more furiously. I looked at Sunshine, but he had his eyes closed and was muttering what I took to be the rosary. It surprised me. He'd always seemed the scientific, agnostic type, but I suppose atheists, foxholes, all that. I could see through the door that there were people outside now, the usual idiots who show up and get killed by a stray bullet, but I knew that at least none of them were calling the authorities. It was a mental couple of blocks, but it knew when to keep its mouth shut. Malcolm X had been assassinated just around the corner, and there had been a 6-person homicide just last month, so we weren't Halley's Comet or anything. But if things went on like this for much longer, you knew that an annoyed new mother trying to kip would call it in, and some wanker would eventually turn up to lecture us through loudspeakers and then tear gas us out and lift us. It was all fucking inevitable. Well, unless Dermot's boys got their shit together and killed us first. Either prospect was less than pleasant, and I knew that perhaps I really would have to do something. What, exactly, I wasn't sure, but something. A withdrawal by sections, or a mad dash for the door, or a truce. Something. Sunshine's mutterings got louder, and Dermot's boys stopped shooting and shifted a wee bit, and started getting an even better angle on Scotchy behind the overturned table, churning up the floor with huge slugs that sent burning splinters all the way over here. I thought for a moment or two, and cleared my throat. "Dermot! Dermot, you fenian wee culchy motherfucker! Parley! Fucking parley!" I shouted. There was no reply, so I shouted it all again with increased vehemence, but still nothing. Dermot Finucane was a new boy in town from Toome in County Antrim. He was something of a smoothie. Next suits, holidays in Ibiza, charm, a midnight blue MG midget. But he'd done the wrong boy's daughter and upped and left for the new world under sentence from a top player. He'd opened a bar in the tiny Irish neighbourhood around the 160s and Broadway. It was a disastrous and foolish scheme, because the mix were leaving for better places in the Bronx or Jersey or Queens, and Dermot didn't encourage patronage from Dominicans or Puerto Ricans. The bar, when we went, was always empty. Sunshine had loaned Dermot a bucket of money at 50% a month, on the collateral of Dermot's knowledge of and access to a cache of weapons compiled for the provost somewhere upstate in 1988, and then abandoned because of the arrests of the principals in the case. Sunshine was no fool, and expected the bar to fail in about 3 months, and then we'd get our hands on the guns and move them on to people who needed them most, people who, coincidentally, generally lived in Dermot's neighbourhood. But as it turned out, Dermot's strategy wasn't as stupid as it looked, because he made his payments every month, and even gave us a good bit of the capital back. In fact, sleek-it wee Dermot didn't give a shite about the bar, and the whole time he'd been manufacturing crack cocaine in the basement under licence from a local boy known only as Magic Man. Magic Man, it turned out, was really a fellow called Ramon, and Ramon would, much later, be a helpful little bee to me too. Anyway, Dermot's was a nice set-up, and perplexed young Sunshine for quite a while, until somehow someone ratted, and Sunshine had insisted on accompanying us on a visit to Dermot's to investigate these claims for himself. What was even better was that the rat was probably Dermot himself, and this wee operation was a move to bring us down there and wipe us out with a minimum of fuss, and then move his crack factory to new premises in a whole building on St. Nicholas. It was supposed to go something like this: kill us, dispose of us, set fire to the bar, disappear, and then when Darkey investigated, there wouldn't be a trace. Dermot would be debt-free, well established as a cool customer, and he could sit and make his fortune, giving the odd handsome donation to the provost in the Bay State, who would thereafter provide him additional insurance cover. It wasn't a bad plan, as harebrained, unworkable, ill-thought-out schemes go, and the killing of us bit was the most doable part of the operation, and at this point, I'd say, had about a 50-50 chance of coming off, unless one of us could think of a way out. "Dermot, you culchy cow-fucking bastard! Parley! Are you fucking deaf? Parley!" I yelled again. The shooting went on for another few seconds, and then abruptly stopped. There was a pause, and then Dermot yelled out from somewhere, "What?" "Dermot, listen. It's Michael. Listen, bloody listen. Peelers are going to be here in a minute. Your boy's fucked up big time. Can't get us from where you are." "See about that," Dermot said menacingly. "Wait, you fucking wanker, wait! You're not getting us, and we're not getting you, and the Peels are going to show up sooner or later, and then what? Slammer, 5 years, and then deportation. Is that what you want?" One of Dermot's boys yelled something in Spanish, and the shooting started again. Sunshine grabbed my arm and was having some kind of asthma attack. I looked over at Scotchy sarcastically, asking him to get a load of this, but Scotchy's face was contorted with rage, either at me or his predicament, you couldn't tell. The shooting stopped. "What do you suggest?" Dermot shouted. "Ceasefire and withdrawal. You let us go, "And we'll give you 24 hours to get to pastures new," I said, and looked at Sunshine to see if that was okay with him. Sunshine seemed to understand and nodded. "Who says I want to go anywhere?" Dermot yelled. "Listen, Dermot. What was the idea? Were you going to kill all of Darkey's boys? You must be heading somewhere. You can't sit it out here. You're not that powerful." There was a long silence, and in it we could hear sirens. "All right, Michael, your word. You'll give me 24 hours if I let yous out," Dermot said. "My word, and Sunshine's too," I yelled. I turned to Sunshine. "Tell him," I whispered. "Tell him." "My word too," Sunshine yelled, somewhat shrilly. "Okay," Dermot said. "Okay," I said. "What now?" Dermot asked, uncertain. We get up and you don't shoot us," I said. Scotchy was shaking his head at me and mouthing, "Fuck no," but he didn't say anything. He had that much sense, at least. "Okay, that's all right," Dermot announced. "So we get up and you don't shoot us and we back out to the car and get away before the peelers come. Okay, all slow and simple like. Okay." "That's okay, I agree," Dermot said. Sunshine was tugging at my sleeve. I crouched beside him. "What?" I asked. "Are you sure this is going to work?" he asked. "I think so." "How do you know he won't shoot us as soon as we get up?" Sunshine said nervously. "He will shoot us as soon as we get up. That's the whole plan," I said, and took his .38. Sunshine paled. I looked over at Scotchy and did a little pantomime of my own now. I levelled the .38 and showed that I was going to keep it by my side and then bring it up fast to full extension and shoot. Scotchy looked at me quizzically, and then he seemed to understand. He whispered to Fergal, and Fergal shook his head before Scotchy pulled some sense into him by the hair. It was really just a copy of Scotchy's dim-witted plan that I dismissed earlier as completely ridiculous, but there didn't seem to be anything else. It wouldn't be the first time I'd been shot at. As it turned out, it wouldn't be the last either. I had the bottle to do it. If Scotchy had it too, we might just be okay. "Okay, Dermot, we're getting up. No shooting now," I said. And then in a whisper to Sunshine, "You better stay down." I looked over at Scotchy. He was psyched. Say what you like about Scotchy being a dick and all, but he comes through for you when you need it. I nodded. He nodded. Scotchy was ready, and shit was that boy a fast one. Fergal you could discount, but Scotchy might do something. The problem, as I saw it, was that with our handguns there was no way we could get in a decent shot at the opposition without exposing ourselves. With a machine gun you can spray at random, but a handgun needs a target. I'd figured, and Scotchy had telepathically agreed, that the boys with the heavy equipment would open up as soon as they saw us. The muzzle flash would show us where they were, and we could try to take them out with our pistols. Scotchy was a shot, and I wasn't bad myself, but the whole plan depended upon Dermot's boys being an awkward squad and not really able to control a big gun like a Kalashnikov, which was hard enough to aim for a pro. It was risky. "This won't work," Sunshine said. "It'll work," I said. I nodded at Scotchy. He nodded back. We started getting up, and it all took place in an instant. Sunshine, of course, was right. It didn't work. Sure enough, we stood and the boys opened up, and they were so excited the weapons rose and tore big holes in the ceiling above our heads. I took the fire on the right-hand side and let go 3 rounds. Scotchy took the left and got off his whole clip. I wasn't sure about him, but I might have hit something. It wasn't enough, though, and both of us had to hit the deck again as the gunfire started getting our measure. "You didn't get them," Sunshine said. I shook my head. And it is true we didn't kill them. But fortune, however, had not completely neglected us. We had hit someone, and after a moment we could hear him yell. An argument began in Spanish. The sirens now were even closer. "Dermot, can't you see we're all fucked? Completely fucked. You have to let us go. You go out the back way and we go out the front," I yelled. "Kill them!" Dermot was screaming. "Fucking come on, Dermot, you fucking brainless cunt," Scotchy contributed. I waited for the reply, but the argument was still going on. And then there was more gunfire. Scotchy leaned his gun over the top of the table and shot back blind. The shooting from their side lasted only another second, and then it stopped. "Jesus, Dermot, can't you see we'll all be in the shite?" I yelled again. I listened for any response, but this time there was complete silence. I looked at Scotchy and he shrugged his shoulders. We heard the back door bang, and immediately Scotchy stood up. "They fucking scarpered," he said. It was all very fast now. I pulled up Sunshine. Scotchy, suddenly all business, made a break for the back office to get cash and any papers relating to Darkey before the boys in blue got there. I followed, but before we got back there we saw Dermot lying sprawled on his side, bloody and quite dead on the floor. There were several big holes from the AKs. "Accident? Friendly fire?" I asked him. Scotchy shook his head, either to say he doubted it or didn't know. I stood and looked at the body for a moment or two, paralysed. It was the first corpse I'd seen since working for Darkey. Fergal snapped his fingers in front of my face. "Come on," he said. To be told off by Fergal was just too much. I followed him to the back office. There was a blood trail that led to the back door. It began to fit into place. We'd hit one of the boys. The boys had wanted to go. Dermot had been against this proposition. And you don't get into an argument with a couple of lads with Kalashnikovs, at least not at point-blank range. The sound of sirens was close, a few streets off. There was a mini-safe in a false cupboard by the wall. Scotchy, whose talents I sometimes underrated, had already searched the drawers, found the safe, and was shoving it out. "You're going to have to help me carry it. No time to open it, Bruce," he said. "Fuck it," I said. "Bruce, listen. Can't leave anything for the cops. Give me a hand." "Thing must weigh 20 stone," I protested, but I was already putting away the 38 and crouching down. "Knees bent, keep your back straight," Scotchy was saying, calmly, as the sirens got still closer. "Do you want a hand?" Fergal asked. "Get Sunshine out of the car and come back and then give us a hand," Scotchy ordered Fergal. Fergal went off and we lifted up the safe. It was a complete bastard, and we got about 10 feet before dropping it. "Fucker, come on!" Scotchy yelled. We picked it up and got it as far as the door before Fergal showed up to help. "Crowd," he said. We carried the safe outside, and there was a bit of a crowd. About 20, all men, some yelling in Spanish, most mute. "Get the boot open, Fergal," I yelled, and he went and opened it. Andy was revving the engine, nervous, shitting himself, no doubt. We dumped the safe and got in the car. Scotchy in front, all the rest of us in the back. "Is everybody here?" Andy asked. "Drive, you fucking fuck!" Scotchy yelled at him. Some people clapped, and a man from the crowd told us to do a U-turn because the cops were coming from the other direction. He cleared the people and directed us down towards the river. I knew when the peelers did show up, he'd point them in exactly the opposite direction. Helpful bastard. Andy was panicked and got us on the West Side Highway and then almost over onto the George Washington Bridge, but he got himself together and took us east and up into Inwood. We stopped the car and adjusted the safe so that the trunk closed properly, and then Scotchy, Fergal and Sunshine got out and took the train up in case they were looking for 5 people. I had to stay with Andy because I was still bleeding. Indeed, after all that, I was the only one hurt, not counting Dermot or his boy. Andy was still close to hysterics, and almost got us into 3 or 4 accidents. You know, we drive on the right in America, I told him, as he turned left into the left lane of an intersection. Been here longer than you, he said huffily, and got us onto the correct side of the road. Yeah, but I didn't lose half my brain cells in a coma, Andy, I said. Neither did I, Andy said angrily. True, half of nothing is still nothing, I said. You're a very negative presence, Andy said, fuming. But it had worked. I'd distracted him, and for the rest of the trip he huffed and calmed down. We went over the bridge onto the mainland of North America and up Broadway and out of that weird cut-off bit of Manhattan, and we were safely back at the 4 provinces before Pat even heard the first of the reports on the police radio. My hand hurt, and it woke me. Mrs. Callahan had bandaged it because bloody Bridget Nightingale had been off with dickhead Darkey at some poxy place in Long Island. I hadn't seen her in a few days, and it made me wonder if the ardour was fading or whether Darkey was getting more protective. It was a pisser. Andy's party had had to be postponed. Everybody getting shot at had spoiled the mood a bit. It was rescheduled for tonight. I'd got the 1 train back, gone to the apartment, slunked to the sofa, slept. I felt awake now, and in pain and dirty. Fucking shooting people for a living. What kind of a life was that? Bloody ridiculous. Jesus, I wasn't 14 anymore. I was practically 20, in a couple of weeks, in point of fact. Maybe it was time to turn over a new leaf. I wondered if I'd paid off my plane ticket yet. Jesus, but what would I be going back to? Nothing. Bloody nothing. Fucking rain. It was late afternoon now, so I dialed the number, put on an accent that I hoped was Jersey Shore. Is Bridget there? Hold on, Mrs. Pat said. A long pause, and then that voice. Yes. I haven't seen you in forever, I said. It's been impossible. Our schedule had been so busy, but don't think I haven't been thinking about you, Bridget said. I want to believe you. It's true. Listen, I can't really talk here. I'll call you, okay? Okay. She hung up. I looked at the phone for half a minute. I stripped and went into the shower. I felt filthy. I scrubbed and soaped myself and scrubbed again. I sat down on the floor and let the water come over me. I banged the floor and cursed for a minute or 2. I remembered what I'd said to Sunshine about my chi and laughed. I washed my hair and got out. I was absolutely bloody famished, so I decided to go down into Harlem and get some Chinese. It was hot now, so I dressed in shorts and a cotton t-shirt and desert boots. I still had the .38 and there were slugs out of it, probably in some crime lab right now being looked at by some bespectacled fuckwit. Somehow I'd have to get rid of it. I wiped it and washed it and put it in a plastic bag. I got my backpack and put the gun inside with a book and a water bottle. I went downstairs. In the hall, steam was again escaping from the heating. I dodged the jets, put on my sunglasses and Yankees hat, and turned right towards Amsterdam. There was a building dumpster on the corner. The street was empty, so I took out the bag with the gun and threw it in. It was as dumb a place as any, but whoever found it around here would probably keep it. I went by the projects, crossed 125th, buzzed the chinky door, and Simon let me in. I told him I'd waved to him last week, but he hadn't seen me. He apologised. The place was clean, and there was a new calendar with views of Hong Kong harbour. Simon looked well. He stared at me from behind the bulletproof glass. "What hap your hand?" he asked. I cut it. Banged into something. Hurts like a bastard, I said. "You get stitches?" No, I didn't. I bandaged it up myself. "Go to emergency room. St. Luke, no questions. They do it quick, no questions." I thought you had to fill in lots of forms and stuff. "Do. Fill in fake name," Simon said, as if he knew all about it. But really, someone must have told him, and he was just passing it on. "I'll think about it," I said, knowing full well I would never be so stupid as to go to the emergency room with a heavy-caliber gunshot wound, the same bloody day as a major shooting involving heavy-caliber weapons. Besides, it would be a cool scar. When, much later, I had been betrayed twice, lamed, severely traumatised, and had a .22 slug in the gut, and I thought I was fucking dying, my scruples, however, somewhat lessened, and I actually did take myself to trusty old St. Luke, painter, Greek, bit of a fabulist, and of course, Doc. But that was still to come, and for now I could afford bravado. "Fuck it, Simon. Useless quacks will take your bloody hand off by accident or something," I said. Simon laughed, and I could sense his brain filing away the word quack for later use. I ordered curried pork with fried rice and sat in the corner with the 3 tabloids I'd bought. I'd already read the Times, so these would do for lunch. I ate some pork and rice and drank some of my Coke. It was another hot one. The aircon above the door was hardly making a difference. "Hey, Simon, you wouldn't put the air up a wee notch, would you?" I asked. But he wasn't coming out from behind that bulletproof glass if it was World Peace Day and it was the Pope and the Dalai Lama asking him. He nodded and went back to watching a Bob Ross painting show on his black and white TV. Bob's stoner voice relaxed me. Before I could open the papers, the door opened and Freddie, our mailman, came in. I knew him quite well because we'd talked about getting me into the postal service as a casual when I'd first arrived. Bureaucratically, it was impossible, but we'd talked and he'd helped me get a bar job. He was a huge black man in his 40s, 300 pounds at least, stereotypically jolly and seemingly happy with his lot. Even on a day like today when the heat must be murder for him. "Michael," he said, shaking my hand. "I haven't seen you around." "No, I've been working, Freddie." "Shit, man, where are you working? At Carl's?" "No, Freddie, don't you pay any attention. I was only there for a week, just until they fixed me up in the Bronx." Freddie grinned and ordered an egg fried rice and a sweet and sour chicken and spring rolls and sat down beside me. His mail cart was outside, and on 125th Street you'd think that someone would have wheeled it off, but no one did. "That was some funny shit, you working in Carl's, you know, the only white dude in the whole joint. You must have taken some." "I did," I agreed. "But I still go in there sometimes, Freddie. Not regular, but I go." Carl's was a bar a few blocks east of here. I'd worked there while Scotchy checked me out and passed me up to Sunshine for final approval. It wasn't called Carl's anymore, and I didn't go in there ever, but I wanted Freddie to think I was a cool customer. Freddie, though, didn't give a shit whether I was a cool customer or not. His grub was up. He ate his food with gusto and we chit-chatted about this and that, mainly sports. We ate and talked, and Freddie finally had to leave. I was sorry to see him go. He was a good presence in people's lives. A horrible, lazy mail carrier, but a good man and about the only black guy I knew in the city. He was a steady bloke and knew a bit, and I would have liked to get his perspective on one or two things. But daylight wasn't the time, and we were both sober, and it was too soon after recent events to be level-headed about them. "Listen, if I'm at Carl's this Friday, will you be around?" I asked him as he was going out. "No, man. Apollo. Monday, Tuesday maybe," he said. "Really, Tuesday? I don't want to go down there and stick out like a sore thumb and you not show up." "Michael, what's on your mind? Women, huh?" Freddie asked with a huge grin. I nodded and said I'd see him. But of course by Tuesday I was in fucking Mexico and not destined to be back in Harlem for quite some time. I finished my food, which was so loaded with MSG I was starting to see visions. I said a pleasant cheerio and went outside and fixed my shades and my hat. Freddie was chin-wagging with some Costa Rican guy, and he introduced us. And then he disturbed the hell out of me by asking if I was still seeing that big-chested, red-headed girl, which could only be Bridget. And here I was, thinking that I was Mr. Secret Agent Man with her, But if the goddamn postie knew, then half the fucking city knew. I told him no, I'd never be seeing her again, and that he was mistaken. I went down to the 125th IRT stop. I thought about calling Mrs. Shovel. Her name was Rebecca. She wanted me to call. She would be waiting. But no. In New York, at least, Bridget was my girl. She was mine. It was all her. Darkey would fuck up. He'd hit her or get drunk. She'd come to me. We'd fly away together over the ocean. Safe. Aye. Oh, aye. The train came, and I took it to the Bronx. It troubled me that now I was mixed up in a killing. We were implicated in the death of Dermot, and surely this would amount to something. Surely the cops would be on my tail, pounding doors, relentless. That's how it was on TV. But in fact, Dermot's death barely even registered. It made no difference whatsoever. A drop in the bucket. No one stuffed him with straw, so it didn't even make the evening news. I was still concerned, though, for if you look at the newspapers of the early 90s, they're absolutely full of stuff about organised crime in New York. There were over 300 FBI agents working on breaking the mob's power in New York City, and to your average reader, it seemed that every bloody cannoli shop was bugged or videotaped, and every second dough tosser in your local pizzeria was a bloody federal agent. You saw rat after rat and trial upon trial on TV. US Attorney and later Mayor Giuliani grinning in the Sunday papers and boasting about how he was sticking it to the families. It wasn't him alone by any means. I mean, there were the cops, the FBI, Treasury men, state police, tax guys, even the fucking Royal Canadian Mounted Police. So you'd think with all this that it would be impossible around then to run an operation like Mr. Duffy's or like Darkey's. But it wasn't. It wasn't at all. For as exciting as the mob story was in New York in the early 90s, the grander narrative wasn't their decline, their collapse, their self-immolation. No, the big story was the drug-addled slaughter taking place nightly in Harlem and the South Bronx and Bed-Stuy. The big story was who was moving into the vacuum created by the decline and fall of the mafia. And the truth was that above 110th Street the rules were different. No one seemed to care about what happened up there. Certainly, in all the time that I was in Harlem and Washington Heights, I never came across a single agent, a single narc, a single goon. Not that it would have made much difference even if the feds had ventured north of 110th, because Darkey was very smart. Very goddamn smart. Darkey concerned himself only with recent Irish immigrants, the poor wee illegal wains fleeing 30% unemployment and a civil war, and of whom there were tens of thousands in Riverdale, Washington Heights, and the odd wee pocket in the Bronx. Those boys and girls weren't going near the cops, never mind the United States government. It wasn't Boston, and it wasn't San Francisco, but look at the INS figures for Irish immigrants to the United States in the late 80s and multiply that by about a dozen, and you'll have some idea of the scale of what I'm talking about. Of course, the mix weren't just going uptown. Woodside was a big draw in Queens, and there was Hell's Kitchen and the Upper East Side around 2nd and 3rd. But that was someone else's space. Not Darkey's, but probably still under Mr. Duffy. The point of all this is, I suppose, that despite the FBI and despite Mayor Dinkins and despite the cops, Mr. Duffy and Darkey weren't having any bother at all. I shouldn't have worried about the peelers looking for me. Jesus, I was nothing. I was protected, and Darkey had them confused and bent. I was safe as houses. Sunshine would look out for us all, and our Darkey was charmed and onto a sweet thing. He had no legal concerns. Potential enemies were destroying themselves. The mix kept coming. He had his girl, his crew, his skinny guardian angel, and but for that flabby and slightly pockmarked face of his, you could say he was sitting pretty. So as I sat there later that night in the public bar of the Four Provinces, getting hot and drinking vile harp lager, and feeling a wee bit sorry for myself and a wee bit anxious about the morning's events, I had to admit to myself that I really shouldn't be that concerned. We were fine. And I told myself that things were going to be okay and go on that way for the old foreseeable. Darkey was raking it in, and it would trickle down to us, and we'd get fatter and richer, and maybe we'd retire in a year or two and get to a university or have a bar ourselves somewhere. And sure enough, events might just have gone that way, but for a process already in motion that 3 of our little crew knew about, but crucially, not me and not Scotchy. But again, that's the future and this is now. And at the minute I was getting a bit eggy about the death of some wee shite called Dermot and getting all existential about organised crime and the racial nature of policing policy in NYC. "You look troubled," Andy said. "Do I?" "Yes." "Oh. What were you thinking about?" "I was thinking that we're bloody lucky we're uptown. Otherwise the peelers would be down our fucking necks." "Yeah." "You ever see that film Across 110th Street? I asked him. "Nope." "No, me neither. But I bet it makes some pretty good points about organised crime and the racial nature of policing policy in New York. Peels don't care what goes on up here. Fucking don't care," I said. Andy cocked his head. "What's the matter with you today?" he asked. "Do you want to be fucking caught?" "No." "Well, Jesus. All right, forget it. Excuse me for thinking, Andy. Big mistake around here. Forgot who I was talking to," I said. Andy looked hurt. "Joking, mate, joking. Sorry." "Tell me, big fella, how you feeling?" I asked him. Andy started telling me how he was feeling, and I sat there, keeping it in, nodding my head, making him think I was interested in the bollocks he was spieling me. Sighing, scratching my arse, Andy jabbering, me drinking, listening, and neither of us had a clue that Scotchy was going to come down the stairs in 10 minutes and blow all of my concerns about the cops, the city, and every other aspect of my present life, not just out of the water, but out of the universe in which water can even exist as a molecule of bonded hydrogen and oxygen. Yeah, it's coming. And I should have been up there at that fucking meeting to register my protest and see Darkey in the face. But I wasn't, because I'd gotten there late. The meeting was still going on, but Andy was down here now because all the smoke had been making him a bit sick. He was telling me about the stuff I'd missed, and apparently it had been exciting. Fireworks, Andy said, and went on to explain that Darkey, a bit unreasonably, I thought, considered the whole Dermot thing a complete cock-up because Dermot was dead and the Peels were involved. Darkey had exploded at Sunshine and given him a really big saying too. He must have been really furious, or else this was the standard Andy exaggeration. I looked at old And. He was big and blonde and dopey-looking. He wasn't a complete idiot, but he wasn't going to be invited to the Institute for Advanced Studies anytime soon. He was really sweet, though, and he didn't deserve that beating the other day. Scotchy needed a beating. Fergal did, but Andy didn't. "Turn your head," I said. He turned his head. He had a few bruises on him, but he looked okay. "You don't look too bad, you big Egypt. Want a pint?" "Aye." I went up and bought him a Guinness. I got myself a bottle of Newcastle Brown and came back. "Have you seen Bridget?" I asked him. "Aye, she told me this joke." "Was it about parrots?" I asked. "Yeah, it was funny." "Where is she now?" I asked. "Think she left with Darkey, going to the opera or something," Andy said. "They both gone already?" Andy nodded. "Says she's thinking of changing her name." "What?" "Yeah, to Bridget. Pronounced the same, but it's the Irish spelling, apparently. She's the patron saint of Ireland along with Patrick. Bridget says that she was the earth goddess Mother Era, that the early Christians co-opted to—" "I never heard anything about this," I interrupted him. "Oh, aye. You're out of the loop, Mikey," Andy said. And his mind jumped to other things. "Tell you, it was wild, boy. This morning, I mean. I mean, Jesus, I was kicking it. Really kicking my bloody whips. I had no clue at all what was going on. Just sitting there revving and waiting for the peals. All those bloody people. You'd think it was a parade or a free show or something. Me just sitting there, all in Spanish. I have it, you know, the lingo. Too fast, though. Christ, Michael, look at you, all calm. You're cold, man. You and Scotch, standing up and shooting. Cool plan. Didn't work. Sure it did. You must have got him. His own boys shot him, I said. Not the way Sunshine sold it. Said you were aces, you and Scotch. Jesus, cold, super cool. Why didn't you think they'd shoot you? You boys. I didn't know, though. I was just sitting there. They say that's the worst, the waiting. At least you were doing something. Ha! I'm sure you boys were thinking up excuses for the meeting with your maker. Is this Guinness? Tastes funny. Hey, and you know I heard what you did to Shovel. Thanks for that. Thanks for getting him. It was nothing, I said. I tried to think of something to change the subject, but nothing came. And on he went about his driving. And on my first morning out of the hospital, too. I mean, you have to admit, it was impressive. It was impressive. It was, wasn't it? He said, his eyes wide and excited. Aye. And you're feeling okay, big lad? I'm okay. I could have been out yesterday, but they were covering themselves, Andy said. Nice nurses? Not really. Although there was this one girl from, like, Jamaica or something. I thought I was hitting it off, but she was just being nice, I think. You got her number or anything? I asked him. Nah, nothing like that. Here, you want some chocolates? He asked. I wouldn't say no to chocolates. These wouldn't be a present by any chance, would they? I asked. Aye, behind the bar for safekeeping, Andy said, grinning. I let him get another round and the chocolates, which I had contributed $5 towards, so they better be pretty fucking special. He came back. I was drinking lager now because of the heat. It was extraordinarily bad stuff, but easier going down than a Guinness. What you do after? He asked, giving me my pint. I picked out a hazel log and a couple of caramels and a nice nougat one. I shoveled a couple in at once. What? I asked him. What did you do after this morning? Oh, nothing. Slept. I couldn't have slept, could you? He asked. I just told you I slept. Tell you, you're cold, man. Thanks. I was pumped. Pumped? Suppose for you it was all automatic, but I had to sit there, just sit, you know, then drive afterwards. How's your hand, by the way? Scotchy says you were the only one stupid enough to get himself hurt. Scotchy said that? Aye, when he was telling Mr. White and before the fireworks. He was dead calm at first, you know, Mr. White. I mean, he just listened. And then goes all ape and starts yelling at Sunshine. What exactly did Scotchy say about me? I interrupted. Nothing. Just said typical Bruce got himself a nick to show the girls. It was jokey-like. That bastard Scotchy. He was lying on the floor kicking his whips, and I was the only one doing anything, I muttered. Sunshine appeared at the top of the stairs. I nodded a hello, and he came straight over. He was smiling. He'd had what was left of his hair cut, shampooed, and plastered on his scalp. Must have needed the attention after this morning's debacle. He didn't seem perturbed in the least by Darkey's firestorm, and I wondered if Andy was completely yanking me. Michael, I want to talk to you, he said. Sure, go ahead, Sunshine. Over here, Sunshine said, and led me over to the bar. This is for you, he said, and gave me an envelope. I wanted to be cool and not look, but I couldn't help it. I opened it, and there were 10 $50 bills inside. More than twice after Darkey's taxes what I got in a week. What's this for? I asked. For this morning. If you hadn't talked with him, we all would have been arrested, or worse. You convinced his employees, not him. But that was enough. You saved my bacon, Michael. Our bacon? Yeah. Well, look, thanks for this, I said. It's not much. No, thanks, anyway. Scotchy made the report, but I told Darkey what you'd done, Sunshine said significantly. Aye, I know. Andy was just after telling me, I replied, sounding pissed off. Listen, I made sure Darkey knew what happened, Sunshine whispered. He looked at me. He seemed odd and off-kilter. Still shook up from the morning. He wouldn't go on a job again in a hurry, I thought. Conditioner wafted at me from his strands of hair. Again, thanks for putting in a word, I said finally. Michael, we're very much alike, you and me. I think you're a bit underappreciated around here, but don't worry. I know what you did. Anyway, enjoy yourself with that. Ta, I will, I said. Don't mention it. Literally, don't mention it, he said. Okay. He wanted to say something else, I thought, but instead he just nodded and went back upstairs. I had to run after him. Listen, Sunshine, I got rid of your piece, but I'll need mine back. He looked at me and grinned as if this level of competence was unheard of. Well done, Michael. Always thinking. That hadn't even occurred to me. Of course I'll get your 22 back, or anything else you want. The 22 will be fine. I don't think we'll get in anything like that again. We won't, he said firmly. Okay. He padded up the stairs and then stopped halfway. He came back down again. Michael, look, whatever else happens, I just want you to know that I'm really grateful and sorry. Thanks. He turned and went back up again. How fucking weird, I thought. I stuffed the envelope inside my jacket and dandered back to Andy. What was that all about? Andy asked. Oh, nothing. Gave me a bit of a roasting for being late, nothing major. But he didn't want to do it in front of you, didn't want to embarrass me. Considerate, I suppose, I said. Aye, he's like that sometimes, Andy agreed. Yeah. See the state of him, though? He got a manicure, you know, like a fucking poofter, Andy said. I must say, Andrew, I disapprove of your homophobia, I said. My whatophobia? Andy said, having never heard the term before. Most of the great generals have been gay, or at least bi. Alexander, Caesar, Octavian, Marlborough, the list is long, I said with an air of world weariness. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you saying Sunshine's gay? Andy asked. No, I don't think so. There was some talk of a girl. But anyway, you're missing my point, Andy. My point is, Jesus, you don't think I'm fucking queer? Andy interrupted. But before I could reply, Scotchy and Fergal appeared on the stairs, both of them grinning like a couple of banshees. They went to the bar and came back with 4 pints and chasers. Pick up your Bushmills, Scotchy said, sitting down and giving us 1 each. We picked up our shorts dutifully. Scotchy took a breath for what promised to be a long-winded toast. Gentlemen, raise your glasses and listen up. Because of our recent good works and our years of dedicated service, in your case, Bruce, nearly a year of dedicated service, and our recent near brushes with death and the forces of law and order, we have been given the fucking plum of fucking plums. Drink. We drank, and Scotchy sat there grinning at us. He filled our glasses again and winked at us. I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction, but Andy cracked. Well, what is it? Andy whinged desperately. Andy, my boy, you are lucky you were off the sick, because my young friend, you and me and young Fergal here, and even Bruce, and unfortunately Big Bob too, are all off to the climes south of the border, to the sunny Republic of fucking Mexico. Mexico? Andy said. Aye up, Mexico. Girls, tequila, beaches, music, more girls, you name it, we are there, boys. Sun, sand, and fucking R&R. Glasses up and down the hatch, Scotchy yelled. I brought the glass up, but I couldn't drink. Sometimes, occasionally, now and again, a hint of the future will leak into the present. Not often, but it happens once in a while. You feel it in the back of your neck or your toes or fingertips. At that institute in Princeton that Andy's not getting invited to, they'll tell you that events take place at the quantum level, and the light cone from these events extends backwards as well as forwards along time's arrow. And sometimes, if you're attuned, sensitive, you get a hint. This was one of those times. As soon as Scotchy finished his toast, a shiver like Baikal ice went down my spine, as if in premonition. Scotchy shoved me. "Drink up." I looked at him, ignored the message from the future, and drank up. "Somebody walked on my grave," I muttered. "Eh, well." "What's the job?" I asked him, to cover any embarrassment. "Job, nothing. The job is the smallest part of it. The job, Bruce dear, is your proverbial slice of pie. Forget talk of the job. Think rather of long walks on the golden sandy beaches of the Caribbean Sea with charming senoritas and a room of your own in a luxury villa to take her back to. Think of booze and pot and swimming and lasses by the score. Uncle Scotchy has fixed us up." "When do we go?" Andy asked. "We leave Saturday," Fergal said excitedly. "What if your passport's not in order?" Andy moaned. "Then you can't fucking go," Scotchy snapped. Andy looked at us gloomily. "I'm not sure I'm allowed to leave the country while my INS status is being investigated," he muttered. Andy, of course, had been silly enough to enter the system, while all the rest of us had let Sunshine get us passable work permits and visas. "Don't go, Andy. More girls and booze for the rest of us," Fergal crowed. Andy looked on the verge of tears. Last week and this morning, and now this. "Don't worry, you'll go, Andy. Sunshine'll sort it, won't he, Scotchy?" I said, giving Scotchy a look. Oh, aye, don't worry, Andy. Only joking. Course you'll go. Can't do it without Big And," Scotchy said hurriedly. "Really? We'll fix it?" Andy asked me. "We'll fix it, And," I said, and he smiled. We all looked at one another and grinned, and then we started to laugh. We were getting out of town, getting away from the daily grind, going to bloody Mexico. We were laughing, and the tears were running down our faces. It would be such a relief. The timing couldn't have been better. All the tensions evaporated, and we drank and talked, and even when Bob showed up, he couldn't dampen things, and we bought the bastard around and stayed so late Pat had to throw us out so he could get his weary arse bones to bed. 5. We go to Mexico. New York City. The abiding blue of the Atlantic, the sweeping curve of coast, woods, fields, cities, great spits of land given up by rivers, swamps, islands, keys, the Caribbean Sea, jungle. Down. Our place was a villa on the lagoon side of the Cancun Strip. Large and white, ringed with palm trees. It had a veranda and a swimming pool under an overhang. The pool had leaves floating in it, but not that many. I guessed that the last occupants had left a week earlier. The bedrooms sprawled over the top floor, big and airy with watercolours of local girls. The beds themselves were huge wooden affairs with eiderdowns. I picked a room, lay down on the big bed and closed my eyes. There were birds and the sound of a bell. And if you imagine just a little, You could hear the ocean. I slept for an hour or two and got up and showered. The boys were down at the pool, passing around a bottle of rum. Scotchy was dressed and ready to go out and was urging them to hurry the fuck up. I read Bernal Diaz's book about the conquest of Mexico until they were all ready. A cheap Penguin edition, but a great plain book. Cortez had just appeared, and the Spanish were getting their shit together. They came close to Cancun and stopped at an island nearby, Isla Mujeres. I went out to the balcony on the east side of the house to see if I could get a glimpse over to the ocean and spot any islands, but you couldn't see through the trees. In any case, the boys were all set. I got changed and splashed some water on my face. After some confusion, we got through to a taxi service on the phone and went to a restaurant that Sunshine had recommended, though how he knew we'd no idea. The restaurant was near the bullring and served Mayan food and Mexican food, and all of it with lime and all of it hot. Excellent stuff. We all enjoyed it, except for Fergal, who loaded up with tons of chili sauce and could barely eat it. We had about a 6-pack of Corona each and tequilas afterwards. It was a nightclub next. We took a bus to the resort area. Scotchy paid the cover for us and we went in. I was too beat to dance or drink, so I just found a quiet, cushioned place in the corner. The music was 10 years behind the times and consisted of new romantics and disco. They kept playing some Bowie song from 1981 over and over as if it was the latest thing. If it hadn't been too loud, I might have slept again over my cocktail. I lay on a couch and drank and watched the boys make idiots of themselves. Scotchy joined me, and I raked him about the aftershave he had poured on himself. Stuff that, were it released into the wild, would make Rachel Carson weep. Scotchy had no idea who Rachel Carson was and called me a pretentious wanker. We both got margaritas, but before the conversation got maudlin, Big And came over. He had got himself a girl and wanted advice. She was a skinny-looking lass of perhaps dubious virtue, which Scotchy and I agreed was a good thing. I told him to say nothing, but to hint at great depth. Scotchy told him to ask her if she had any Irish in her. Whatever tactic he took seemed to work, because soon he was snogging her in a corner. I tried to ask Scotchy what we were going to be doing down here, but he explained it had to stay secret until tomorrow. And with Scotchy such a big blabbermouth, it really must have been a secret, so I didn't press him. Around midnight the place started to fill and the tempo picked up a little. More Yanks came in. Bob cried off home, saying his belly hurt, and we were all glad to see the back of him. Scotchy was having a spastic attack next to a group of girls, but he didn't seem in much distress, so I assumed that this was him dancing. I was doing my own low-key moves near the bog, in case Montezuma got me as well as Bob, but I was okay. Fergal had been bringing me things with umbrellas in them, and they'd given me a second wind. Everything was in a haze and speeded up, and before I quite knew what was happening, I was in a bus with a blonde girl wearing cut-offs and a University of Kansas t-shirt. We were kissing. She looked like she could be Bridget's pudgier, blonder, slightly younger sister. She talked a lot about nutrition. She said her hotel room overlooked the water, and when you got up to it, 7 floors, you could believe her, because it was as black as pitch out there. She took the blankets off her bed, one of 3 beds in the room, and went out onto the balcony and laid them down. It seemed a very foolish thing to do, because the place was crawling with ants, but she explained that it was so we'd be private when the other girls got in. The thought of 2 other girls showing up conjured interesting visions in my brain for a while, and my focus was elsewhere. She went back inside and brought us beers, and we sat and looked at the party boats cruising past in the darkness. I kissed her and pulled her down onto the blankets, but I had a very hard time getting hard. I hadn't seen Mrs. Shovel or Bridget or any girls for that matter for 4 days, and you'd think a healthy young man, on only his 2nd ever holiday abroad, would have no problems getting into the swing of things. But the booze, the girl, the flight, the anxiety, all played their malicious little parts, and it took an incredible amount of concentration just to stay in the game. Finally, and heroically, I managed to get it together just long enough for her, but not actually long enough for me. And the girl yelled loud enough to let most of peninsular Mexico know that she was adequately fucked. My head was spinning, and but for my innate Irish politeness, I would have thrown up over the balcony. I breathed in the sea air and asked her where she was from. I'd never heard of it, so I said that was nice, and she asked me where I was from. I told her, and it came to pass that she had a whole host of relations from County Cork. We talked about the multifarious delights of the southwest of Ireland and a little about the Wizard of Oz, the only thing I could think of that involved Kansas. My gaffe with Danny the Drunk had already demonstrated my shaky knowledge of the film, and unfortunately she had seen it and had strong opinions about it. She explained that she, despite appearances and everything, had been brought up right, and her folks hadn't held with making light of devilry and witches and such. I said that from what I remembered, the whole thing was a dream, and she told me that was besides the point, and that she was good folks, and her grandpappy from Tennessee had been a juror in the famous monkey trial. Neither of us quite knew what the monkey trial was, but I imagined it was some anti-vivisection thing, and praised her grandfather for his civic duty. We sat up and drank some more beer, and there was a lighthouse. I counted the flashes, and I lay down on the blankets while she talked about some famous University of Kansas football team, and then some more about nutrition. My diet, apparently, was completely wrong. Indeed, everything I ate came from the top of the food pyramid rather than the bottom. At 4 a.m. it began to rain, and we moved into the bedroom, where I was introduced to 2 other girls who, in fits of giggles, demanded to know my name and what college I was from, and whether I had used protection. She whispered to them that for most of the time I had been unable to perform. At this stage, I pretended to be asleep. The pretense transformed mercifully into reality. I slept on the floor and woke with the dawn. I dressed and slipped out. I had no idea where I was, and I was still a little drunk and looking ragged. I pissed against a wall, and a copper slowed down. He would have booked me if I'd been a local. He saw that I didn't have the lingo and was some kind of Yankee bastard. It could have been the luckiest fucking break of my life if he had lifted me, but he didn't. Instead, he swore and spat and drove off, muttering. Under a huge Mexican flag, a nasty little boy threw a stone at me, and it hit me on the back of my head. I chased after him and ended up even more lost than before. A Mexican man and woman out for a walk saw that I was in some distress and tried to help, but we couldn't communicate. They insisted on walking me at least part of the way to the shoreside hotel strip, and then gave me change for the bus. The bus didn't come, however, and from there I wandered around Cancun for another 2 hours before eventually finding the airport road, and by a process of reverse geography, the villa. The front door was open. Scotchy was fully dressed and on the phone with someone. "There you fucking are, you fucking get! I thought you'd bloody fallen under a bus or something," he yelled at me. "Morning to you too," I said. "I suppose it was some wee tart? Lucky bastard. Find yourself a coffee and a bun and get your shit together. We have to go pronto," he said, remembering this time to cover up the receiver on the phone. "She was a very nice girl, actually," I muttered. Fergal and Big Bob were in the kitchen making eggs. Andy was upstairs having a shower. When he came down, I could see from the glow off him that his night hadn't been unsuccessful. "Tell you, Michael, I'm quitting this thieving game and getting into higher education. All these girls at college don't know what we're doing with ourselves," he said to me over coffee. "She was all right then, was she?" I asked him. Andy was insulted. This wasn't some piece of stuff. This was a real girl with whom he had bonded and joined souls and reached dizzy plateaus of intellect, all of it in her hotel room for almost 45 minutes. "All right? My God, she was wonderful, wonderful," Andy said, protesting a wee bit too much, I thought. Andy must still have been freaked out by my observations on sexual preference, and I considered for a moment messing with his head, but decided against it. "That's great, Andy," I said. "Yeah, Michael, it really was." "So you pulled? Well done. Took my advice, kept your mouth shut then, eh? I asked him. I didn't say much, but I didn't need to. She was so interesting, Michael. She was studying history. There's so much history, you know. There's a whole stack of it. All this stuff out there, Andy explained. I looked at him to see if he was being funny, but his face was expressionless. So you want to pack in the life of the highwayman and turn to academe? Andy, my lad, it's funny you should say that. Actually, I was having the same thoughts, just... You want some eggs? Big Bob asked from the kitchen. Aye? What type? Scrambled with stuff in 'em. What sort of stuff? Onions. Aye? Fergal came over. He was grinning with jealousy at me and And. Aren't you the boy too, Michael? Jesus, Scotchy says she was a real looker, Fergal complained. Did he? Was she? I said, and we all laughed. The eggs came, and they were fine. Andy pontificated about possible majors he could undertake, and I assured him that with his large frame and youthful exuberance he would be sure to get an American football scholarship at some university. I told him that Kansas had a good program. He slapped me on the back and started telling me further about his new philosophy of existence and the delights to be had in the life of the mind. And he kept on about it even though he could see I was in no fit state to listen to his bollocks. Scotchy came in to save me, telling me to shower and get changed. I went upstairs. The back of my neck was all bloody from something. I remembered the stone. Wee bastard. I showered and pulled on my boxers, button jeans and an old brown t-shirt. I grabbed some sandals. Everyone else was wearing shorts, and I would have gone back upstairs and changed had we had the time. The rental car came, and Scotchy tipped the delivery driver. He asked for a lift back with us, but Bob told him to fuck off. Scotchy got in the front with Big Bob, the rest of us got in the back. Big Bob had a map, and for the next 45 minutes they argued about directions before figuring out the place to go. I only noticed then that Bob was carrying a large shopping bag from Zabar's. It was odd. You couldn't imagine a less likely person to shop in Zabar's. I thought for a minute, and then I got it. Sunshine went to Zabar's. It was Sunshine's bag. It contained money. We were swapping the money for something. Either drugs or guns. Drugs. What drugs? I was never to find out. I started to giggle and couldn't stop. Andy poked me in the ribs. What's so fucking funny? He whispered. We're smuggling knishes, I said, pointing at the Zabar's bag. Andy laughed because I was laughing, but I don't think he got the joke. Would you shut up back there and act your ages? Scotchy said angrily. We drove on for a bit, and when we were close they stopped the car. Here, boys, Scotchy said, and reached round and gave us each a pistol. They were huge, old-fashioned things from World War I. Where did these come from? Fergal asked. Need to know basis, boys, Bob said, annoyingly. Scotchy, what's the job? I asked, pretending that Bob didn't exist. The job, Bruce, for you is just to stand there and look menacing. Me and Bob are taking care of everything, Scotchy said soothingly. How are we going to get drugs back to the States? Smuggling is like 10 years, you know, I said. 10 years? Fergal sputtered. Who said anything about drugs? Scotchy growled and looked angrily at Big Bob. I never said a word, Big Bob whispered, unsure of himself. Don't you worry, Bruce. It's all been thought of. This is going to go smooth as silk, Scotchy said, looking at Andy and Fergal in the mirror the whole time. Bob was sweating, but Scotchy looked calm, so maybe it would go okay. They drove for another 5 minutes and stopped again. We're here, Big Bob muttered up from his map. We'd halted in a poor neighbourhood in the north end of town, right on the edge of a marsh. The road was a track and the houses were finished only on one side. They were 2 stories and seemed as if they'd been built in the last few months. Maybe they would look okay when they were painted and the marsh was drained and the road was better and Cancun got a planning board and Mexico got sustainable growth, improved infrastructure and an end to one-party rule. Are you sure this is it? Scotchy asked. Aye, he's drawn a wee bit in pen where the map ends. This is it, Bob said. We all got out of the car. There was no one around. The houses didn't even look occupied. They had no electricity or phone lines. It's a fucking slum, Fergal moaned. It's not. It's a new development. Expansion, that's what it is. They all start like that, Scotchy insisted. It's the wrong place. There's nobody here, Andy said. I think it's the wrong place too, Fergal agreed. Let me see the map, Scotchy said, and grabbed it out of Bob's hands. It's the fucking place, Bob said. Sure wasn't I, and whatever Bob was in was not to be discovered, because the aluminum house door opened and a voice said, Señores. Scotchy looked in triumph at Fergal and Andy and marched down the dirt path to the house. Bob turned to us. OK, boys. Weapons in your trousers. You won't need 'em. Don't do anything stupid. Be super cool. These boys don't want any fuss. You hear me? We nodded, and Andy said, I hear you. We walked down the path to the house. There were tyre tracks from several vehicles in the clay soil, and at the time I thought this was a bit odd. Tyre tracks, but no sign of a car. I didn't think about it too much, though. We went inside the house. Dust was everywhere, and it smelled of resin, wood sealant and tobacco smoke. Scotchy was in the front with 3 Mexican guys in jeans and T-shirts. They were talking in English. Scotchy presented Big Bob and they shook hands with him. We weren't introduced. I leaned up against the wall. My throat ached from last night and all the dust in here wasn't helping. Big Bob opened the shopping bag and brought out bundles of $20 bills. One of the Mexicans opened a satchel and gave it to Scotchy. He looked inside. There was white powder inside plastic bags. He gave it to Big Bob to check. But before Bob could do anything, the side door burst open and 2 men in ski masks appeared with pump-action shotguns. They were yelling, You are under arrest! You are under arrest! The Mexicans all produced guns and screamed at us to lie down on the floor. A man appeared behind me, and I tried to shove past him and make a break for it, but there was no chance. With infinite patience, he blocked me and hit me on the head with his rifle butt. The cell was very nice, new and concrete, and if you stood up and held onto the bars, you could see out over Cancun and towards the sea. It contained an iron bed, a plastic-covered mattress, thin black woolen blankets, and a stainless steel toilet without a seat that lurked in the corner, but worked well when I flushed it. It was all a bit dark, but clean. I paced 12 feet by 8 feet, which wasn't too bad at all. When I woke, it was night outside, and I was very disoriented, but soon I climbed up to the bars and stared out over the town. There didn't seem anything else to do but go back to sleep, so I did. I lay down on the bed and kept quite well, considering. In the morning, the door opened and a very old guard came in with toilet paper and a stainless steel cup of water and tortillas with bean paste on them. Buenos dias, I said. Buenos dias, he said, and laughed. His teeth were terrible, but his grin was infectious, and I found myself mirroring it. Eat fast, I take away, quick, he said, in heavily accented English. I ate the tortillas, which were warm and spongy. The water was ice cold and hit the spot. He took the water cup on the tray and ripped me off about 4 sheets of toilet paper and went for the door. Another guard stood in the corridor with what I took to be a stun gun in case I tried anything silly. Where are the others? I'm an Americano. I want a lawyer, I said anxiously. The guard shrugged, didn't reply, and closed the metal door behind him. I sat down on the bed. Jesus fuck, I muttered. and put my head in my hands. I sat for a long time, and I think I might have gotten weepy a little. I cursed Scotchy for the Egypt born of an Egypt that he undoubtedly was. I yelled out Scotchy's name, Andy's name, all of their names. I yelled and banged the walls. I listened for answers, but I heard nothing. A few hours after the guard had gone, I heard some tapping and I thought it might be a darkness at noon type of message or something, but I realised after 10 minutes of eager listening that it was the plumbing in the ceiling above me. I seemed to be alone in the whole cell block. Had the others escaped somehow? Or maybe they'd tried to shoot their way out and they were dead? I paced the cell and tried to stay calm. Panic was mounting inside me, and I wasn't sure if it was a good thing to let it out or not. Maybe I should. I banged the floor and thumped the mattress and tried to lift the bed, but it was bolted down. I kicked at the toilet, but it was pretty indestructible too. "I want a fucking lawyer! I'll have you all on fucking 60 Minutes, I screamed through the door. I groaned. Every time I go abroad, I end up in the bloody slammer. St. Helena, here. I must be bloody jinxed. No, just an idiot. Trusting Scotchy with something as important as my entire future. I deserved it. Really? I sat down on the floor and found myself laughing. That glipe Scotchy, that dick Sunshine. 10 years we'd get for this. Fucking drug smuggling. I could protest ignorance. I mean, I really didn't know anything about it all until that morning. I could volunteer to take a lie detector. I didn't know anything. It was just bad luck. Night came, and even after all my anxiety, I slept well. The bed was extremely comfortable, and the cell was cool. In fact, it was a lot nicer than my apartment in New York. In the morning, the guard brought more tortillas, bean paste, water, and a lime. I ate and drank, and he left more toilet paper, even though I hadn't shat in a couple of days. I did some push-ups after breakfast and stretched a little. I lay down on the bed and waited. Something would happen. Eventually. And of course, it did. Late in the afternoon, 2 guards appeared and asked me to get up. They didn't handcuff me or prod me or anything. They just asked that I follow them. Once I was outside the cell, one of them offered me a smoke and I took it. They led me down a corridor and they opened up a metal door with a set of keys. On the other side of the door, a guard was waiting with a machine pistol. He smiled at us, and we went along another corridor and stopped outside an office. One of the guards turned to me and said confidentially, "Clean, clean." He tucked my t-shirt into my jeans, and the other one signalled that I should brush down my hair. When they thought I looked okay, the first guard knocked on the door. "Enter," a voice said in English. I went inside. The office was large, with books and box files on the wall. Seated behind a teak desk was a thin, elegantly dressed man in a dark suit. Behind him, an enormous window overlooked the lagoon. There were family pictures and prints of Mayan ruins. I sat down on a leather chair opposite him. "Mr. Forsythe, let me show you something," he said in perfect American English. He reached into a drawer and set 3 sheets of paper in front of me. They were confessions in English and had been signed by Scotchy, Fergal and Andy. As I read through them, the man spoke. "Possession of an illegal weapon, possession of controlled substances, conspiracy to smuggle narcotics, attempt to smuggle narcotics. Mr. Forsythe, you are looking at over 20 years in prison." "Who are you?" I asked him. The question upset him. He had forgotten to introduce himself. His whole rehearsed little speech had gotten off on the wrong tack. He tried to recover. "I am Captain Martinez," he said. Captain of what? I was thinking. He was in civvies, but maybe that's what they did down here. I read the confessions. They were all the same, detailed, sensible, predictable. I could see Andy and Fergal signing, but Scotchy never would. Never. They were shite. I knew this game. It was an oldie but a goldie. "So what do I get if I sign?" I asked. 3 years. 3 years? 3 years. Guaranteed? Guaranteed. Aye, but 3 Mexican years is like 9 Irish years. Prisons are like dogs. America you double, France time and a half. In Sweden, nicks are so nice you actually divide. Like dear old Queen Vic, he was not amused. I picked up the paper and looked at the signatures. They'd copied scotches off his passport. The other 2 might be genuine, but I doubted it. Where's Bob's? Roberts? Mr. O'Neill is being dealt with separately. He is an American citizen. You and your friends are not. I had to concede that this was true. We were all in on ERA or UK passports. But there was no ring of truth at all about what he'd said. Had they killed Bob in a shootout? What was he covering up? "How about getting me a visit from a consular official or something?" I asked. "Everything will be taken care of," Captain Martinez said. "No, really. I want to see the British consul, like today." "Let me show you something," he said, giving me a little grin I didn't like one bit. He stood stiffly and went over to a cupboard. He opened it with a key and wheeled out a new television set. He turned it on and pressed a button on a VCR that was underneath it. Black and white video began to play, of us doing the deal at the rendezvous. Scotchy was opening the money bag and taking possession of the drugs. The rest of us were standing around waiting. Martinez froze the frame when there was a good shot of me. "Making a big mistake, mate. I was hitching. Them boys gave me a lift, told me to wait in the car, but I came in anyway," I said, and smiled at him. He glared at me and turned the TV off. "You always hitchhike with a firearm?" "Dangerous country, but I'll cop to that if you like. What's that these days? Big fine, couple of months?" "Here," he said, and reached under his desk. He passed across the same form that the others had supposedly signed. "Go easy on yourself, Mr. Forsythe. It is only a token. You will be released in perhaps a year or a little more. Please go easy on yourself," he said. "Like I was saying, Mr. Martinez, sorry, Captain Martinez, when exactly do I get to see my consular representative? I'm a British citizen, and I want to see someone from the fucking embassy. If I don't, I'll make sure your name gets bandied about," I said calmly. "You are in no position to make threats," he replied, equally at ease. We sat in silence for a moment, and then he stood and motioned for the guards to take me away. I got up and walked down to the cell again. At the door, I asked for another smoke. I was giving up, but surely these were extreme circumstances. I wanted to save it for later, but they wouldn't give me a match, so I had to light it now. They locked me in. That night the old guard came with water and tortillas. He sat with me until I'd eaten, and then surreptitiously he produced a piece of lemon cake from his pocket. It was soggy and a bit tart, but clearly his missus had made it or something, and the gesture was so unbelievably nice I got a little teary. I talked to him in English, and he said a thing or two in Spanish and left. At dawn the next morning, instead of breakfast, the guards came and cuffed me behind my back. They were gentle about it, and I appreciated it. "Where to now?" I asked, but they didn't understand. They led me along a different corridor to an elevator. I felt a wave of despair and terror. If I didn't get in the elevator, nothing too bad could happen. I struggled for a bit, but they saw it was half-hearted. They shoved me, and I went in, meek and head bowed. They pressed the button for the basement, and when it stopped they took me out to a van. Inside were Scotchy, Andy and Fergal. I was pleased to see them, but before I could say anything, a guard held my head and put some duct tape over my mouth. The boys had been similarly gagged. The guards helped me up and into the van. There were 2 benches opposite one another, and an iron bar running along each side wall. The guards undid one of my cuffs and hooked it behind the bar at my back so that I could sit but not move forwards and barely to the side. 2 of the guards got in the front, and I could see another car waiting behind us with a couple of peelers inside. They would presumably follow us in case one of us was Houdini and could get out of cuffs and the bloody iron bar. I made eye contact with Scotchy, and he gave me a nod and then a wink. That boy was a hard case. It reassured me. A fuck-up, yeah, but a tough nut to crack. We sat while one guard filled out something on a clipboard. This reassured me too. Paperwork. We were in the system somewhere. They couldn't pretend we never existed. The other guard took the paper, folded it twice, and put it in his front pocket. That, by contrast, didn't look so good. Somebody out of sight closed the van's back doors, and in another minute we were off. The van drove quickly out of town and onto a straight road. There were no windows, so you couldn't see anything except for a little scrape in the blacked-out glass partition between us and the drivers. Through that, there were tiny glimpses of what I took to be a 2-lane highway through what looked like jungle. It must have been a pretty good road, since we weren't bounced about, and the vehicle managed to go quite fast. The boys seemed in okay shape. No bruises and no cuts. We looked each other up and down to reassure ourselves, and Fergal tried to say something, but we couldn't understand him and he eventually gave up. Scotchy closed his eyes and somehow managed to doze. The rest of us laughed behind our gags when he started to snore. After a couple of hours the van turned, and this time the road wasn't so good. The going was slower, and we followed this trail for about another hour. Finally the van stopped and we heard voices outside, and then, very slowly, we heard it move again as if we were pulling in somewhere. Scotchy woke, and the boys tensed up. The back doors opened. The sunlight blinding. A huge trail of dust that you couldn't see through. A smell of piss and shit. I blinked a few times. The dust cleared. We were in a prison. 4 guard towers hung over a central courtyard, and around the courtyard, almost like a cloister, there were cells, each with a big metal door slotted with a Judas hole. I looked around me. The walls at the front gate stretched about 30 feet high, rolls of razor wire on top. Also at the gate sat a 3-story building that I took to be the guardhouse. Through the gate, surrounding the complex, I could see another fence with razor wire on top. The guard towers had spotlights, and the guards themselves were men in faded blue uniforms who carried double-barreled shotguns. There were no other prisoners about, but you could sense their presence behind the cell doors. It seemed to me that if you could get through the cell wall, all you had to do was make it over the fence and you were out of there. It didn't appear very secure, and that reassured me. It made me think that this must be a remand prison for non-dangerous felons. There was some discussion between our driver and the prison guards. We stood around and waited. Heat, an azure sky, the grey prison walls, the dusty white courtyard. After a time the van drove off, the big metal gates opening to let it through. 6 guards came and led us over to one of the cells. They opened it up and shoved us inside. They took our handcuffs off, but produced manacles, which they then bolted to our wrists in front of us. Between the manacles, they locked an 18-inch long piece of chain, heavy iron, old, but still strong. Then they made us all sit down. The cell was stifling, and the floor stank. The only ventilation came through a tiny barred hole in the wall near the ceiling. Cobwebs hung on the ceiling, and the floor was alive with insects. When we were sitting, the guards put a manacle on our left ankle, which was connected to another heavy chain. There were 6 ring bolts embedded in the concrete floor, and they positioned us so that we were all near at least one of them. The guards produced huge padlocks and attached each ankle chain to a ring bolt. A guard pointed to a black bucket in the corner, and they all went out and locked the door behind them. We ripped off our gags and all started speaking at once. Everyone had suffered more or less the same treatment. The sham with the confessions, no access to a lawyer or anyone from the outside. No one had talked, no one, not even Andy. I was so proud of the boys. I couldn't believe it. Jesus, even Andy. He was pleased with himself. We were all excited. I mean, we were in a hell of a spot, but we were pumped to at least be with each other. Scotchy was the first to come out with an important question. "Where's Big Bob?" he asked. "They said because he had an American passport he was being dealt with differently," I answered. "Oh," Scotchy said sceptically. "Why, what do you think?" I asked. "I don't think anything, Bruce," Scotchy said. Fergal stood and stretched. You could do that and maybe walk about 3 feet before your ankle chain stopped you. "How long do you think we're going to be here?" Fergal asked. We all shook our heads. I was thinking that this would be it until the trial. Why bother to move us at all unless it was a reasonably permanent change? And letting us all be in the same cell together wasn't too bright, unless they were completely confident about winning their case, which with the video they probably were. "They said we were looking at 20 years, Andy said quietly. "No way," Scotchy said reassuringly. "No way, Andy. For a start, Darkey will pull some strings. That's how these countries work. We'll sit tight, Andy boy, and sooner or later they'll have to give us a lawyer. This isn't Africa, this is Mexico. They need to keep tight with America and do things right." "Yeah, they'll give us lawyers," Fergal said hopefully, sitting down again. "That's right. Eventually we'll get a lawyer and you'll see how Darkey comes through for us," Scotchy said. And I could see he really believed it. He wasn't just saying it for us. "When will Darkey get us out?" Andy asked. "Well now, Andy, don't for one thing get your hopes up. I mean, he can't just get us out. He'll send a boy, and he'll probably make us plead guilty to something, so he will. Darkey White is Darkey White, but he's not God. We'll do time, but it won't be much," Scotchy said sagely. "How much is much, do you think?" Fergal asked. "I don't know, but not hard time, nothing like that. Just enough to make you tough and give you a story for the girls back home," Scotchy said, and winked at him. I didn't say anything. I was thinking of Big Bob. I was thinking of the map he had. I was wondering where the hell he was now, and I had a terrible suspicion that I knew exactly where that might be. We talked some more. Our morale was pretty good. Scotchy had done a job cheering us. Night came, and we lay down on the concrete floor. The temperature dipped, and it got a little cold. I was thankful that I'd been wearing my jeans the day we'd left. The boys, of course, were all still in their shorts. The insects were tiny bugs that you got used to. The spiders up there had eaten all the bigger ones, but still, with them and the hard floor, it was difficult getting over to sleep. In the morning, we'd half filled the slop bucket. It had been a bugger passing it around all chained up. We waited for the guard to come and open the door to let us pour it out. The smell was bad, and flies were hovering around it. The heat was no worse than my place in Manhattan, but like I say, the stench was terrible. "There are rats, you know," Fergal said while we waited. "I didn't see any," I said. "There's rats and lizards, and they come onto you when you're sleeping," Andy said. Andy had woken loudly a few times in the night, terrified. I wondered if he was imagining it, but then I did see a couple of rats skulking near the door. The gap under the door was only about half an inch, but rats can do an impressive limbo when they want to. They didn't bother me, though. They've never bothered me. And wee lizards I could handle as well. And the boys I knew would get used to them. "You'll get used to them, you'll see," I said, but Andy looked doubtful. We waited all morning, but no guards came, and it wasn't until evening that the cell door opened and a guard put down a jug of water and 4 bowls of rice. "20 minutos," he said, and closed the door behind him. We ate greedily and drank the water, and he came half an hour later for the empty bowls and the carafe. We hadn't finished the water, so we all desperately took a final swig before he grabbed it back. "Here, we want to empty the bucket," Scotchy said. But the guard didn't understand. "Bucket, oh," Andy tried. But the door was already closed. In the night, something big bit me, a spider, I think, and I was concerned that it was poisonous, but in the morning I was fine. Scotchy kept us all talking, and that night our morale wasn't too bad either. The black bucket was close to overflowing with piss now, and most of us had succumbed to a drizzly diarrhea. We hoped that today was the day they let us empty it, but we were wrong. We eventually learned that you slopped out every third day. The prison was on a quadrangle, but one of the cell blocks was empty, so there were 3 walls of prisoners. Every third day, a cell block was allowed to slop out and spend the morning exercising in the yard. We had heard them come every morning and knew that sooner or later our turn would arrive, or at least we hoped so. There was no prison work, and no canteen, and no medical facilities. Prisoners stayed in their cells all the time, except for that one morning every 3 days. We guessed that the prison held 300 or 400 prisoners, with maybe 30 or 40 guards, though it was impossible to tell for sure. When the prisoners were let out, we heard a lot of talk, and once a voice outside our cell said, "Gringos, hello America." On that third morning, the guards came and undid the padlocks on the ring bolts at our ankles. They put the padlocks in a sack and went out, leaving the door open. We were still shackled at the wrists, but we all immediately got up. The guards yelled at us to sit down. They jabbered something important in Spanish that I hoped Andy was getting since he had the language. "What's he saying?" I asked Andy. "He's saying we have to wait until... a word I don't know. I think the whistle. I think," Andy said. Andy had done O-level Spanish. He'd only gotten a C, but it was better than nothing. I thought I'd heard a whistle the 2 previous mornings, so maybe Andy was just guessing. We waited, and sure enough, there was a whistle, and we heard the other prisoners start to come out into the yard. "Have to empty that fucking bucket," Scotchy said. "Fergal, you grab it." "Why me?" "Because I say so," Scotchy said. "And when we get out, we all stick together. Is that clear?" We nodded. Complaining, Fergal lifted the bucket gingerly, urine slopping over the sides and onto his hands. None of us had been capable of a big shit, though, so at least that was something. When we got outside, the sunlight was intense, and it took us all a minute to adjust. The other prisoners on our block came out of their cells, and the guards watched warily from the towers. I imagined this was the most dangerous time for the guards, for if we'd chosen, we could have all run out and overpowered the 4 guys who'd been going from cell to cell unlocking us. Probably there was some kind of rule that if anyone came out of his cell before the whistle went, at which point presumably the guards were clear, he got shot. Prisoners emptied their slop buckets at a latrine near what we discovered later was the disused cell block. The rest walked around the yard. They were a skinny, badly dressed crew, Indian-looking. About 100 of them. The majority barefooted, bareheaded. None of them looked at us. They talked in low tones, most walking, a few immediately setting up to play dice games on the dusty ground. We walked over to the latrine with Fergal. Again, the big sky and the dust from the prisoners' feet rising in spirals like gins over the cell walls. The smell of openness and air and jungle, and a great mass of human beings that weren't the boys or me. Swarms of flies over the latrine and a streaking bird whose plumage reflected back light in wavelengths I had missed, red and emerald green and gold. 4 guard towers, 2 guards a tower, shotguns, searchlights, I said to Scotchy. He was looking at me and grinning. "Bruce, dear," It isn't a fucking great escape. We're sitting tight and not doing anything stupid, is that clear? He said cheerfully. Is that what you did in the cache? I asked him. Aye, it is, as a matter of fact, he said. I'd tried to catch him out, because he had said that he had been in the cache, but Scotchy never remembered anything, and I was hoping he'd confound me by saying, no, actually, I was in the big bad Magab or something. How long exactly were you in? I asked him conversationally, but before he could answer, I interrupted and pointed to where some of the prisoners were making for a big pile of straw that had been left near the front gates. I elbowed him. It's bedding. Look, that's what it is, I said. OK, we all go, he said. He called Fergal and Andy over and we stuck together. We went over to the pile of straw and grabbed a bunch each. We wanted to take it back immediately, but we got the impression you had to wait for the whistle before going back to your cell. Let's just shove it in, Fergal said. But when he edged over to the cell, a guard walking along the cell block roof pointed his shotgun and yelled something at us. What's he saying, And? But Andy couldn't make head or tail of it. See, sorry lads, but I learned Castilian, not Mexican Spanish, he explained. So we stood there near our cell block and waited for the whistle. We were pretty conspicuous, not just as the new boys, but also as the only non-Mexicans there. Straw'll make things easier, Fergal said, and sat down on the dust. Scotchy pulled him up, and he almost tripped over the chain still dragging behind his ankle. Let's just keep our eyes peeled, Scotchy scowled. And he was right. Because before we knew what was happening, a gang of about a dozen or more guys had come up to us. They'd just walked over, taking a detour from their circuit. But it was so quick and confusing that suddenly they were on us from four sides. They started saying things in Spanish and pointing at us. Aye, where's the guards now? I was thinking. What are they saying, Andy? Scotchy asked, but Andy couldn't get it. The head guy was a small man in a string t-shirt and baggy blue jeans. He was pointing at Scotchy's red hair and grabbing his own and making a joke. They had surrounded us completely now, and had done it so incredibly fast we hadn't even been able to get to a wall. They were all smaller than us, but some of them had leather belts and were wrapping them around their fists. Others brandished their manacle chains. The yelling was so loud now, I was sure the guards were going to intervene. I looked up at the watchtowers to see what was going on, but no one paid any attention. Here they come, Scotchy said simply, and they rushed us. I took a swipe at some boy, but before I could do anything I'd been kicked in the back and I was on the ground. I got a kick in the head and the legs. I felt my sandals getting pulled off. Someone was trying to get my t-shirt. I curled into the fetal position and waited. The guards would come. The kicks came in again and again. There was no pain at all, nothing. I bundled myself tighter and moved my arms down to protect my ribs. Someone started pulling my hair. Dust was in my throat. A foot came onto my neck and I grabbed the ankle and bit into it until I got bone. A belt buckle thumped me in the ear, but still I bit into the ankle. I could taste the blood now. A bare foot kicked me on the forehead, and I went backwards over my head and scrambled up and found that I was standing. I hit the guy next to me with my elbow, and I felt his nose break. There was a whistle, and through the dust I could see the men run back to their cells. Now I started to hurt. I'd been scraped all over my back, and despite the head kicks, that was the worst. I had bitten my tongue and I spat blood. I felt an arm underneath mine and Scotchy yelling at me. I couldn't understand a word. He yelled, and then he saw that I wasn't getting it, and he showed me. Andy and Fergal lay flat out on the ground, and he wanted me to help get them up. The guards were yelling at us to get back in the cells. It was a fucking joke. I bent down and lifted Fergal under the arms, but it was impossible. I slipped, went on my arse. Before I could try again, the guards were there screaming at us and hitting us with billy clubs. They shoved us back towards our cell. I was shouting, but they cut me off with a dig in the mouth. They pushed us inside and beat us down and locked our ankles into the ring bolts. A minute later, 2 guards dragged in first Fergal and then Andy and locked them in too. They were both unconscious. All of us had been robbed of our shoes. Andy had been in nice new high tops that Scotchy and I had bought for him at the airport. He'd put up a real fight to keep them. He was covered in dust and blood. They seemed to have got his t-shirt too, but I couldn't tell because my eyes were stinging. Fergal lay beside me though, his polo shirt torn off him. Scotchy was bent over and hacking now. "Jesus," I said. I closed my eyes, and when I opened them, it was night. My sides were on fire, and my back felt like I'd been flailed. There'd been a noise all this time, and I realised it had been Scotchy, as close as he could get to the door, yelling for medical attention. The guards came in and beat him quiet, and it stayed that way until morning. I shivered through the night, and when I woke, I dry-heaved for 15 minutes. "Bruce! Bruce!" Scotchy was whispering. "Name's not Bruce," I managed. "Bruce!" Scotchy said. "What?" "Are you okay?" "Aye. No. Aye, I suppose," I said. Scotchy crawled over to me. He was right at the limit of his foot chain, and his whole body was stretched out so he could talk to me. "Bruce, are you hurt bad?" "Not bad," I said. "Fergal's in and out of sleep," Scotchy said. "He's okay, but Andy's in a bad way. I think his ribs are broken. Do you know anything about first aid?" I shook my head, but we both crawled over to Andy anyway. Fergal was moaning on his side. He was in terrible pain, but at least he knew he was in pain. Andy had been stripped to his boxer shorts. He breathed erratically in shallow, desperate little breaths, blood in his spittle. His face gaunt, horribly pale. He wasn't conscious, but he wasn't out either. His lips formed words, but there was no sound. I looked at his chest. His ribs didn't seem right, and I could see blood beneath the skin, pooling there at his lungs. "Jesus Christ, Scotchy, I think he's dying," I said. Scotchy looked at me, one eye closed over, his face puffy and blue. "When they come in to give us dinner, you pull the guard down and I'll wrap my chain around his neck. We'll say we'll kill him unless they get a doctor for Andy," Scotchy said, cold and deliberate. I nodded. I really didn't see how it could work, but what choice did we have? "I heard you yelling," I said. "Aye, they just come in and shut you up," Scotchy murmured. We waited and girded our strength, and the light started to come in the little cell window. We heard the whistle blow and the prisoners get let out. The afternoon became very hot and the day dragged by. Andy's lips were parched and he was paler than before. Each breath was a tremendous effort. We crawled over to him. "Andy, if you can hear me, it's going to be okay. We're going to get you some help," I said. "Aye, we are, big lad. We're not going to let you down," Scotchy agreed. The afternoon ended, and finally the door opened. I rugby tackled the guard, but he kicked me off easily and I sprawled against the back wall, my chain going taut and almost dislocating my ankle. "Doctor! Doctor! Doctor! Doctor!" Scotchy was pleading and pointing at Andy. The guards ignored him, left the food and water and went out. We tried to give Andy some water, but he choked when we brought it to his lips. The guards came back for the wooden bowls, and we grabbed some handfuls of rice. "Dying! Morto! Morto!" I yelled, hoping they would understand. The guards looked at Andy for a moment, then closed the door. They went away talking, and we held out hope that they would send someone. We waited and waited, but no one came. In the evening, Fergal was fully awake and doing a little better, and we took turns cradling Andy's head in our laps. We didn't know what to do. None of us had any medical experience. All I knew was the recovery position thing. I held Andy and told him it was going to be okay. His breathing was even shorter. Fergal relieved me after a while and I lay down. Night came, and sometime after midnight Scotchy shook me awake. Fergal was beside him, his eyes vacant in the moonlight. "What is it?" I asked. "Andy died," Scotchy said simply. I sat up. I looked at Fergal, who nodded. "Are you sure?" I asked. It was a stupid question. Scotchy didn't answer it. "I suppose he wasn't fully recovered from that first hiding," Fergal said. "No, they murdered him. They murdered him," Scotchy whispered. "They killed him." I crawled over to Andy and touched his hand. It was cold. They'd closed his eyes. "Jesus, Andy. Oh, Christ, I'm so sorry," I said. Fergal patted me on the back. Scotchy spat, and then, turning to the pair of us, he said, "If I don't get back, I want yous to promise me you'll see to Big Bob. You'll see to him. Promise it." We both nodded. Scotchy lay down on the floor. I wiped a mantis off my arm. I put both arms under my head and curled my knees almost up to my chin. I closed my eyes, and after a time, I slept. 6. The Lost World. Yes, it's true. We're lost. We're in a boat on the wild ocean. The seas are high, and there is no compass. We're fucked, blind, ignorant. The night bewildering, and there is no dawn. We are outside latitude or longitude on maps. No land, no dead reckoning, no horizon. Fucked in spades. In this cabin of stale air, with asthmatics, fellow fools before the mast who know no shanties but who cough nocturnes for me. But they're more doomed than me. I'm okay, really, for I'm not with them. I am not a boy or a man. Rather, I am a cow, or a black buffalo, or a bird, or a tiny caterpillar crawling under the door. I am, that is, until one of the others wheezes or says something, and I'm back again, a haunted passenger, seasick, lost, fucked. I close my eyes and lean back and open them. Days go by. And it's not that bad, for I have, as contingency, made myself another world. I've been staring at the ceiling, lying on my back, head on the straw, arms on my chest. There are, above me, valleys, ridges, craters, lines, funnel cobwebs in the corner. The colour is a washed-out grey. Often I imagine they're cities, rivers, an aerial map of a country. The topography is surprisingly uneven. It's a mountain kingdom. We haven't been talking much, so I've been building a story of an imaginary civilization. The big crack down the middle separates two continents that are at war. They're always at war. There are canals, too, like the ones Percival Lowell used to see on Mars. The continent nearest the door is drying up, dying, so the inhabitants want to conquer their neighbours. The continent near the tiny barred window hole has plenty of water. Those people live an agricultural, tractable existence, though occasionally death comes to Arcadia, for there are damp and flood marks. The window continent also has the spiderwebs, and I imagine these are desperate, impenetrable morasses where only fools go, of which, in a pastoral idyll, there are many. There are wars and negotiations, and sometimes individual narratives within the grander themes. There are factions and religions, and perhaps down here we are gods. My story gets interrupted in the morning for a feature. The window lets in the sunlight, and every day there's a black and white movie, shadows marching across the canyon ceiling surface, slowly, for about 3 hours, and then they disappear. It's not much of a show, but the plotting is at least linear and unconflicted. It's been a fortnight, and we are lousy, scabrous, and covered in bites. Our wounds have not healed well. Fergal sits towards the corner nearest the light. He's filing part of my belt buckle into a lockpick. He thinks the locks on the leg irons could be reasonably straightforward to pick, since they're all standard bolt jobs from the 70s. Fergal was a jemmy for a while, so maybe he would know. But Scotchy and I, unfortunately, know Fergal too well to hold out much hope. In any case, the lock on the door needs a big thick key, and we don't have the metal. So Scotchy doesn't see the point of getting us out of the leg irons if we could never open the door. But he's only saying that. He needs it as much as both of us. It's been 10 days since they took out Andy. He's buried by now, or cremated, or whatever it is they do around here. Eaten in some Mayan ceremony for all I know. No one has said anything to us about him. No one said anything to us about anything, but I imagine now we're pretty much screwed sideways. A dead gringo. That can't be something you'd want the world outside to know about. They'll bury the case, do nothing about us, let us rot. I mean, they couldn't hush this up if we ever got out to tell the papers. I really don't see how they can bail us now, of course. It's the word of a drug smuggler, but the whole thing would still stink. I haven't said anything about this to the others. Scotchy probably has his outside hope still pinned to his friendship with Darkey, and Fergal's energy is concentrated on his silly little pick. We've been out to the yard several times and no one has bothered us. I think Andy got killed because they were after our clothes. It sounds stupid, but now that they have our shoes, they're leaving us alone. We got some straw for bedding, and for a while Scotchy had us making an attempt to clean the cell out a bit. He's stopped in the last couple of days. It's not the futility of the thing. Rather, I think, he just doesn't have the energy to boss us and keep himself together. So there's Scotchy, sleeping. Fergal filing the belt buckle against the concrete. The flies, caterpillars, roaches, the sweat on my skin, and of course, the ceiling. The movie's over, and it's only 4 hours until dinner. The narrative kicks in without me. Agriculture, herds of animals, the dust rising from pilgrims coming to wash in the sacred river, millions of them. The primary cult of the two kingdoms is shared by the majority of the population, but like the Indians, they hector one another over trivialities. One says you bathe only up to the waist, the other that the head must sink beneath the water. Scholars at universities debate it. Everyone wears turbans, incidentally, but some tie at the front and others at the back. They argue over that, too. It's crazy. It's like that Frank Gorshin episode of Star Trek. There are hunting parties, dare raids over the divide, and occasionally kids are captured like Gary Powers, and there's a whole to-do. It's tense, and everyone's bored with their life, and this is bringing on war fever. People grumble, and there's hysteria mounting in the press. A Prime Minister of the left continent is debating with his cabinet the consequences of mobilisation. They're at a country house in an island group near the Continental Divide. The Peace Party thinks there will be universal slaughter if war breaks out. They're right, of course. The Peace Party recalls to memory the events of the last border war. He's talking and they're listening, jaws agape. It's not my story now, it's Grandpa Sam's. The mud-bath shambles of July 1916, shit and skulls. The Ulster Division slaughtered by companies and then by battalions, and then by week's end there is no one left at all. From the picture on the piano, Grandpa Sam loses 45 friends. 45 out of 50 in the first 20 minutes. The piano and the brown photographs and a sword and a violin. How rigid everyone is, how formal. Were they like that? Were they not profane like the rest of us? And now, where have these thoughts come from? Home, war, it's a universe away, an ocean. But the hue is wide. Aren't we still in the new world? Possibilities. I leave them there in the mud, poison gas drifting back into their own trenches. I'm back with the farmers of the window continent. Mechanisation has not yet hit, neither has enclosure. There is proper crop rotation, and the fields are left fallow in winter and every 7th year. The crops are hardy and adaptable, and disease in this kingdom is rare. They have malaria in the swamps, but they have discovered quinine. There is a light rain, a sun shower. People are tilling soft drumlins, and in the background there is a blue loch. They're wearing woolen trousers and cotton shirts, flat tweed caps. They have butter and buttermilk and potato bread and Veda. Yes, that's better. For breakfast, there is a toasted slice of soda with Dramona and Lyle's golden syrup. And then, bejesus, you're out in the crisp morning and into the fields. The sun's out over the loch and it's a wee bit like County Down. There's a church and a tractor and you're baling hay. I don't mind being back here. A big ganch with a blue face is driving the tractor, and we're on the ground with forks, shoveling it up onto the back of the truck, sweating and cursing and spinning yarns. It's lunch, and we're only 13, but the old boy's wife has brewed a cider, and we're half tore from just the smell of it. Big jam pieces on batch bread with butter and homemade blackcurrant. Yeah, that'll do. I close my eyes and drift. Later. Sitting up. Both boys are sleeping now. Scotchy, a scrawny red beard, hollow eyes, lank, slab-like skin. Fergal, bloody fingers from his pick, and a wild, untrimmed beard like that of an insane man. Hair sticking out everywhere. I think the Indians are frightened of him. Fuck knows how I look. Never had a beard before. Got one now, with no mirror to see how it becomes me. In a wee while, Scotchy will wake and scratch himself, crotch first, and then feet, and then hair, and then the rest of him. He'll do that for half an hour, and talk to himself for a minute or two, and then, if he's got the energy, he'll talk to me. He'll pare down his fingernails and scratch himself some more. Fergal will wake and lie still. You won't be able to tell when he's conscious or not. He'll lie there, off in some private place. He'll speak even less than Scotchy, and if he has his energy, he'll work on his pick. Of course, our hair will start to fall out soon. Scotchy informs us that vitamin C is stored in the body only for about 6 weeks. After that, it's scurvy. I'm thinking logically, trying to get a grip. Blacker thoughts. Things do not stand well. We've lost weight and we're weaker, and I know for a certainty that I'm starting to get bedsores. My nails are brittle and my throat's cracked and I'm crippled by lethargy. If they would only give us some limes, it would make a huge difference. Mealtime. We eat rice and drink water. I keep waiting for variation, but it's not coming. Scotchy mumbles something about eating the crickets for protein, but I'm not there yet. A day or two later, he orders us to do it. It's a joke to think that Scotchy is in a position to give orders, but he has a point. The crickets are easy to catch, and it's diverting. You crunch them and pretend they're potato chips. You crunch them well, otherwise they writhe about on the way down your throat. The mantises, if anything, are worse for that behaviour. Fergal refuses to eat the insects, and Scotchy laughs and says that that's more for the rest of us. Fergal goes back to his filing, Scotchy to his rage and mumbling. I go back to nothing. Nothing. And then thoughts, regrets, fear. Night. Morning. We pick the lice out of each other's hair. My story. The farmers, the war, the movie. Mealtime again. Evening coming so fast, and then the night again. And every night and day it's louder out there. All the noises of the forest that go on forever, stopping only to pause and tease us for an hour or two in the hottest part of the day. The morning comes, and there are no cockcrows or songbirds, just the end of that nighttime roar and the beginning of the daytime one. Back to my other place. Late summer, and the harvest is coming in, and the window people are fat and happy and unprepared, and the door continent is envious as its people tug and pull at the dry earth. Light comes in. We know a few of the guards. Squinty, Poxy, Bandit because of his one arm, Pacino, his scarred face, Chunnell, his big nostrils, FDR, he can barely walk. Except for Squinty, they don't speak any English, or if they do, they won't. Squinty only has about 5 words, and it's pointless asking him anything. We know none of the other prisoners. If there is a leader, it's an Indian in jeans and Andy's shoes. Some of the others seem to defer to him, but really that's not important. They don't give a shit about us. They don't even see us anymore. Dreams of food. Cadbury's chocolate, cream donuts, golden, glistening fish and chips, beer, a real pint of Guinness, viscous, bitter, smooth. And her, always her, those eyes and that smile, those long legs that invite you to touch her, to hold her, to take her on the bed, to remove her green skirt and white panties, to feel her breath on yours, to ease yourself inside of her, to screw her and hold her and lick her sweat, and then to lie next to her on the cool sheets. Sit there, bored, scratch myself, throw Scotchy a cricket, but he doesn't stir. Sit there. I pick one fly out of the hundreds and try to follow it. It lands in the slop bucket, takes off, lands on Fergal, takes off again, back to the slop bucket, over to me, lays something on my arm, got to keep still so it can, and off again. It's a nice symmetry, Scotchy, Fergal, me. The fly's keeping us more together through a bucket of our own liquid shit. Eat your crickets, Bruce. Harder to catch now, Scotchy says, and throws his back. I grab the fucker, and I do eat it, and he smiles at me. It's another 3rd day, and we get unlocked. The whistle goes, and we walk around the yard, keeping to ourselves, frightened. No one speaks to us. We stay away from everyone else. For a minute, I stare angrily at the man wearing my sandals, and then I catch myself at it and stop. The whistle blows, and we take our bucket and our straw and go back in. Guards come and produce padlocks from a bag, lock us down, close the door. I sit there wondering if the others will bother to speak. Fergal's agitated, and he does. Boys, listen. Wee old bloke with the limp was giving me the eye. Think I might be onto something. He's got information for us, I can tell. Maybe about Big Bob, Fergal says excitedly. Maybe he wanted your arse, I suggest slowly. Scotchy grins at me. No, he knows something, Fergal persists. Doesn't trust you two, but he does me. Aye, maybe he's the head boy on the fucking escape committee. Wants your help with the glider they're making in Block C, Scotchy says with heavy sarcasm. I wink at him. No reason to get all eggy, Fergal says. All the reason in the world, I think, Scotchy retorts. Fergal grunts and goes back to the belt buckle. Scotchy nods at me, and I nod back. I try to think of something funny that will cheer us up, but I can't. My brain is slow and won't move. I lay back and pick things out of my beard. I huddle down into the straw. Food comes and we gobble it down. Dark and we get afeared, but the noise at least keeps us company. Another day and another. The weather breaks, and one day it rains and the whole floor oozes with damp, as if things weren't bad enough. Scotchy develops a cough, and his hacking keeps us awake at all hours. Fergal and I are probably thinking the same thing, that he's going to be next. In the morning, we're expecting him to be coughing blood, but he isn't, and he actually looks a little better. He saves his voice, and when night comes, he's coughing less. Gave us a scare there, mate, I whisper in the dark. Thought you were getting cholera, or more likely AIDS or the clap or something. Scotchy doesn't say anything, but I can feel him smiling. I go back to sleep. Night, bad dreams. Another day of the same shite. Scotchy recovers from his cough, and we don't get anything worse than we have. We are getting weaker, though, malnutrition and diarrhea, and I know that this cannot go on indefinitely. But what else can we do but conserve our strength and hope for better times? Macabreism, but my brain is too addled for anything else. On one day, I decide that it's my birthday. I don't tell the others. I just sit there with the knowledge that my teenage years are done. And it's that night that I go back, way back to where it all began. Does the memory work like a journal or a logbook? Can you record words and faces and read them back years from now? Most professionals say no. You either use it or lose it. The mind isn't a video camera or a computer or a big book. Oh, aye? Well, how do you account for the smells and the detail and the dialogue? It's all there. Really? And Big Brother, where are you? And Ma and Da, are you still in this world? You exist somewhere, even if only for a time in that place of dreams. Oh, I see it all. My eyes close. It's set. All those moments, together in one moment. Future, present, past. And it comes back. PJ hiding, Davy Quinn, Mrs. Miller, the hair falling in tiny helicopter blades. All those moments together in one. Weird that many of them come together around the solstice, Saturnalia, Nativity, the Mass of Christ. No, not weird. It's a hard time. The Christmas of last year at the Europa. The Christmas of long ago in the lean, black tenement streets. The Christmas yet to be. The rain, ghost riding itself on the windowsill. The smell of turf from the kitchen grate. Belfast, there, in winter memory, oozed up from the mudflats of the loch. PJ under the shed, hiding. Toys with him. What toys? Fluorescent patches on soldiers moving about in the darkness. He's playing anti-personnel mines and hurling the plastic bodies away from the imaginary explosions. He's 3 years older, but I'm more mature, preferring Lego to action men, which, oh yes, is a moot point, because I've lost all my action men to him on a bet as to whether I can make an effective parachute out of bedsheets that would take me without injury from the washhouse roof to the back garden. Yes, I remember. I want to hide too, and I think about either running away up into the fields or sneaking under the bunk in our bedroom, but that would mean going upstairs, which is out of the question, since Grandpa is wandering around up there in his pyjamas, looking for his teeth and muttering things about the Pope, the Prime Minister, and sometimes the Kaiser. Grandpa. I can run over to Davy's house and try and wangle an extra dinner from his parents. They would hide me all evening if they could. They like me better than Davy himself because, despite being a Protestant, I always say please and thank you and call Shirley Mrs. Quinn, even though all of us know she isn't really married to Davy's da. I'm mulling over the possibilities in front of the Flintstones on TV when the living room door opens. Ma comes in with a £1 note. She's so pretty, young. Here, she says. What's that for? I ask, affecting an unconvincing air of ignorance. You know full well. Now get your brother. I don't know where he is, I attempt. You don't? No? Not even if there was 10 pence in it for you? You want me to squeal on PJ for a miserly 10p? Take it or leave it. The coin sitting in her hand, heads up. It's one of those that has been defaced by the provost. A big cross over the face of the Queen. Sometimes they don't take those vandalised ones in the sweetie shop. Ma looks at the 10 pence and shrugs. She reaches in the pocket of her slacks, blue ones, the ones with the permanent jam stain on the buttocks. She brings out a Free State 10p, with a fish as the head side and a harp as the tails. He's under the hut, I say, taking my piece of silver and putting it in my shorts. She opens the window. PJ, get in here. I can see you. He does not come. PJ, you're under the shed. I can see you from here. A minute later, he appears in the living room, shooting me a dirty look. You grassed me up, you bastard. he whispers as Ma goes to get him a new t-shirt to wear. I never did. Oh, you liar. Are you calling me a liar? Yes. I'll kick your bacon. Like to see you try. Like to see you stop me. Like to see you try to stop me. Oh, I'll try. Try is right. Try and succeed. Aye, you will. Think I won't? Uh-huh. Well, we'll see, so we will. Aye, we will. Aye, we will. I shoot him a confused expression. What were we talking about again? I ask. He grins at me, and we both crack up laughing. Wee bugger, he whispers to me as Ma comes back with a yellow t-shirt. Put this on, she says. I can't believe you were crawling under the shed with all those worms and things. Son, I tell you, I think your head's cut sometimes. Good job your dad's not here. Aye, when's he ever? PJ whispers. I don't answer, and we walk outside into the road. Is there any way out of this at all? He asks me. Not if you want any presents this year, I say. We walk sullenly along the street. It's dusk, and there are a lot of kids out playing Kirby and tag and football. For a December night, the weather isn't bad. A group of girls playing hopscotch and jumping with a big rope. A mild evening, and everyone excited about tomorrow. A big, tawny hound sitting right in the middle of the road, cars driving around it and honking at it, the dog paying no attention to them or to anything. Mr. McCluskey is trying to get his pigeons to fly into the coop, but they're way up on the telephone wires. Come down, you wee fox, he's saying to them over and over. Sooner or later his wife will come and reprimand him for his language in front of the kids. The pigeons will go into the coop anyway as soon as it gets cold. Davy sees me farther up the road. Hey, Mikey, what's the crack? He shouts. Nothing. You want to do nets? I shake my head. Can't, I shout back. What did you call me? He jokes. We walk on, and a few doors down, come to the house with a big hole in the fence. All the houses on the terrace are identical. They're all red-bricked and joined to one another in rows of 6 or 7. To get to the back garden, you have to go through the house itself or through a narrow entryway that 2 houses share. The only thing that distinguishes one house from another is how the gardens are kept. Some people grow flowers, others vegetables. Some people have it all grass, and others, for some reason that neither PJ nor I understands, have the whole garden concreted over. The Millers have gone for the uncared-for look. Their garden has 3-foot-high grass and weird mechanical objects lurking in the undergrowth. We know they have a dog because of the amount of dog shite everywhere. The animal itself we have never seen. PJ speculates that it got lost in the grass and never made it back home and was now surviving on crickets and bits of postmen. Or bits of little boys. The only obvious concession to the season is a handwritten sticker in the window that says Double Milk Christmas Eve. Christmas they have spelt with no H. We walk up the cracked path and bang on the knocker. At first, no answer, and then a lot of swearing from the living room. We shrink back a little as footsteps come closer to the door. It opens, and Mr. Miller looks at us, very confused and angry for a second. The bloody carols, is it? He says. Why aren't you singing, you wee fox? It's not, If you think I'm going to give you a bloody penny without yous even opening your beaks to sing, you've another thing coming. Jesus, today yous weans want everything on a plate. That's what's the trouble. Fenians have the right idea. You always see them on the TV, rocking away, singing and doing that Irish dancing. They're out breeding us, so they are. Look at the Quinns down the road. They have 10 weans, so they do, and she's still up for more. You'd think they'd come to the door and not sing. Not that I'd give them anything. Bucket of water, maybe. We're here for a haircut, Mr. Miller, PJ says nervously. Mr. Miller looks at the pair of us askance, cocking his head and thinking. Oh, aye, he says at last. Come on in, I'll tell Mary. PJ nudges me ahead of him into the house. Go straight through to the kitchen, Mr. Miller says. We walk along the hall, past the familiar pictures of war scenes and paintings of the Battle of the Boyne, all done by the head of the house himself, with an uncanny and unfailing lack of talent. Mr. Miller has unorthodox views on perspective and characterization. In his paintings, King William looks much more like a shipwrecked Ringo Starr than the commonplace image of a bewigged and magnificent King Billy that you can find on almost every Protestant street corner. Mr. Miller always paints Catholic King James to appear devilish and evil, although it's hard to say which of the two kings looks the most like an actual human being. PJ is always careful not to comment on the paintings, since the one time he did, Mr. Miller spent the next 40 minutes explaining his motives and inspiration. PJ pushes me in through the kitchen door, and we sit down on the stools that are next to the table. "She'll be down in a wee minute," Mr. Miller says, and turns the lights on. He steps out of the kitchen back into the living room, leaving us alone. Through the open window, all the smells of the street are coming in, teasing us with the promise of the world outdoors. Someone is cooking a fry, and you can smell the bacon and the crisping of the potato bread. There are big swarms of midges out doing manoeuvres in the air, and a few wasps that have survived the early frosts are buzzing from weed to weed in the miller's garden. "Maybe we could still make a break for it," PJ says. "Nip out the back and over the fence." I look at him with disdain. "Are you out of your tree, wee fella? Old man Miller would shoot us." "How could he do that?" "How do you think? With a gun?" "He doesn't have a gun." "He's in the paramilitaries," I say, my voice dropping to a whisper. "You don't know that," PJ mocks. "Ask Da when he gets in." "I will, and then you'll feel wick." "No, you'll feel wick. No, you'll..." PJ stops speaking as Mrs. Miller appears in the doorway. She must have just gotten out of bed, because she's still wearing her nightie and slippers. Over the top of him, she has pulled a big red dressing gown that's tied round the waist with a leather belt that has an Elvis buckle in the middle of it. It suddenly occurs to me that she was on the night shift down at the mill, and that we had woken her up in the middle of her sleep. "Hello, boys," she says, and runs her fingers through her long reddish blonde hair a couple of times to take out the knots. I give her over the £1 note and she smiles. "Who's first?" she asks. I point at PJ before he can point at me. "OK, up you come, PJ," she says, and moves his stool into the centre of the floor. She danders to the sink and lights herself a cigarette and puts it in her mouth. She ties a tea towel around PJ's neck and then pulls a pair of scissors and a comb from her dressing gown pocket. The comb looks none too clean, and I'm glad that PJ is getting his hair cut first. I tilt my stool back against the work surface and look around the room. The Millers have wallpaper which says DuPont all over it. Mr. Miller had worked at the DuPont plant up in Derry before he had gone to jail for whatever he had gone to jail for. All the parents in the street know his criminal past, but no one will tell the kids, which only makes it seem much worse. Of course, there are rumours. The one that I believed had Miller as a getaway driver for the paramilitaries in a robbery that had gone wrong, because, another rumour said, Mr. Miller had been too drunk to drive. The rest of the kitchen is uninteresting, except for the 2 calendars on opposite sides of the wall. One is from a Chinese takeaway and has a picture of Hong Kong on it. The other is a calendar from the Sun newspaper and has a woman holding a football with her breasts out over the top of it. It's always a new woman each month, unlike the picture of Hong Kong, which stays the same. I look at the Sun calendar and instantly colour and feel sure that Mrs. Miller knows that I've been looking at the woman's chest. I stare at the floor and watch PJ's brown snips of hair start to gather there on the tiles. Mrs. Miller's toenails are painted pink, and you can see them through the holes in her slippers. You can see her leg, too, when she moves. I wonder how old she is, and steal a look at her. Around 30 is my guess. She has no lines on her face, and the bags under her eyes are probably from tiredness more than anything else. She's certainly an attractive woman, at least to me. and it makes no sense that she's married to an idiot like Mr. Miller. I look up at the calendar again and see that the girl's name is Stacy. Her breasts are like enormous honeydew melons, shiny and plastic-looking. They're amazing and repulsive at the same time, like a particularly gruesome monster from Doctor Who that you both want and don't want to look at simultaneously. To end the confusion they're causing, I look at the floor again. I find that I'm sweating. I gaze over at PJ and see that he's only half done. I'm breathing rapidly and my hands are all clammy. I try looking out of the window, but the Millers' backyard is just as grown over as their front and you can see nothing. Suddenly the door opens and Mr. Miller comes in. PJ says ow as Mrs. Miller nicks him on the ear with the scissors. "Look what you made me do," Mrs. Miller says to her husband, ash pouring out of her cigarette all over PJ's head. "I made you do? Jesus, can't even get a drink of water in my own house," Mr. Miller says angrily. "Jesus Christ, can't you just wait 5 minutes, for God's sake?" Mrs. Miller says, spitting the words out. "Aye, fucking shite," Mr. Miller says and stomps out, banging the door behind him. We hear him stomp up the stairs, cursing all the way. PJ and I are both bright red by this stage. Mrs. Miller looks at me and smiles a sort of half-smile. "Hold on," she says to PJ, and slides out the kitchen door after her husband. We hear her go up the stairs too. PJ turns round and looks at me. His face is a study in anguish. "I wish I was already bloody bald," he says quietly. "Aye, like Simon Baskin." "Who?" "Yon boy from P4, cancer boy." "Oh, aye," PJ says, but I can see he's too afeard for conversation. We sit for a minute, PJ picking the bits of ash out of his hair and me biting my nails. The door opens and Mrs. Miller comes back in. "OK," she says cheerfully, and lights herself another cigarette. In 2 more minutes, she declares that PJ is done. He takes the tea towel from round his neck and thanks her. "And, now I have to go home to do some homework," PJ says. "Oh, you do?" Mrs. Miller says. "Yes," PJ says, ignoring my telepathic protests and a desperate grab at his sleeve. "I'll see you out," she says, and leads him to the front door. I can hardly believe it. He's supposed to wait for me. I don't want to be alone in this house. I watch him go down the hall and Mrs. Miller open the front door. Light comes pouring in and PJ runs into it, and then he's suddenly gone. Spirited away like the wee fella from Close Encounters. "Your turn," Mrs. Miller says. I sit on the stool while she ties the tea towel round my neck to collect the hair. "Same as usual, Mikey boy?" she asks. Yeah. It's hard to breathe over the cigarette smoke and the odour of her perfume. I struggle not to cough. Mrs. Miller starts cutting my hair. Her hands combing a bit and then cutting it. Her fingers are cold and smooth. She works a little at the side and then comes forward to do my fringe. As she leans in, I can see through the fold in her dressing gown, right through to her nightie. I blink for a second and look away. She tilts my head until I'm looking into her hands. "Keep still now," she says. The scissors make their way across my forehead, snipping little cusps of black hair onto the tea towel and down onto the floor. "There," she says, blowing smoke towards the window. "That's better, isn't it?" I think so," I say, barely able to get the words out. She takes another puff on the cigarette. Her fingers are almost as white as the paper around the tobacco. "I'll touch up the back," she says. She slips behind me and begins trimming the hair round the back of my ears. I can feel her breath on my neck as she struggles with the difficult bits. She had been a hairdresser for 5 years before she got the job at the mill. She was quick, and she was half the price of the hairdresser down at the shopping centre or the barber in town. She was a friend of Ma's anyway, and Da let Mr. Miller in to use the phone all the time. Ma says she could cut our hair herself, but with him unemployed, it was all she could do to help. There is a noise from the living room, like something falling. Mrs. Miller stops cutting. I turn round to look at her. Just then Mr. Miller shouts, "Mary!" so loud you could probably hear it at our house. "Oh, I forgot completely," Mrs. Miller says in a panic. She puts down the scissors, dashes to a cupboard and grabs a glass. She goes to the sink, runs the tap for a second, and fills it with water before practically sprinting out into the hall. There's more swearing from the living room. The only words I can make out, from Mr. Miller of course, are "on bloody Christmas Eve." There's the sound of something that might be a slap. Mrs. Miller comes into the hall, staggering. Mr. Miller is right behind her. His fist clench, he pulls it back and turns and stops. He stares at me, sitting there under the kitchen light with the tea towel around my neck. "What the fuck are you looking at?" he says. Nothing, I'm going to say. Should have said. Definitely should have said. But instead, these words come out. A real hard man. Mr. Miller is flabbergasted. He knows I'm being sarcastic. A 10-year-old taking the bloody piss. His face goes white and then red. He storms into the kitchen and stands beside me. "What did you say?" he whispers, leaning close. Nothing, I stammer. He hesitates, unsure of whether to brain me then and there, or tell my da, or get me in some more devious way. "Damn fucking right, you wee fucking bastard," he yells, and brings his fist right up to my face and shakes it. He turns to his wife. "Give me your money. I'm going to the fucking Rangers Club. Fucking bitch. Fucking wins." He grabs the pound note and storms out, slamming the door. She picks up the scissors and starts cutting my hair again. She does a few combs and then cuts the back line, and then that appears to be it. "Well," she says, "that's all, folks." "Thanks," I say. She comes round to face me. She's smiling, but there are tears welling up in her. She sniffs a little and dabs her eye with the hem of her dressing gown. "Are you okay, Mrs. Miller?" I ask, anxiously. She looks at me and smiles again, her lips parting a little and becoming moist and crimson under the strip light. Slowly, she reaches out her hand and touches me on the cheek with fingers so cold you would have thought she was a long time dead. "You're a good boy, Michael," she says, and then her hand comes down to my neck and undoes the tea towel. She shakes the hairs out onto the floor, the loose curls floating down like tiny rotor blades. "Thank you very much," I say. "See you next month," she says, and puts her hand on my arm and sees me to the front door. She runs her fingers through my hair, and I stand there on the porch for a moment. She touches my face again and smiles, turns, and closes the door. I run down the path into the street. There's light outside from the aurora. It's white and gold and so strong you can almost see the outline of Knocka Mountain. "Who's the skinhead?" Davy Quinn asks me, and I chase him all the way up to the graveyard. Later, we both come down to the street and take opposite sides in the football game. Davy's team wins, but I score a goal, so everything works out okay in the end. When it's late and chilly, I find PJ out in the shed, and we sit by the paraffin lamp and tell each other scary stories. Many about Mr. Miller. We're happy. The haircut's over, and tomorrow is Christmas, and we'll go to Nan's house, and there will be presents that Nan has bought for us out of her pension. She'll have made dinner too. Turkey, potatoes, pavlova, trifle. We sit there and just think for a while. Ma should be calling us into bed, but Ma's next door smoking and chatting with Mrs. Parkinson. "You know the way I asked Nan for the cardboard Death Star?" PJ says after a time. "Aye. I don't think I want it now. I think I'm sick of all that Star Wars shite." "Really?" "Yeah. And your action men too?" "Aye, sick of all that. You can have them back." "I can?" "Aye." "What's got into you?" "I don't know." Later, under the cool sheets of the upper bunk, I ponder this and other things, but eventually they all vape, and there is only one topic on my mind. Some day I would rescue her. In just a few years, when I was older, I would go in and punch him out and take her, and we'd disappear across the water to England or America, or somewhere where the sun shone and the sky was blue, and we were far from soldiers and paramilitaries and bombs and violence. But of course... And yes, that was the night. Later that evening, Da came in singing and blitzed to high heaven. There were voices. Things flew. Things crashed. Ma said, "Over my dead body you will." And he said, "You'll do as you're fucking told. This is man's business and you'll keep your fucking neb out of it." And Ma's one to over-egg the custard when she gets the chance, and said that if it was man's business, what was it to do with him? He said that she was to shut the fuck up if she knew what was good for her. And she said something that I'm sure was sarcastic and funny, and he couldn't think of a reply. And there was an almighty smash of something, and she screamed that that was a wedding gift. A slap, a sob. I knew that PJ would have the pillow over his ears, but I could hear. I could hear. It was 1982, and the year after the hunger strikes, and tension was as high as I ever remembered it. In Belfast, riots were as general as Joyce's snow. Every night, petrol bombs and blast bombs, the peelers keeping apart Protestant and Catholic, and sometimes nobody would get killed. Here, in the northern suburbs, though, it was less of a problem. Things were calmer. But it was like your pan of milk on the cusp, a slight notch up on the heat. Anything or anyone could make it overboil and scald. And Mr. Miller believed that he was the boy who could make the magic. Really, he wasn't much of a player. Big to us, but small time in the larger scheme of things. But still, he was the boy. And later, when it went to shit, I couldn't help but feel that I was partly responsible. You do that as a wean. You think the world revolves around you. Sometimes I used to think that when I left a room, all the people in it froze, like with the pause button on a video, and only started up when I came back in again. Epiphany came 13 days early for PJ and me and Ma and Da. Oh, aye. Seething with fury and looking for trouble, Mr. Miller went down to the Rangers Club. Mr. Miller talked a great game and said that they were all yellow bastards down there, and if they really meant what they said about helping the police and the forces of law and order, they'd do something about it. He persuaded about half a dozen Egypts that the best way of assuring the future of Northern Ireland as a political entity was to do a firebomb attack on a Catholic housing estate. In the brilliance of their plan, they were all to go home and make Molotovs, and he and Arthur Durant would drive them over in Arthur's van. Mr. Miller made especially sure that our Da came along. Oh yes, that was how he'd get me. Maybe he would have had Dad fire the first Molotov, or maybe he'd have got Dad's prints on a bottle. In any case, he was arranging it so that ever after he would have something over him. The best laid plans. They never got anywhere near the estate. They were stopped by the army for driving too fast. The Molotovs were discovered in half a minute, and everyone was arrested. Marty Baines turned rat, and Da and Mr. Miller and all the rest got 5 years for conspiracy to cause explosions. There followed an inevitable, cliched and speedy progression. Ma divorced Da, turned to drink, started smoking again, turfed out Grandpa, started going with Mrs. Miller to the Central Bar, took up with Mr. Henry, who owned the butchers, and since Mr. Henry and us didn't get along, sent us to live with Nan in East Belfast. Mrs. Miller stayed with her husband and somehow conceived a bairn who is, I'm sure, a credit to his people. Like his grandfather and great-grandfather before him, PJ went to sea, leaving at the age of 15, and is now... where? Me? I lived with Nan, and God bless her, she's a wonderful woman, but no disciplinarian, and things fell such that I went to the world of violence, the rackets and the army and America. From there to here. And that was then, and this is now. Events, trapped by them, by history. Trapped, and in this cell forever? I don't think so. For like I say, another Christmas coming. Another Christmas Eve. 7. Valladolid. Night and half light, and then the dawn. The days come, and sometimes they wake us. Other times we're up already, scratching, squirming, moaning, dreaming. All the agonies of memory and the present. Pain and guilt and recrimination. Of course, I can never tell the boys what I suspect, that they're here because of me. And that makes me think about her. Hair, eyes, but distant, fading, and I try for them all the long day. The same old view, Fergal, Scotchy, flies, change position, lean back, look up. The story, the movie, food, exercise and slop on the third day, a scramble for dry straw, lockdown, water, and then a squat above the bucket as only liquid comes out. Dry yourself with straw and try not to rub too hard. Last thing you need is a bleeding arse. Sometimes Fergal mutters a Hail Mary. It irritates Scotchy, but he doesn't say anything. Watch Fergal at his pick. Watch Scotchy scratch himself. Stare at the ceiling when light comes in. My story continues. Above me, the big war has begun, and it progresses in a terrible, infantile bloodbath. The Dore continent has committed half its resources on a broad attack on many fronts, but its initial success has led to a crisis of supply and logistics, and both armies are bogged down into a static line of trenches, wave upon wave beating against one another. It's Shiloh, or Ypres, or again the Somme. A slaughter of innocents. With the resources of continents, this could go on for decades. The press is becoming discontented, and the governments introduce censorship at source. Victories are proclaimed. It's always victories. More night, more days. We take out our wet straw and replace it with dry stuff. Our hair is long, and our beards are shaggy. We stand out even more from the Indian prisoners, who somehow manage to groom themselves. Occasionally we hear a truck in the yard and prisoners are moved in and out. There are some new inmates, you can tell by their clothes rather than faces. For everyone else, this might be a transit prison, but I know that we're here for the long haul. Maybe the longest haul. At night, and sometimes in late afternoon, now on a regular basis, giant rumbling thunderstorms shake the prison. The rains drip down on us from the ceiling and the floor floods. We move our bodies pathetically onto little hills of unevenness on the concrete, and thus on any convex mound we try and sleep. The floor is dry, but never for very long. It's a little cooler, but we're heading into what must be the wet season. I try to remember from my geography whether we're in the tropics, and I believe we are. Thunderstorms, dry patches, more night, more days. And then, wonderfully, amazingly, incredibly, finally, something fucking different. A hand on my shoulder. Fergal wakes me before daybreak, holding something in his hand. I look up. It's an object, I can't make it out. Everything is a bit out of focus still. It's curved and round. I stare at it for a while and then sit. What is it? Fergal cannot fully contain his excitement. He punches me on the shoulder. "It's my fucking leg iron, you stupid wanker," he says. I sit bolt upright. "Jesus, your fucking pick worked." "Course it worked." "Does it just work on yours?" I ask anxiously. "No, man, it'll work on them all. All the locks are interchangeable. They just put them in a bag, you know. They're old, 20 years old, I'd say. They test them for brittleness, but that's all. Old, easy. Tell ya, it was piss easy." "It took you 4 fucking weeks, Fergal," I say. "Yeah, but with the tools I had," he says. I'm grinning at him, and he's practically laughing. "Do mine, Fergal, do mine," I say excitedly. "Okay." He sits down in front of me and grabs the lock attaching my ankle chain to the ring bolt. He works on it for about 10 minutes, and incredibly the lock clicks. He lifts it up in slow-mo and dangles it in front of my face. "You're a fucking genius. All this time you've been a fucking genius," I say, biting back something like a breakdown. "I am too." "We gotta wake Scotchy." We walk over to Scotchy. We fucking walk over, delight in it, and stand behind him, something we haven't been able to do since we've been locked in. "Scotchy," I whisper, and he wakes instantly and turns to us, gobsmacked. "How in the name of fuck," he says, far too loud. "That wee shite did it," I say gleefully. Fergal is beaming. Scotchy thumps him in the leg. "You bastard! You tricky wee sleeky wee bastard! Wee fucking sneaky wee fucking shite!" Scotchy says. Fergal bends down and undoes Scotchy's lock. This time it takes him only about 5 minutes. "Every time it's easier," he says. Scotchy is momentarily thunderstruck and silent. "What now?" I say excitedly. "Can you do the door at all?" Scotchy asks. Fergal shakes his head. "You need a big key. We don't have the metal, and even if we did, it would be a tough job. Loud, too." Scotchy's spirits are up, though, and I'm thinking even if we can't get out, at least we've got one over on the bastards. Scotchy tenses and turns on us. "Hands," he says. Our wrists are manacled together by 1.5 feet of chain. One end of the chain is welded to the left manacle, the other attached to the right by a lock. These locks are never undone, and I think that they might be rusted or harder, but Fergal says that they're all standard issue. He goes at mine for a few minutes, and that lock clicks too. Scotchy insists he's next, and Fergal does himself last. We have complete freedom of movement for the first time in weeks. I do jumping jacks and touch my toes, and the 2 boys stretch and laugh at me. Scotchy huddles us close. "Okay, boys, got to get our shit together. All right, let me think. Okay, something I've wanted to do since I got in here. See what's out that fucking window. Bruce, you get Fergal on your shoulders there. Hoist him up." I nod. I'm still the strongest. Fergal is the lightest. It makes sense. We go over to the barred window. I cup my hand and he stands on it. I lift him up and he clambers onto my shoulders. "What do you see?" Scotchy asks, almost frantically. "Okay, there's the towers at the corners and guys on them. 2, I think. There's a fence beyond our cell wall here. It's, I suppose 20 feet high, and there's razor wire and 2 loops at the top of it." "How far between the wall and the fence?" Scotchy asks. "I don't know. 30 yards, 20, I can't really judge." "And what's beyond it?" "Beyond the fence?" "Of course beyond the fence," Scotchy snaps. "About another 30 or 40 yards of grass, and then there's trees." "All right, get down, you're fucking killing me," I groan. Scotchy is pumped, and I am too. But Fergal, still on my shoulders, is all business. "Even if we get through the door and into the courtyard and up over the cell block wall, and we do get out, there's still the fence. I mean, it's a big fence, and they probably have guard dogs all along it at night, Fergal says. Would you just get down, you Aegis? I say. No, wait. Tell us everything again. Height of the fence, how far to the trees? Are there spotlights on the towers? Scotchy demands. Scotchy, we can look again later, I say, and Fergal climbs down my back just as I'm about to collapse on the floor. Scotchy comes over to Fergal and sits down beside him. He looks serious. Fergal, tell me again, slowly, why you can't pick the lock on the cell door, he says. He doesn't want his hope to vanish so quickly after it just appeared. None of us does. Fergal shakes his head. The locks I just opened are easy, standard from years ago. Once I had his belt buckle filed, it was pretty straightforward. The lock on the door is different. It's big and needs a big key, and there's no way I could pick it with this. It's impossible. I'd need the key itself or a big wad of metal to mould, and even then it would take me months, maybe years, to file it into the right shape. Fergal has said all this with great patience. Scotchy is quietly appalled. There really isn't a way out, even with our leg irons off. We could never tunnel through the wall. They'd notice that, and the floor is solid concrete. It has to be the door or nothing. So what's the fucking point then? What difference does it make if we're fucking free in here if we can't get out of the fucking cell? Scotchy says antagonistically. I didn't say it makes any fucking difference, Scotchy. So why come on with the attitude to me? Fergal says. I'll come on with the attitude with whoever I fucking well like, Fergal, Scotchy says. Aye, well, save it for the tough guys of Crossmaglen, Scotchy. You're not impressing anyone here, Fergal says. Aye, well, when did you ever impress anyone, ever? I got us out of the fucking lock. Aye, and what good is it? What have you done, apart from fuck us up in Mexico with your bollocks? Fergal says at breaking point. Now you listen, boy, Scotchy says with menace. No, you listen. Let me fucking tell you one or two things. They start pushing one another. I close my eyes to escape it. I put my hands over my ears. You fucking can't tell me anything, Scotchy. You have to know something first. You wee fuck. I was fucking fucks like fucking you before you were born. Aye, Scotchy, so you say, and you can... I drift out. I can't hear any more. It's morning, and the show will come on soon. I lean back and look at the rivers and the towns and the canals. There's a railway I haven't noticed before. It connects two of the larger provincial cities on the left continent. Even with its water shortage and irrigation problems, it still seems the most technologically advanced of the two kingdoms. There's a new invasion plan that will break the war wide open. The War Minister looks at his minutes and notes that this scheme is coming along nicely. That railway line will help. A feint to the south, and then a rapid movement of troops to the north and across the Great Ravine. The Window Continent's forces will still be stuck down in the south. They won't be able to deploy fast enough. They'll be outflanked. The whole northern side of the Window Continent will be captured before they can do anything about it. Unless they can retreat. Draw the army back to the funnel cobwebs. Aye, into the Pripyat marshes, into Siberia. Draw them in. Bleed them. I smile. The show's starting. The shadows of the bars are progressing from right to left. I stare at the ceiling. I stare at the ceiling. At the ceiling. At the bloody ceiling. And then I have it. You fucking Rika, I whisper to myself. It had taken a week, but finally we had made a hole big enough for a man to fit through in the ceiling. We had worked with our bare hands and the manacles on our wrists. Fergal had refused to let us use his delicate pick. After all, he had to lock us up with it every day when our guards came, and he didn't want to damage the thing. We'd scraped the underlayer of concrete almost the whole way through to the bitumen roof covering. The prison roof was made of reinforced concrete that had been pre-poured into long slabs, craned up, and placed on thick ledges that ran the length of the cell block. The roof was basically a series of simple bridges. The walls were supporting structures, so the whole thing was pretty rigid. It was a cheap job, and I wouldn't like to be underneath it if an earthquake hit, but it was good for our purposes. The concrete was about 6 inches thick, but the years of weathering had not been kind to its components. It crumbled easily, and the only thing you had to watch was tearing too big a hole in case a chunk of it caved in or the ceiling collapsed on top of you. As additional protection against rain, over the flat reinforced concrete roof, a layer of tar had been laid down, a sort of bitumen-like substance that allowed water to run off. That had obviously been years ago, and it had warped, torn and buckled since then. Over the bigger holes, they had placed aluminium siding. Still, it was no obstacle at all. We'd all been builders at some point and knew what we were doing. The cell block roof was flat, and we checked from the exercise yard that we could get onto it without being seen. At night it would be very dark, and from our observations it seemed that the searchlights only scanned every once in a while. Fergal had done most of the scraping, working on my shoulders and then Scotchy's, but we'd all done our bit. Like I say, the concrete was flaky, pathetic stuff, and we'd have got through sooner had we not been careful about not puncturing the bitumen, and that stuff we could rip with our hands the night we decided to go. No point doing it too soon. We'd made the smallest possible hole in the cell corner, and we'd used the great escape tactic of concrete down our trousers to get rid of the evidence in the yard. Our only problem would be if they decided to do an inspection on the flat roof. Someone walking along might notice, or worse, might fall through it. If you were in the cell itself and you looked straight up, you might see it or you might not, depending on the light and shade. But none of the guards ever did that anyway. Our moods had changed. Fergal upbeat, me a second wind, Scotchy recalled to life. When we weren't scraping the ceiling, Scotchy had Fergal up on my shoulders, checking ambient temperature, the phases of the moon, the regularity of the searchlights, the weather, the terrain beyond the wire, and, seemingly satisfied, he said that we were ready to go in the next few days. The plan was simple. I'd hoist Fergal up, he'd break through the tar and get on the roof. I'd hoist Scotchy up onto my shoulders, and then Scotchy would pull himself up to his waist and I'd grab hold of his ankles, and then both of them would pull me up. Once on the roof, we'd drop down onto the grass on the other side of the cell block and make a break for the wire. If there really were dogs, and Fergal in many, many observations hadn't seen one, we'd just have to kill them. And then we'd climb over the wire and make for the forest. Scotchy would head us north to the sea, using, he claimed, the Pole Star, and then we'd steal a boat for the US. Objectively, the plan seemed a bit dodgy, but none of us was or could be in the objective universe quite at the moment. "I think it'll work, Scotchy," I said one day, "but if we don't go soon, I'm a little concerned that the guards will discover the hole. I mean, a heavy rain could mess with that film and crack it." "It'll be okay, Bruce. Dark of the moon we go, couple of days," Scotchy reassured me. "Two things we haven't totally thought through," Fergal said. I smiled at him. "What?" "Well, one is food when we get out, and the second is the whole dog thing again," Fergal said. I looked at him. "We live off the land for food, and really, Fergal, you've got to stop worrying about the dogs. It's something we'll just have to deal with if it happens," I said, doing my absolute best to sound reassuring. "No probs, Fergie boy," Scotchy said. "And Fergal, sure they'd be chihuahuas. You know, those wee small ones with yon ears," I said. "No probs for the likes of us." "Oh, aye, those wee ones," Fergal said, taking what I suggested seriously. It clearly comforted him, so I didn't press it. I gave Scotchy a look that he didn't see. "Your man Jimmy Deacon had one of them dogs. Used to carry it round in his sea jacket, Scotchy said, getting all ruminative with us. God, Jimmy Deacon, I haven't heard of that name for a while, Fergal said. I hadn't heard it at all, but I was saying nothing since we seemed to be well off the subject of attack dogs now. Hey, you remember him, Bruce, don't you? He was the boy with the one arm that saved yon boy from drowning. That was Scotchy McMaw, Scotchy, who you don't know before you pretend you do, I said. I do know him, Scotchy said. Fergal was speaking, but I was tuning out. It was good to hear the boys talk about home, talking about anything. I snoozed, and I smelled chimneys and peat fires, and there were chips in the chippy and hot whiskies in the pub, and the crack was good. Later that same night, and Fergal was looking at us sceptically. He had just climbed down off my shoulders, counting the seconds for the scanning searchlights again. There really was no time period, as it turned out. The guards just shone the light haphazardly wherever they liked, but it was rare that they would come back to the same place quickly after they'd swept it. Soon, Scotchy said. In 48 hours, no more moon, and we're out of here. Fergal shook his head. Fergal, even with his optimism, sometimes had a bit of a knack for seeing the black cloud. What is it, Fergal? I asked him. He said nothing for a while, but then, sure enough, it came to pass. Ugh, this fucking plan's full of fucking holes, he said, clearly the culmination of a mounting concern that had grown within him. Hopefully one big hole anyway, Scotchy said, giving me a wink. I laughed, but Fergal wasn't to be diverted. Well, look, if it's so fucking simple, why haven't they tried it? Fergal asked, jerking his thumb towards the other cells. 'Cause they're remand prisoners, they're awaiting trial, be stupid to escape, Scotchy said. I was now a bit peeved. This was typical Scotchy. How do you know that, Scotchy? How could you possibly know a thing like that? I asked. They are, he insisted. Aye, Scotchy, how can you fucking know anything? What if there still is dogs, we or not, between the wall and the fence? What if the fence is electrified? Fergal asked. Electrified? We're in bloody Mexico, Scotchy snorted. So what if we are? It could be mined. They have mines, don't they? Fergal insisted. Come on, Fergal, be realistic, Scotchy said soothingly. We all wanted to believe, but we were terrified. Why hadn't the other prisoners made escapes? What did they know? Maybe they didn't have the gumption. Shit, maybe they had made escapes. Maybe there'd been lots of escapes. How would we know? I think it's because they don't have a lockpicker as good as Fergal, I said. Course they do. Must have. This is the criminal element of Mexico. I betcha they make us look like bairns. No, they know something we don't, Fergal said gloomily. Well, we can't ask them. We don't have the lingo. And none of them will have anything to do with us, I said. Aye, and they killed Andy. Are you forgetting that? Scotchy said. Shouldn't we try at least? Have one chat. They're not all killers. Just get the lay of the land, Fergal said. I shook my head. That old boy who wanted to talk to me before. One chat. Look, in 1 minute we could clear everything up. Are there dogs? Is the fence electric? 2 quick questions. Everyone will know we're doing an escape, you buck Egypt, I said. Aye, you'll give the plan away. I forbid it, Scotchy said. You forbid it? Fergal asked. Aye, I do. And who the fuck are you to be giving orders now? Fergal said. They both stood and stared at one another, each waiting for the first move. I thought for a moment that Scotchy was going to take a swing. I got up and put myself between them. Sit down, the pair of yous, acting like weans, I said. We all sat down warily. Fergal, I know it seems silly. I mean, intelligence is important and all, but Scotchy's right. We can't trust those bastards. Can't ask them anything, I said. Aye, you just remember Andy. Remember, Scotchy said. Fergal said nothing. I patted him on the shoulder. Scotchy continued. Look, it's simple. They just don't have the initiative. Look at us and look at them. You're a star, Fergal. They don't have people like you. Fergal cracked a smile, but we could tell he was uneasy. I wasn't sure how much of it was genuine concern about the effectiveness of our plan or just plain old-fashioned cold feet. Fergal was no chicken, at least no more than the rest of us, but none of us had been in a situation like this before. Me and Scotchy, though, had both been in the clink, him in Belfast and me in a wee barracks on St. Helena. But we'd neither of us even bothered with thoughts about escape. Scotchy had been in short term, and I was being dishonourably discharged in a matter of weeks. I don't know what it was like for him, but for me it had been a holiday. Fergal, though, was a different kettle. He was a craftsman and a thief, and he'd never done time. He'd come to America, and I suppose he'd ended up in the wrong crew working for Darkey and Mr. Duffy. He should really have been pulling scams somewhere, or been part of a soft glove outfit. I mean, he'd handled his gun okay in that shootout at Dermot's, but mainly that was because of the hours Darkey made us all spend on the range. He wasn't a heavy. He wasn't cut out for this. I looked at Scotchy, and he looked at me. I wondered if we were both thinking the same thing. We had to calm him down. Andy's death had been terrible for him. We needed to be easy on him. And after all, we owed him everything. Look, it's going to be okay, you big ween, I said, and patted him on the back. Aye, it is, Scotchy agreed, smiling too. Sure, isn't it all for you that we can do anything? Like I say, you're a star, Fergal, and when we get back, I'm going to see to it that you get a fucking medal. Fergal smiled at us. Boys, look, I know it's going to be okay, he said after a time. We chatted a while and cleared the air. Scotchy said that tomorrow night, or at the latest the next night, would be the night, depending upon the weather. If there was no lightning storm, we'd go. We agreed and talked some more. Fergal locked us back in the ring bolts and the guard came with rice and water. We ate and drank and they came for our bowls. I pissed in the bucket and solid shat for the second time since coming to Mexico and wiped my arse with straw. We spent the evening talking, something we rarely did. Scotchy spun us some tales about his childhood, and I told them a made-up story about the girl who used to babysit for me. We slept, and it rained, and the morning crept up on us. The story in the ceiling was all about the floods and recent devastation in the Window Continent. Flooding, which had postponed all possibility of a quick invasion. That day was a third day, and they came and unlocked us. Every time they did this, it made me extremely nervous. I was sure they would notice something about the locks, but they never did. My other fear was that since they just grabbed locks from the big bag when they locked us up again, Fergal wouldn't be able to open the ones they stuck on our ankles. But he was right. They were all more or less the same, and none of them took him over 2 minutes to break. We walked into the yard. It all seemed normal, but I wasn't to know that it was going to be a hell of a day. I dumped the slop bucket in the latrine at the old cell block end, and on the way back grabbed some straw. Fergal and Scotchy walked close behind me just in case. It was a hot one, and the guards were paying less attention than usual. We were all feeling pretty good, though. Everyone walked clockwise. I'm not sure how or why, but that's what always happened, even if it started out randomly. In front of us was the little owl boy that Fergal had noticed before. He was maybe in his middle 60s, flat face, Indian. Seemed like an old lag, in and out. I never paid him any mind. Always, when we weren't talking, the only thing I was thinking about was the bugger who was wearing my sandals. but the old geezer must have been on Fergal's mind, because Scotchy told me later that Fergal had said that last time out he'd heard him singing what he thought was My Darling Clementine. Scotchy had said to Fergal, "Well, so the fuck what?" But for Fergal, it was proof that the old boy knew at least some English. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. We dandered round the courtyard, and the whistle went, and Scotchy and I broke formation with everyone else, heading quickly back towards our cells. Sometimes they thumped people who were slow off the courtyard. We assumed Fergal was behind us, but when we turned to check, he wasn't there. "Ach, Jesus," I said, and looked for him in all the melee of people and dust. I thought he'd fallen over. I didn't think it was anything serious, because, like I said, once they had our shoes, or maybe once they knew that Andy had died, the other prisoners weren't interested in intimidating us or giving us a hard time. "Egypt's tripped himself up," I said to Scotchy. But when we looked through the dust, we saw that sure enough the dumbass wanker had gone over to the wee Indian fella and was asking him something. "Trouble," Scotchy predicted in a whisper. Fergal's voice was ridiculously loud and oddly alien. "Excuse me, mate. I was wondering if you could do me a wee solid and—" But before he could continue, the man had turned and started yelling at him, harsh and guttural. He was pushing Fergal, screaming in his face. He was frightened of gawky, harmless Fergal. Any fool, including Fergal, should have seen that. Fergal grabbed the man by the shoulders. "Calm down, mate, making a whole fuss. We don't want everybody over," Fergal said. The man shoved Fergal's arms off him and caught Fergal a glancing blow on the face. "That's it, come on," I said to Scotchy. But before we could make it over, Fergal had punched the little man on the jaw. He went down like a collapsing stack of cards, crumpling there in the dust. Fergal backed off and looked about him, but it was too late. Another man had been running over all the time from the lower end of the cell block. Our age. He had something in his hand. It was glinting. "He's got a fucking knife!" I yelled, and we both ran. Fergal heard me and turned his head, but the man had jumped him from behind. There was a yell and a lot of dust, and when we got over, Fergal was lying on his back with a piece of glass embedded in his chest. In his heart. Scotchy and I both wailed for the guards. The whistle blew again, and they fired a shotgun in the air. They yelled at us to move. We sat there. Everywhere, dust in vortices, ascending like prayers. I tried doing mouth to mouth, but there was no breath in him. Guards came and beat us away and dragged us back to our cells. They locked us in the leg irons and howled at us and shook their heads in amazement and disgust. They spat and left, banging the door behind them. Scotchy crawled over to me. "Do you think he'll make it?" he asked. I shook my head. No chance. Scotchy scrambled back to his side of the cell, and we sat there saying nothing, staring wide-eyed at one another. Our condition worsened. Scotchy began to get his cough again, and both of us were weak as kittens. We hardly had the energy to catch the crickets anymore, and Scotchy concealed from me the fact that his hair was falling out in clumps. Our luckiest break was that Fergal had left the pick in the cell near a wall. I'd found it after a panicky half-day search. I suppose he'd had the gumption to realise that he could have lost the pick out in the yard, could have dropped it. He had that much bloody sense at least. I thought about him. Fergal was an only child. His folks were still alive. They'd take it hard. What a complete fucking idiot. It took Scotchy about a week to figure out the way to pick the locks on our wrist and ankle chains. He'd done a wee bit of that line of work before with cars and bike locks, but Fergal had really made it seem simple. Scotchy didn't care anything about the moon now. He just wanted us out of here. It was getting colder at nights and the cell was damp. We were exponentially weaker every day, and we could both see that we couldn't wait much longer. He got himself out in 5 days, and in the early morning, a day later, he got me out. It wasn't a third day, so we wouldn't have to go into the yard, thank God. Indeed, the very minute he got both of us out of the leg irons, we were ready to go. He spent the rest of the day working on the locks on our wrist manacles, but these weren't so important. We both thought that somehow we'd bloody manage it even if our wrists were chained, which, as it turned out, would have been disastrously wrong. It was academic anyway, for Scotchy got himself out of his wrist manacle at noon, and he literally had just gotten me out of mine a few hours later when the door opened and the guard came in with food. I'd been leaning over next to Scotchy, and I leaned back and tried my best to rearrange the chains. He started to fake cough to give the guard something to look at. The guard was Squinty, who had a bad eye and a jowly face. He was the nicest of the bunch, though, and sometimes, rarely, made a remark. Today, of all days, he decided to stop and speak to us while we finished our food. Scotchy was tense. Our legs and wrists were obviously unlocked. I knew he would be formulating a plan which would be a suicide mission. Squinty would notice that we weren't locked in our irons, and Scotchy would leap up and kill him immediately with his manacle. The only thing then would be to make a break for it across the yard, somehow overpower another guard, get a gun, get over the gate, get a car. Certain death. Squinty was practicing his terrible English. "His baseball is no good. Football, see, football, everyone play football," he said. Normally, I like to encourage Squinty, to get more rice out of him. Today, though, I just wanted him to get the fuck out before Scotchy did something stupid. But even so, I didn't want to act out of the ordinary either. In Ireland, where we're from, remember, we play football. We don't play baseball. We're Irish, not Americans. Irish. We play football, I said slowly. Squinty grinned and looked up at the ceiling. He pointed. Of course, he doesn't notice our leg irons, but today he sees the big hole in the concrete roof. "Oh, Jesus, fuck," I whispered. Scotchy began to get up. Squinty lowered his arm and made a mock shiver. "Hurricane, hurricane, big wind," he said. "There's a hurricane coming?" I asked, and made eye contact with Scotchy, pleading with him to sit the fuck down. "Big wind," he said, grinning. "Maybe big wind blows away prison and we all go free," I said, and forced a laugh. Squinty didn't understand, but laughed anyway, took away our plates and locked the door. Scotchy came over and patted me on the shoulder. "Did well, Bruce," he said. For the rest of the day, I tried to keep my food down, and I mostly succeeded. We waited until nightfall. As soon as it was good dark, we were leaving. Getting up through the high ceiling with 3 people would have been relatively easy. With 2, it was going to be difficult. But we had a plan. "You all set?" I asked him. He nodded. I hoisted him up onto my shoulders, and he scraped away at the bitumen until there was a hole in the roof that let in the stars. Yeah, with 2 of us, it would be harder to get out, but what we were going to do would probably work. Instead of Scotchy going first, Scotchy jumped down and I got on his shoulders. He was pretty unsteady, so as soon as I was up there, I started pulling myself up through the hole. The light was incredible. There was a huge sky filled with stars. The spotlights on the 3 occupied towers were playing randomly over the yard and the roof and the fence. I pulled myself up, and when I had my elbows over the edge of the hole, Scotchy jumped from the cell below and grabbed onto my ankles. He was heavier than I'd thought, and it took a painful effort not to fall back down into the cell again. I gritted my teeth, and drawing some reserve of anger, I attempted to pull myself and Scotchy up through the hole. It was almost impossible, but I managed it. When my thighs were through, I lay almost flat on the roof, and crawled with straight legs towards the edge of the cell block, Scotchy hanging on the whole time. It was difficult, but gradually I was making it, using the roof as a lever and going slow. I felt Scotchy's hands let go of my ankles and grab the sides of the hole. I turned round and grabbed him by the remains of his shirt and tugged the bastard, and he was up. We were through the roof and hadn't been seen. We crouched there for a moment, elated, breathing hard. The searchlight beams were tracking lazily and indiscriminately on the far side of the cell block. Only 2 out of the 3 were working, and they weren't particularly powerful. "That was easy," Scotchy said. I grinned at him. "Aye, easy for you," I whispered. We looked down the other side of the cell block. We weren't going the way of the courtyard and the front gate. It was the fence or nothing. The only thing for it now would be to get down. I could see that the drop was about 15 feet, higher than the ceiling, much higher. The concrete floor of our cell was clearly raised above the ground, probably because of thick foundations. It was a good job we hadn't decided to tunnel. We had to jump, but if we went for it, there was no way we could climb back into the prison again. If we jumped, we were committed. We couldn't scout the fence and go another night. It was tonight or nothing. "Scotchy, look," I whispered. "It's a big drop. If we go now, we're not getting back in." "Why the fuck would we want back in?" "I don't know." "Just go, you big girl." I turned and crawled away from the hole towards the edge of the cell block. I looked over and then turned round and began lowering myself down as far as I could by the arms. When I was holding on only by my fingers, I tensed and dropped. I hit the ground and rolled to the side, and I was okay. I'd stuffed straw down my trousers and t-shirt to help with the razor wire, and as I rolled, it helped cushion the blow a little. Nothing was broken, and I got up. I started walking backwards to give Scotchy space to jump. After about 3 yards, I discovered perhaps why the other prisoners hadn't availed themselves of our brilliant method of escape. My feet went suddenly into sucking marsh up to my knees. I looked, and it all became obvious. Nearly the entire prison was surrounded by a swamp. In an instant I could see the whole thing clearly. The prison was built on a peninsula of hard rock with layers of concrete on top. The area at the gatehouse and the road were also on good land, but within 10 feet of the east, west and north walls it became a bog. It could be that they designed it that way as an extra precaution against escape, but I doubted it. The whole countryside seemed swampy, and more than likely they'd built the prison on the best bit of hard ground they could find, and the swamp was an added bonus. Once you put a wire up, it would be impossible to get through. The only way in and out of the prison was along the road and through the gate. The only bit of solid ground was at the gate, and of course the gate was crawling with guards. For a third world country, it was all pretty ingenious, and I would have been impressed had I not been so completely gutted as I stood there, horrified and amazed. As far as I could tell, the only way out would be to make your way round to the gatehouse and climb back over into the courtyard, and then try and get out over the front gate where there was solid ground. I couldn't believe Fergal, in all his long observations, hadn't realised this was a bog, an impassable, quicksandy fucking swamp. He thought it was fucking grass. The idiot. The bloody stupid, no-brained bastard. Scotchy landed awkwardly in front of me. He grunted and came to his feet. "Are you okay?" I asked. "Aye." "Scotchy, bad news," I said. "What?" "It's a bog. All this over here isn't grass, it's bog all the way to the wire. The fence is on pile drives. None of it's solid ground at all." I tried to keep the panic out of my voice. Scotchy, similarly, was not to be perturbed. "We'll just wade through it, Brucey boy," he said breezily. "It'll take a long time if we don't get stuck or drowned. They'll pick us up on the lights," I said. "Can't do it." "What fucking choice do we have? We can't go back, can we?" Scotchy said furiously. I shook my head, but of course he was right. We couldn't get back in. If we walked round to the gatehouse, they'd see us for sure. We had no other options. Scotchy went first. The swamp was thick with mossy grass on top, but your weight immediately broke the surface. Scotchy sank to his waist, and for a second I thought he was going to be sucked all the way down. He was a country boy, though, and maybe he knew a bit about bog walking. At first, however, it seemed not. His arms flailed, and he fell back and sank up to his elbows. Then he flung himself forward, and he began to float a little, but as soon as he tried to move, he went under. Farther out from the prison, it seemed that it became more watery and less boggy. Scotchy scrambled onto the floating grasses and tried to swim, but still it was too thick. His head kept ducking under, and now he looked as if he was going to drown. The whole thing was a fiasco, but I went in after him anyway. I waded up to my waist to see how deep it got, and when it was neck height, I tried to swim too. It wasn't quite quicksand, but it was still pretty thick stuff. Swimming was utterly impossible. Your legs were so buoyant, your body buckled up and your head kept sinking. Your arms were too weak and coated to help you anyway. Everywhere in suspension were grains of sand and silt and thick muck. The only thing like it I'd experienced was when I'd swum in a quarry sinkhole as a kid. Garbage and cars and mud and reeds making it all a potential death trap. But this was worse. Even dog paddling was impossible. You kept going underneath the surface and bobbing up under the grass, swallowing the thick, grainy water. I tried the crawl and breaststroke, but always the same problem. I would sink rather than swim, my legs coming out of the water and my shoulders and head going underneath it. Again and again water went into my lungs, and I scrambled for the surface. Finally, I turned round and started clawing my way back to the cell block. There was no way I could get through 20 or 30 yards of this to the wire. I turned slowly and pointed myself towards the prison, but Scotchy saw and stopped me and whispered loudly, "On your back! On your back, Bruce! On your back!" I looked over to discover that he was doing a sort of backstroke through the swamp, and he was actually making good progress. His head and arms were cutting the mossy surface like an icebreaker, and his legs were kicking and giving him momentum. He was evenly buoyant, and he wasn't sinking. I couldn't quite figure out why this worked and not the breaststroke or the crawl, but it did. I rolled over on my back and began gently moving backwards, following in the trail that Good King Scotchy lass was making. The surface was thick and closed in behind us when we got through it, but we were getting through it. Slowly, but we were doing it. The spotlight beam was tracking along the swamp, but this time it was going so sluggishly it was easy for us to duck under when it was a few feet away and then come up again. It probably wouldn't be back now for a while. We swam and pushed our way through, and then waded a little backwards until we got to the fence. Thank God, Scotchy had had the patience to get our wrists unchained too. We would have failed otherwise. We were utterly exhausted, and we both could hardly believe that we'd made it. Scotchy was saying something, but he was so excited it was incoherent. "Get our breath," I was saying, and Scotchy nodded. We hung there for a long time on the bottom of the fence. We were breathing hard, and our arms and legs ached. "Can we go under it?" I asked. Scotchy dived down to see if we could get underneath the fence, but according to him, it went a good bit down. "It can't go all the way down. Do you think they had fucking divers?" I said. "Listen, Bruce, the swamp is probably seasonal. Rainy season and all that. I'm telling you, it goes all the way down to the mud." "Aye, well, I'm checking," I said. I tried pulling myself down to the very bottom of the wire, and after about 4 or 5 feet I did find the bottom. You could maybe squeeze underneath it, under the wire. It was tight, but you could maybe do it. I came up gasping for air and told Scotchy what I'd found. "Look, we're not going to fucking drown under that thing. We'll never make it. We're going over. I saw his point. We probably would get stuck under there and die a horrible, suffocating death. I nodded. I didn't want to go over, but under was too hard. When we were rested, there was nothing else for it but to climb. We started out, and climbing was a lot easier than the swamp. The fence had big holes that feet could fit into, and it was fairly rigid so it didn't wobble everywhere. We climbed steadily, not wanting to slip or make any noises. Scotchy was to my right. We'd decided to go up together, though it probably would have made more sense to go one at a time. When we were near the top of the fence, we took a breather. We were now at the razor wire, and we were both beat. "What now?" Scotchy asked, as we hung there panting. "We just go over it, Scotchy, that's all. We just got to." I grabbed a piece of wire and hauled myself up. There was a sharp, stabbing, terrible pain in my palm. I'd cut myself already, a gash right under my thumb. "Fuck," I whispered. "Jesus, Mary and Joseph." I pulled myself up halfway onto the first roll of wire. Most of the straw had fallen out of my t-shirt and I was scraped and cut all over my chest and arms. I pulled myself up farther, my right hand and my legs getting a slashing. I knew it would be worse for Scotchy because at least I had jeans to protect my legs a little, and he had only his shorts. I tugged, and the razor wire dug into my chest. Christ! I was in a complete panic now. The pain was awful, and the thought of going on was worse. I was in the middle of the front roll of wire, and here the coil wasn't tight or thick, so I was leaning way out backwards over the swamp. My bare feet shivered on the edge of the fence, and I knew it would be a new horror when I pulled them up onto the first coil of wire. I had to find a spot on the coil at the top of the fence where there were no razors. I stood there for a long while, raised my foot, and placed it on the coil. I took a breath and pulled myself up, placing all my weight on the wire. I'd missed the razors, but the whole coil of wire trembled and leaned back, and for a second I thought I was going to fall off backwards into the swamp. Shit! It was moving like a great, writhing serpent. It was impossible to get a steady grip. "What's going on?" Scotchy whispered. I couldn't reply. I took another breath. Whatever happened, I couldn't stay in this position. I'd fall in a second or two. I was leaning way back, my hands digging into the wire just to hold on. Scotchy was whispering something again, but I couldn't hear him. I froze for a second, unsure of what exactly I was going to do. I rocked back a little and then pushed forward with all my strength. The coils of wire returned to the vertical. I took my foot off the razor wire and put it back on the top of the fence. I pushed the razor wire hard, and the big curl of wire moved forward to a position where it seemed more rigid. Scotchy was still there on the fence. He hadn't gone near the wire yet. I was glad, for if both of us had been on it when it went backwards, we would have gone off for sure. But even so, he couldn't linger there all night. "Scotchy, for fuck's sake, come on," I said. "Okay, I'm coming. Just getting my breath, wanker," he said. It was the last thing I ever heard him say. I lifted my leg and planted my foot on the first roll of wire again. I was trying to be delicate, and I did get lucky, my toes finding a safe area. I heaved my body up and leaned forward on the first roll. I put the other foot on and pushed. My hands were cut to shite, but I was nearly halfway over the first roll. If the wire had been put on better, tighter, it would have been easier, but it was so loose it was practically hugging you, slicing at you. Pain and the fear of the pain between breaths. I scrambled up another inch. The wire embraced me again, tearing me, ripping me. I convulsed and threw up. The wire vibrated horribly, and I could feel Scotchy on it to my right. Everything happened at once now. The searchlight, which had been scanning to our left in the swamp, suddenly raised itself and went along the wire. There was nothing we could do. We couldn't drop off now. We just had to hope that it lowered itself at the last moment. It didn't. The beam swept straight past us and then came back and stayed there. Voices began yelling in Spanish. I scrambled up to the second roll, falling up it. The razors cut horribly into my feet and fingers, and I hooked one along my face. I heard a shotgun pop and misfire, and then another one spray a barrel of shot into the fence to our left. The prison was a big old guard dog, shaking itself and coming to life. I heard more yelling, and then a high-powered automatic rifle, an M16 without a doubt. And I saw Scotchy get hit in the back. "Scotchy!" I yelled, but his body went limp and tumbled downwards almost all the way through the first coil of razor wire. The razors nearly decapitated him, slicing into his neck and hanging him there. His arms shook, and as blood poured grotesquely from his mouth, his jaw moved up and down as if he was trying to speak. Jesus Christ! I stared and cried out, and then desperately climbed on and reached the top of the second coil through a threshold of screaming nerve endings. The wire swayed and wrapped itself about and in me. It went effortlessly into my flesh, and I used the purchase to pull myself on. At the top of the second coil, I balanced on my stomach, and all the while there were shotguns firing and the whir of a couple of Armalites. I forward rolled over the crest of the second coil of wire, my hair and shoulders getting caught and pulled and torn, and then I fell 30 feet into the swamp on the other side. I stayed under the water and swam, and briefly surfaced for air and swam again. I did this for 2 minutes, and I realised I'd gone way to the left, but hardly any further from the fence. The whole prison was awake. They were ringing a bell and shining the 2 big searchlights at the swamp where I'd originally fallen in. Everyone taking potshots at the water. I ducked out of the spotlight beam and moved with my backstroke towards the trees. The shooting was deafening and continuous, but they didn't shift the spotlight beam at all. Perhaps they think I'd broken my neck and drowned, I was saying, comforting myself. I waded to the trees. The forest was waterlogged and thick with vines that tripped me every few yards. It gave way to solid ground, and I ran, my feet shrieking with the hurt, my eyes full of blood. My hands were burning, my thighs, my feet. I'd sliced off 2 or 3 toes, gashed a hole under my eye. I ran the whole of the night, and when day came, I slept under the giant roots of a jungle tree. And when night came, I got up and ran again. 8. Sur de la Frontera. Out of the waste and in the prodigal rain, nothing animate breathes or moves or lives above the height of man. The abyss, emptiness, a scorched and sunken earth, an abandoned quarter, a place out of a nightmare, a slough over a hard ground, and an impenetrable sky. Night and day are indistinguishable and become one long dread universe outside of time. The rain is cold and falling with such force and metal that it makes divots in the clay. The wind with it whips and buries itself into every groove and crevice on the ground. It veers and backs and brings the rain horizontal and slantwise, and sometimes in mock of physical laws, upwards. Nature has cast itself as the destroyer, as the scourge, Shiva wiping the slate clean. And here, out here on the wild land, it is being born again of water. It's the hurricane, and everything has a burrow. Well, nearly everything. Above is a vast black cloud, out of which comes terrible light and the downpour, which leaches out loam and colour and washes everything away. An awful wind that carries seawater, stones, bicycle parts, branches. The topography is frozen into fragile inclines and declines, and a horizonless perspective. A vast steppe devoid of beings and every living thing. Underneath, There are sharp stones and lava rocks, and here and there are ghosts of trees and a ruined house, as if from the days of the famine. Another Ireland. The far northwest, the Sperrins, the bogland around Slemish Mount. A pulverised sheet of ground, and a landscape so familiar and yet unfamiliar that there can be naught but an epidemic of memory. Coffins of wet glassy stones and withered alphabets and celestial tracks in the red clay. And everything punctuated by wind and rain. Rain, especially that. Another mile, another 10, and over this hill ancient pylons are clambering on the terrain like a virus, following a line of steel and wire, clumping together, perhaps in the direction of a settlement. In the country, that is, and can be. Civil and uncivil and metallic. But you're on the run, and that way is barred, if it is the way of people. West, then. A green land of slabber, an invisible mesa on the world's edge. A rise and a valley, hours of movement and a lake that did not exist a week before. There are scrubby bushes and reeds and suffocated trees. The world post-diluvian with water everywhere. No lizard or insect or belly crawler remains above the ground. Their homes are inundated and battle-scarred, gone into the book of insurance agents and loss adjusters. Mars has used his influence and brazed the globe closer to the fastness underneath. It's the hurricane, and rain is unceasing. Aye, it's obvious now. Apparent in the signs and portents. The rain is a baptism and a cleansing agent. There is transparency in its coldness. The wind, too, speaks. It casts up euphonies of the dead. They have promises and they make you swear. Their talk is easy and reposed, but such are the words of phantoms, for they have time on their hands and are removed from the pressures of the earth. They haunt you and urge you on, pressure you, hint. It isn't the banshee. There's no death, at least not yet, just voices. Their talk is Spanish and Mayan and Olmec and languages that have died here long ago, but whose parallel exists somewhere in Kamchatka or Mongolia or the Aleutians. They murmur softly and tug your beard and trip your feet. Paddy fields, a river valley, a collapsed stone wall for shelter, a cough and an adjourned heartbeat. Your eyes close and reopen again slowly with sleep in them. The grass makes a hole for you. The rivers rise and the rain and wind come so loud you lose yourself. The trees are less or more than dead now. They are stone, fossils, and around them the smell of sage becomes overwhelming. It's almost enough to make you long for the jungle. But it'll come again, you'll see. One foot in front of another. Pain that is no longer there. It has ceased to exist. For how can there be pain when there cannot be that intensity of feeling? It is possible to move to a plane beyond pain and beyond hunger. It is possible to exist just barely above the level of the realm about us. To coast on a slender splinter of consciousness. That's how a shadow moves, a ghost. How many days? Half a week? A skeleton, a spectre sliding across the land. A hill, a river, and now a place where humans have been, evidence in the dead wood of telegraph poles. Ancient pines that have been blackened and grooved by weathering, and that have numbers on them and strange symbols and the cracks of heat and cold. But no birds on the wire or the uprights, for the animal realm entire is disappeared. Indeed, only the simpler forms of plants survive. Sage and small grasses and shrubs and blue lichen, and black mosses that coat themselves thinly over a hard, dark soil and bare rock. Where are compassionate stars? Where the sequences of people, the friendly cows and horses? It's the hurricane, and they have all abandoned ship, deserted and left behind only their music and their trace. Inclines, rolling valleys. Scrub that eventually gives way to high grasses. Fields flooded, and everywhere the tracks of creatures making for higher ground. A corn crop ruined. Maize. A commonplace field of potatoes. You dig them up, those livid white tubers. It's still night. It's always night. You can't see the moon or Orion. You can't see where anything is. At least, is this still the earth? Or is it some new place conceived and brought forth by the ocean? These are answers to impossible questions. A day of this, and the contour lines are narrowing, and there are palms, and before it is even announced, the forest is there again like a wall, dense and vine-covered, and resistant a little to the gale and rain. The trees whisper to themselves in a vocabulary that no human will understand. They are talking about water and the brown volcanic earth between their toes, and the wind that tears through the upper branches and kills the young and very old. You can't follow it, but you are enough now of a jungle creature to get the gist, the trepidation, the excitement, the waxy creatures with 1,000 eyes and ears. The forest thickens and darkens, and there is some cover from the weather. Unlit, and there are demons here. Black, coiled snakes, jaguars, panthers, monkeys, and the beasts of childhood dreams. Great El Tigre above you, and fantastic beings, griffin and hawkman, and things from the last book of Gulliver. Runoff golden water, wild fruits, bananas. Half of them are poison. Crouch down on one knee and vomit them up. Vomit them and drink off a leaf and get up and go on. You're walking through the submerged and almost disappeared crater 200 miles wide from a cometary impact 65 million years ago. A comet that struck the Yucatan with many times the force of every nuclear weapon currently on the planet. A comet that threw millions of tons of dirt and rock into the atmosphere and blackened the sun for months and changed the climate forever. That wiped out the dinosaurs and 2/3 of all other living things on the planet. That made space for a little lemur-like creature that evolved through 65 million years into you. You walk through the crater, and you are weak, and your wounds are not healing, and animals inhabit spaces beneath your pale skin. You limp, and the nails have fallen off your toes. You walk, and you hallucinate, and it occurs to you that perhaps you are already dead. That you are dead, and this is hell. That this and all that follows is a rite of passage and a fantasy, and you are dead on the wire, or mad and in your cell. You try and penetrate the veil to a higher form of existence, but at present you cannot. This reality appears to be the only one given to you, so it will have to serve. Your skin is hanging from you, and your hair is falling out. You are in rags caked with blood and filth. But you are a holy fool. Enthused. The Lord is in you. You are St. Anthony in the demon-filled desert. You are Diogenes mired in grime. You are the Buddha at Bodh Gaya. You are a Jain priest, naked with a broom before you to sweep away any living thing that you might inadvertently step upon. You are holy because you are possessed by a vision of a future time. It is a bright vision and a tight one, compact, simple. The truth of it has made you pure. It is you. You are healed and strong and patient. You have bided your time and you have slept alone in the city. No one knows you are there. You have been waiting, watching, and now you are ready. You have acquired a firearm and you are taking the subway train. You are in a house and you have silenced bodyguards and opposition. You are in a study with a man explaining, pleading. He didn't know there would be deaths. You don't want explanations. You just want to pull the trigger and turn and leave. Which you do. You leave, and that is all. What happens next, if anything, is irrelevant. The circle is complete. The future event comes back to the now. It is the clarity of this vision that makes your legs move and your lungs breathe, that drives every tendon and nerve within you. Yes, you are beyond pain and beyond hunger. Your mind is cast and your will is subservient to this pact with tomorrow. What kind of an emotion is revenge? Oh, it is much derided. And observers to an execution will often say that they feel repulsed and unsatiated, that it made no difference. The Hebrew God knows this and reserves the right to vengeance for himself. It's an Egypt's game. The cycle of violence that spreads itself out from West Belfast and the Bogside and South Armagh. Tit for tat and eye for eye. Didn't someone say that these rules leave us all blind? And yet, what if it's all you have? There are other motivations for a narrative of your life. Love, ambition, greed. But you have erased them all, and there is only one thing left. It's either that, or absorb yourself further into the wraith's world, disappear completely. No, it isn't noble, but it'll do. It is good, good enough. Not that your thoughts have coalesced into a plan, or even that they make sense at all. It's rather more that in the cold and the unfeeling extremities of your mind, there is one glowing coal that helps you to move, put one foot in front of another. The vines trip you, and the trees talk, but they let you pass. The jaguar sleeps and does not stir. The snake rests. You are a fellow being. You cannot see any of them, but they are there and they recognize you. You are part of this now. The forest. Deep into the bush. The swamp comes up to your knees, and the hurricane pauses while the eye crosses. It is only a respite, but in fact, as you'll see, the worst is done. The peninsula has broken it. The wind and the rain come again, but they are half-hearted. They have exhausted themselves. It's a harsh autumn in Rathlin for a day, and you sleep in a forest clearing that in County Antrim they would say had been enchanted by the wee people. And when you wake, the sky is grey and the rain is less, and the dream within you is fast and clear. The hurricane had moved northeast and died to a warm drizzle. I slept under a highway bridge, and as the river rose, tiny crabs came out of the water and sidled up the bank. I killed one with a rock and tried to eat the flesh, but it was rancid and not fit for human consumption. The river continued to flood, and it became dangerous under there. I saw that I could be swept away or trapped under the overhang and drowned. But even so, I needed a break from the downpour. The crabs were coming out of the little holes in the mud, and soon the concrete slopes were full of them. They crawled over one another and came up to investigate if I was still alive or not. I wondered where we were, and tasted the river water and saw that it was fresh. I hadn't known then that there were such things as freshwater crabs, and for a while I'd assumed I was near the sea. I'd been walking directionless for a long time, and for all I knew, I might have circled back and been close to where I'd started, wherever that was. I scooted the wee shites away, but they kept coming back, and eventually the crabs were too much, and I climbed up out of the overhang and went along the road. A road that in good times must be an impressive 2-lane affair, cutting through the jungle and the plains, but now, quite frankly, was a fucking mess. Mud and branches and landslides had made it impassable. There was no hitching here, and it was actually easier to walk at a steadier pace going through the jungle. I was feeling better. I hadn't eaten, and I was sick with fever, and I was concerned that the gash on my foot from the razor wire was turning gangrenous. But for some reason, I was feeling better. As the rain eased, the jungle soundtrack picked up again, and I began to see the creatures. The ants were the first out, clearing up the mess like the global janitors they are. Then there were flies and mosquitoes and lizards, and then from nowhere came the birds. Blue ones, and a crimson one, and a parrot or two. It cheered me. I ate some fruit off the trees. By trial and error, I'd found which ones didn't make me throw up. The green prickly ones were okay, and the red ones that looked like oranges weren't bad either. I chewed bark too as I walked, and all this time I wasn't really ever very hungry, which I took as a bit of a bad sign. Night came, and I climbed a few feet off the ground onto a wide splayed-out branch and tried to sleep a little. Songs were a great comfort. I didn't sing, but just played them in my head. Girls. Bridget, Rachel, cousin Leslie, whose brother-in-law was big time in the building trade. A foreman. Yeah, don't worry, Michael, Mr. White doesn't need muscle. He's looking for lads from the old country who'll work hard and come on time and take minimum wage. Yeah, sure. And that's why I'm here. The jungle. Noisy. My mind drifted and would not sleep. What did you say? Revenge. Is that what you said? Is that enough to get you through? Can that drive an engine like you? Shouldn't it be hot? Won't it dampen? No, it'll do. It isn't much, but it's enough. And I promise you, it'll do. That's what I was saying. Foolish, maybe, but that was it. Thinking too much, too much. My heart a snare drum in my ears, and there was a dullness beneath my left knee. I managed to get off to sleep and woke in the morning stiff and shivering. The rain was gone for now. I attempted to climb a tree and get a perspective, but I wasn't made for climbing yet. Walking was hard enough. I licked dew off a leaf and ate some of the things that looked like pears. During the night, ants had come and made me part of their fraternity, cleaning bits of scabs and exploring unwholesome aspects of my skin. They hadn't woken me, so I chose to see them as benign beings. I walked along the springy forest floor, mulch and dead leaves making it an easy path for the weary. The vines were the enemy, though, getting everywhere and trying to trip you. It wasn't hot, and this at least was a relief. I walked directionless all day and lay down in the afternoon. My leg was almost numb, and this concerned me more than anything else. I sat down and sniffed it, but I didn't smell anything. I wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. I tried to get up, but sitting had been a mistake and I was too knackered now. I found another likely-looking branch and curled into the fetal position and slept. The next day, I realised I was having hallucinations. I might have been having them all along, but it took me until then to see that my mind wasn't completely clear. I woke with vultures tearing at my left leg, tearing huge chunks out of it. I sat up and tried to shoo them away, but they were massive, ugly, bold creatures that paused merely to look at me with contempt and continue their abominable activity. I screamed and thrashed wildly, and still the birds hung on. I swung at them with my fists, and I overbalanced and fell off the low branch and onto the forest floor. I stared about, and of course there were no vultures at all. I cracked up then, sobbed, and sat there for a long time. To have got out of the prison, clean away, and then to have made it through a hurricane only to die of fever in the jungle. It hardly seemed fair. How was I going to get to America to carry out my plan? How indeed? I was lost, I was sick, my leg ached, and most important, my mind was not clear. I tried to think, but everything inside my head was sluggish. Christ, was I really going mad? I drove away the panic and breathed and tried to get some thoughts together. I could either stay here and hope someone came by, or I could go on and try to find help. If it meant giving myself up to the authorities, so be it. Surely that would be better than dying insane out here in the tropical rainforest. I tried to get up, but it was impossible. I found a stick. I heaved myself up and started walking, going a third the speed of previous days and looking always at the ground to make my way easier. I went half a day like this and collapsed, exhausted, drenched with sweat and bleeding from scrapes on my arms and feet. It rained that night and woke me, and I lay with my mouth open trying to drink a little. In the morning I couldn't get up, and I decided I would have to crawl. Crawling was a bit easier than walking, and I actually made better progress. On my hands and knees, I could negotiate better the fallen trees and vines. I went like this that day and into the next. To my surprise, the jungle began to thin a little, and I could see huge patches of sky through the canopy. That night I had terrible hallucinations about snakes biting at my ankles and trying to eat my leg whole. They were wrapped around me and suffocating me. I screamed the whole of the night and begged them to stop, but they only fled with the dawn. In appalling fear, I crawled away from the place I'd slept. I moved blind now, for my eyes didn't open. I crawled for hours, and I fell on my face and slept that way. During the night I crawled again, and I thought the end must be coming soon. I'm not overly defeatist, but I am a realist, and I could see that I was in trouble. I could see that I was in mortal shape. I crawled on, expecting soon paroxysm and death. I was wrong, though. Old Atropos wasn't hovering overhead that evening, and wouldn't be for some time to come. But it was night, and the daughters of Nyx must have been guiding me, because if I'd turned a slightly different way to the left or right, I would never have made it to the pig pen. I would have veered off into the jungle and died sometime in the next few days. But as I say, the gods or the fates or involved beings who'd heard about my story, about my narrative, about my plan, realized that to continue the show, they had to preserve me. And so, out of the jungle, they made a pig pen with small, black, friendly pigs, and they allowed me to crawl up to it and stop and collapse and wait. It wasn't long. The pigs snuffed my face and licked it. There were children's voices first, distracted, singing, and then silence for a while and whispers, and then the sound of running. Not long after that, the voice of an older woman whispering at first too, and then barking instructions, and then arms, a dozen arms lifting me up. I was thinking that if this was another hallucination, it was one I liked. Tiny arms lifting me, half dragging me, not very far into darkness. Water on my lips, and questions in Spanish, many questions. ¿Quién es usted? ¿De dónde ha venido usted? ¿Qué sucedió a su pie? More water, and then voices raised. A man arguing with two women, clearly about me. He was opposed to my presence, but I could tell that his heart wasn't in it. Someone began washing me and taking off my clothes, and tiny fingers were picking the lice out of my hair. At the same time, a soothing voice fed me water, and in the water there was ground maize. They cleaned me and put a blanket over me, and I shivered still and slept. During the night I cried, and first the man and then the two women sat up with me, holding my hand, dripping water onto my lips. Estamos consiguiendo a un buen hombre. Él es médico, the woman said. The word medico stuck in my head. I need Bridget, I said. She'll help me. The woman talked to me in Spanish and sang to me a little, and I think I slept. In the morning, there was another voice, stern and almost angry. He was talking to the women and the man. He asked me questions, but I could say nothing. Then suddenly, violently, he poked at my foot and I cried out. It seemed to confirm everything that he'd been saying, and he sighed and went outside. Later, they fed me beans and water and milk, and they bathed me again, wiping me down with wet rags and then wrapping me in a blanket. The woman spoke to me for hours, soothing me and comforting me. And then the angry man came back. He had brought other men with him. I was falling in and out of consciousness. I couldn't see. The word medico came up again. I want Bridget. She's a good nurse. I want her. She'll look after me. She looked after Andy. He's in good shape. Get Bridget, please, please. I really want to see her. I want to see her. The angry man came over, his voice mellow now, kind. It is okay, he said in English. I tried to open my eyes, and I did for a second or two, but everything was out of focus. I felt strong arms hold me down on the cot, and then the blanket was removed. I was naked under the blanket, and I was self-conscious. I tried to cover myself, but the arms held me by my side. Someone was pouring brandy into my mouth. I recognised it. How in the name of God had they gotten brandy? They forced a stick between my teeth, and then I realised what they were about. I yelled and thrashed my arms, but they held me fast. I struggled for only about a minute, and then I calmed my mind and resigned myself. The man holding my shoulders was the very first man. He kissed me on the forehead and whispered things in my ear in Spanish. It would be okay. It would be okay. I would be brave and it would be okay. The angry man, too, soothed me in broken English. Please not worry. It is fast. Then, in a soft voice, the older woman explained in slow and simple Spanish how everything would go. I got none of it, but her demeanour helped quiet me further. Sí, I said, and nodded to show that I understood now. There were murmurs of approval. I was in a small hut, and their breaths were close to mine. I bit down on the stick, and I was ready. It was a hacksaw, but it had been sharpened. I felt it go in above my ankle, and I was relieved, because I thought they might do it below my knee. The whole thing must have taken less than 20 minutes. The actual sawing under 2. What he did down there I don't know, but he stopped the flow of blood and mended the wounds and halted the screaming of the nerve endings. They gave me a sweet drink and told me to sleep, and after a while I did. The next day I could open my eyes, and I saw that I was in a hut with a thatched roof and a hard dirt floor. It was swept and clean, but hardly hygienic, and not the place I would have chosen to recover from major surgery. I had the will to survive, but will can't do everything. Will can't do the job of antibiotics. Just ask any of those prematurely dead Christian scientists. Still, if kindness counted for anything, I was way ahead. The old woman was very ugly, and the young woman was her daughter, and the apple hadn't fallen far from the tree. They were so caring that I loved them both, and the man too. They told me things about themselves and the place I was in, and they asked me questions, so many questions, but I couldn't understand. I told them my name, and they told me theirs. Pedro and Maria, and then the old woman's name, which was Jacinta. When the children came to see me, they taught me to count, first to 20 and then to 100. We played a game in which I taught them the English word for things, and they taught me the Spanish, and we argued over which was right. Every day when the pain started to get bad, the woman knocked me out with a milky white juice that first numbed me and then drifted me off to sleep. I had been a week in the hut when out of the blue one morning Pedro helped me dress and got me out of bed. He was explaining something very important and serious. I nodded and tried to get it, but I couldn't follow him. Maria wrapped my stump in cotton bandages and then pinned my trouser leg up over it. Both Maria and her mother had skillfully repaired my jeans. They had patched them with heavy cotton that they had dyed light blue. When I arrived, they had been cut to shreds and more whole than fabric. I told them that now some hippie chick from NYU would have coughed up $100 for them. Pedro had made me a beautifully worked crutch that fitted well under my arm. It was carved with leaves and simple patterns, and there were 3 little figures at the top, which were obviously him and his family. I choked up when I saw it. He helped me walk out of the hut into the village square. 6 huts, children, women, goats, and little brown dogs with long tails. the jungle on 3 sides and a clearing and a dirt path on the other. Pedro had watched me walk and wasn't happy with his crutch and took it off me to shorten. He ran back inside while I leaned on my